welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen. Say hi, Rosa. What? Uh-oh, she disappeared. Hi! I'll try. I can't mimic her voice. Oh, God. How you doing today, chat? Hope you all had a wonderful weekend so far. We got a ton of news. Holy shit, we got a ton of news. And it, like, kicked off, like, pretty much right after the show ended last week. Like, I woke up the next day, because like, last week after the show, I got dinner and went to bed, and then I woke up and, like, all hell had broken loose. I was like, holy shit. You just can't catch a break. Oh,
Hi.
man. There you are. Where'd you go?
I'm sorry. I need to do something real quickly before you started.
Oh my
I just
God.
didn't hear me. I kind of muttered under my breath. I ran over to tell Peso that I also wanted some cookies for dinner.
Okay, Jesus.
It was really important.
Okay.
I needed her to know.
Okay. Oh, man.
With this, I want to say, Helmsman, I do think you should stop by so I can cook for you.
We could talk about that later. I have an idea for when that could happen. I do. It won't be the trip.
Yippee!
Yeah, I have an idea. I'll talk to that about. Tell you what, you figure out when we can finish up Arcane, and we could talk then.
There you go.
Okay.
We can do that tomorrow night while you're doing.
Well, working on D&D.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Yippee!
Payfel might come in later in the stream too, by the way, chat. So.
Hello.
Because Paytho and Rosa are kind of like, you know, tethered together at this point. So a Rosa stream is kind of also a Paytho stream. Yeah, I mean, she sits on our shoulder the whole time, you know. So.
Yeah.
NDA has a joke. Why is dating a woman like parking a car? Because all of the good ones are taken, so you just put it in the disabled one and hope no one finds out. I like misogynistic jokes. All right. Are you there? Did you go away again?
Yeah, and I'm here.
Okay.
I just didn't get the joke. Are you saying you're gonna fuck a disabled woman?
Oh yeah.
Why do you hope no one finds out?
That kind of is like the way it implies, huh? I don't know. I always park in the back of the parking lot, away from the people, because I don't mind like an extra 20 seconds of walking, and there's way less traffic in the back of the lot. Yeah. So that's where I always park.
I always park closest to the lot because, closest to the building because, there's usually not that many people here, and there's usually a spot. But, actually, even back in Miami, I'd always park near, just because, like, usually the parking lot doesn't have a lot of, like, people moving. It's usually just, I'm used to there being enough parking that you could probably fill, like, a football stadium.
My God.
Like, the parking spaces are fucking huge in the area that I lived. Unless you go to, like, you know, downtown, then there's no parking, and then I hate it. I hate everyone. There's no parking anywhere.
Oh, yeah. That's the primary reason that I try to avoid going downtown. Like, in literally any city. Any city, any town, doesn't matter. I try to avoid downtown because of the stress of finding a fucking parking spot is always half the time you have to parallel park.
I hope that we go to war and that all of our downtowns are blown up across the country. No more downtowns.
Yeah. I mean, there have been whisperings of the potential of preparing for a dirty bomb on the East Coast somewhere recently. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, I have heard that.
Are we gonna talk about that?
Kind of. It's a small part of a bigger story that we're going to touch later on. It also implies you're the a-hole who steals disabled parking. I never go into the disabled parking spots. I never do that. Again, I park in the back of the lot.
I only do that if I have my grandpa or grandma with me, because I'm taking them somewhere. And they always feel bad because they're like, oh my God, I forgot my disabled parking ticket thingy. in my car. I guess we'll have to park somewhere far away. And I'm like, don't worry, Grandma. If anyone gets mad at me, I'll just point at you and be like, look at
Yeah,
her.
just look at her.
How are you gonna tell her that she's not disabled because she forgot her ticket in at home or in my grandpa's car? Are you look at her? Or look at her face. Are you gonna make her cry? Didn't think so. No, shut up, silly officer. And probably not. I'll probably just be like, dude, look, and they'll be like, yeah, you're right. The officers down there are pretty chill. At least I don't know. They're chill with me. I've yet to meet an officer up here. I've seen them plenty.
Mm-hmm.
But the
I'm pretty officers sure. Per capita is much higher in small towns.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like I've never seen so many officers like back to back. Like because if there's ever anything going on, the entire precinct is fucking going. I guess I'll see like 7 cars.
That's like the whole fucking squad right
That's
there.
That's everyone.
Yeah.
I'll see the sheriff's car. I see the sheriff's car like all the time. I used to never see a sheriff's car back in Miami. I'd be like, oh my god, there's the sheriff. That's crazy. But no, I see him like every day.
Well, I think every sheriff's deputy has their own car that says sheriff on it, I think.
Yeah?
I think.
And how many sheriff's deputies do you think there are down here? Because I've only seen one sheriff's car down here.
I don't know. I mean, you live in a little hodunk town, so I wouldn't know. I imagine not a lot. Yeah. I imagine the crime in your area is relatively low, unless it's like a center for meth production or something like that. Or moonshine, because you're in Alabama, so it could be moonshine, I guess.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've not heard of any crime in the area yet. I've also not watched the news. But like before we moved here, like Patho was like, yeah, this is like a super low crime area. Like people don't commit crime up here because they're all just white people. Everyone has like their land like really separate apart from each other. If anything does happen, like no one knows about it. You're not gonna hear about it. It's like, oh, okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, where I'm moving to in Florida, it's like a little. It's almost like because you know how like Florida is called like God's waiting room. Like I'm moving to like one of those areas.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just like old white people and like a handful of us and like a large handful of Cubans basically.
Yeah, it's just a university town, so I mean, I imagine there's some crime, but I don't know. Oh, we had firefighters on our lawn.
Yeah, you posted like, pictures about that, didn't you?
Yeah, the place next door had like a bunch of smoke coming out of it, like the laundromat. I'm like 99% that laundromat is like a front for something because there's no signs for the laundromat. I didn't realize there was a laundromat.
What ethnicity of people runs it?
I haven't looked, but I yesterday, like when we got home from getting like stuff like groceries and stuff. Or no, I think it was when we were about to leave. No, yeah, it was when we got home. I heard rap music from like a car like parked outside the laundromat. Like loud rap music. Like I could hear it from across the street in my house.
I hate when people do that shit.
Yeah, and I was
they got like the bass turned up so it like vibrates everything around them. It's like fuck off.
Yeah.
Everybody hates you.
Probably a dryer broke, maybe. But yeah, that's. I don't know, man. I told Patho, I was like, I'm like 99% certain that laundromat is a fucking front for something because like they literally don't have a sign for the fucking laundromat. Like I'm pretty sure it's just like money laundering place.
Is it like the only laundromat in the town?
I don't know. But it literally, again, there's no signs for it being a laundromat. It doesn't have a sign in front of it. Doesn't have a sign underneath. Because, like, there's, like, a sign for, like, the pet store. There's a pet store. It's, like, right there. It's literally a pet store right next to it. But there's only a sign for the pet store. There's no sign in the building at all for there being a laundromat. Anywhere. We would just know it's a laundromat because there's laundry machines in there.
Does it show up on Google Maps?
As a laundromat?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Dude, literally, the first thing I did before I moved up here was I looked at the place on Google Maps. I was like, oh, there's a pet store across the street. That's pretty awesome. And then right next to the pet store is a fucking pet vet.
Maybe it's a money laundering operation.
But I don't remember seeing it. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the fucking money laundering thing. If I go on Google Maps, I just see the pet store. it doesn't show the fucking laundromat at all.
Seems
It's a
very
pet store,
appropriate.
then there's a fucking animal clinic.
Seems very appropriate they would use a laundromat to do money laundering.
Yeah, that is very important. Just give me a tomato. Doesn't make my tongue burn.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yippee!
But,
I love that my wife gives me foods that I'm allergic to.
as long as it's not like shellfish, I guess, because isn't that like the most like that's like what's lethal for you? Like
Just shellfish.
That's what I thought. It was like just like the seafood and shit. So, man.
At least as far as I know, I haven't had mango in a long time. And the last time I had avocado, I just had food that was ever so slightly tainted with avocado. It didn't have avocado in it. And my throat was like, my lips were red. My throat was like really, really itchy. Like I had to take a Benadryl. Like it was bad. So I don't know if avocado's bad enough yet, but.
All cash business. They also sometimes cook the books on income to sell a successful business to some sucker. Maybe too poor to get a sign yet too. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I've never really spent time in laundromats, honestly. The only laundromats that I have been in, though, have been owned by either Mexicans or Koreans. Apparently, like that's like a stereotype about Koreans is that they like laundromats are like a part of the culture. Like you see it show up in like K-pop music videos all the time. Like there's a fuck ton of K-pop music videos that are like take place inside of laundromats. Like I don't know what the background of that is. I'm gonna look into it one of these days, but apparently it's like a thing for the South Koreans. I don't know why.
You like laundromats?
Yeah, it's just I guess it's just one of those things where I really want to know how that came to be. You know, it's just one of those little weird cultural things.
Yeah, laundromat culture. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I really want to understand why, because I'm always fascinated about like weird little, interesting little things like that. Like it's either like what was it with the movie, like Everything Everywhere All at Once? You ever see that movie? Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, I have seen that movie.
Okay, yeah.
They live in a laundromat.
Yeah, it's a laundromat. Exactly. There's just a thing, I think in that movie they're Chinese, though. I think they're
They're Chinese. I was thinking about that too, but I was like, I'm not gonna be racist and say that movie.
Yeah, but it's just like maybe it's like an Asian thing. I don't know. Maybe it has the fact that like all like the apartment complexes and stuff or stuff like that. Like they all have like laundromats in the building, and that's kind of like a place where people just tend to like congregate. You know what I mean? Maybe that's it. I don't know. Because in America, like everybody generally has like their own washer dryer in their house. Yeah. And like if you want to go to a laundromat, there's not going to be one in your building. It's like a separate business that you have to take the time to go to, and then you have to like hang out there the whole fucking day.
It depends.
So
Hero says it's a low income thing. Well, yeah, but then laundromats would be a black people thing too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean,
their thing is like hair salons or barbershops. Actually,
barbershops. Yeah, exactly. Barbershop is like a Turkish thing as well, but like you would see it like across Appalachia as well. Like you'd have like white people like hanging out in laundromats, so that'd be a part of like Appalachian culture. But that's like not a known thing in Appalachia, So I don't think that low income is the common denominator here. Maybe it's like low income in Asian countries or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the cross sections are to cause that kind of culture to arise. It's just really fascinating.
I'm gonna say it's crime.
Maybe, I don't know. I want to look into it at some point. Just I bet there's a YouTube video about it.
Probably.
Again, there's a YouTube video about everything. So
yeah.
Anyway, what have you been up to? How's your week been?
I forgot that we do this.
Yeah.
Wait,
this or the podcast?
Yeah.
Yes, both.
Man, my week's been interesting. Let me pull up my stream list. So, okay. Sunday. First day, obviously, that comes to mind. I did the week planning. Yep, I played the week planning. Obviously, I played Indiana Jones after that. Didn't play a lot of it because my fucking internet was dying while I tried to fucking, like, it literally ended my stream for me when I was trying to fucking, like, install the game. Didn't get to stream on Monday, so fuck me, because Monday's usually like a pretty good day for me. But big rip on that. Tuesday we streamed some more Indiana Jones. Honestly, made me want to kill myself, but that's okay. We're gonna go back to it next week. And I feel like we spent so much time. I did so much like Valley Girl accent last night that I need to like cleanse my soul so I can get rid of it because it like, keeps wanting to come back into the way that I talk, and I don't like it.
Yeah, it kind of gets to you, doesn't it?
On Tuesday, we also played the casting of Frank Snow. We did the finale of that.
Yeah, and what a disappointment! Holy shit!
Did you see the drawing that I made for that?
I did not.
You should look at it.
I'll look at the drawing.
You should look at it right now. I think it's it's one of my favorite drawings actually.
Where can I find it? It's in your.
If you go to YouTube, you can go to my like community post section. Scroll down for it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's. And I think you should chat too if you want to. But I'm pretty happy with it.
God. Which one? It was.
It's the community tab up top. There you go. Scroll down.
Not that one.
That's that one, and then the next one. That's the one for Sunday. You see chats. Go up. Uppies. Right there. There's a little arrow on the right. There's an arrow on the right.
Oh.
That one.
Let me see this. What the fuck?
Oh, you have to. There you go. That's stupid. It won't let you full screen it
That's
because
retarded.
it's stupid on PC. You can kind of get the idea from looking at it.
What am I looking? It was all just an ad for DVD. Yep. Oh, they're just sitting around at the campfire.
Yeah. So you know the fucking meme of like the guy looking at the Earth and then like it
Yeah.
says something and it's like, oh, it's all this, and the
astronaut,
other
yeah,
guy
the
says always
yeah.
was, always has been. So
Yeah.
it's me looking into like the campfire right with all of them in the middle, like all of them in like the corner on the top left, and me being like, it was all just an ad for DVD, and then behind me there's like a stick figure whose head says chat, and it says yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
These plays
very,
pretty good at me.
very disappointed by the way that game ended because honestly, like the beginning was fine. The middle act was actually really good.
Yeah, it got
and
really
then-
interesting.
and we were all looking forward to the finale of this thing, and it sucked ass. It was so
Yeah, I
lame.
kind of wish we let it die back in October rather than trying to finish it now.
yeah. It
Did we
was
finish that in fucking December?
yeah, right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
But
just it really was.
it was
like-
nice to spend time with everyone, right? Because it's rare I get to hang out with Akin and Jen these days.
Yeah, they're always off like doing their own things. There's like only like
Yeah.
a few people in the collective that are like
Regularly hanging out.
regularly active and hanging
And
out.
I think it's because we all have a podcast together every week.
Well, it's not just that, but like we do other stuff together too. There's only like maybe like 5 or 6 of us. Because how many people are the collective now? If you include Rita, because we just added Rita to the collective.
We did.
And what is that?
Me,
What
Peso, Jazz, Asta, you,
Rika?
NX, Mocha, Rika, Rida, Penguin, and I think
Yuki and
Yuna.
Ya. That's a dozen.
Am I forgetting anybody?
Oh man.
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah, Akin and Jin. That's 14.
14. And it? Is that all of them? Sorry if there's any of you listening, which I doubt you are. We forgot you. But of
Well,
that,
we just talked about Akin and Jin. They were the last ones I remembered.
yeah, of
That's also just because I got in my head.
well,
Like, I
is
thought I
Jin
remembered.
is Jin in the collective? I thought it was just Akane.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think like of
We
those
just doesn't
14,
really stream. We stream with Akin usually.
yeah, of those 14, there's like only like 5 or 6 of us that are like like
regularly
hang out and active. Everyone, you know, we do our own things, obviously, but
Oh,
like
K, front K. That's 15.
oh, that's right, K.
I
Yeah,
forget because K is part of oh, and Airy too. They're both part of
N2V.
Yeah, NTV. So that's why I kind of forgot. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, both of them are in it too.
Akane is actually debuting her new agency like literally right now as we speak with Mocha.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both got into or in like another new agency, I guess. I don't know what it's called. But Mocha is debuting along with what the heck? Why can't I? Is it okay if I dead name?
Yeah.
With Viri.
That's her current name though.
Oh, that's right. That's right. She like resurrected. That's right.
Yeah, Viri Voxana.
Yeah, Voxana and Mocha are both debuting along with Akane and like a handful of others in the new agency, and that's happening like right now. And then we have the N2V agency peeps, you know, K and Airy. So they kind of do their own thing. And then Yuka and Yuna, I haven't like heard from them in God knows how long.
Okay, I also haven't heard from them in a minute. Now I think about it.
Yeah, they haven't really been active either. So like I said, there's only like maybe half of us that are actually like regularly hanging out together in the collective. But I know that Rika's going to come back relatively soon.
Yeah, she's currently I think she should take care of her grandpa.
Yeah. So, but anyway, let me close this. Okay. What about the rest of your week?
Well, that was half of it, basically.
Mhm.
Wednesday I did some Skyrim, right? Am I remembering correctly?
I know that you did Skyrim and you did Chicken Police. I think you did Chicken Police and then Skyrim.
I just did Chicken Police. Yeah, I did Chicken Police with Patho on Wednesday. We were planning to do more Indiana Jones at first, but then we ended up, saying fuck this, I don't want to do this anymore. My throat's killing me. Tomato.
I'm gonna be streaming Indiana Jones tomorrow before the Home Alone watch-alongs. So I haven't scheduled it yet, but I'm gonna do it.
I think that's gonna be probably on Tuesday for me. Next indie stream, we'll see. Because there's a lot of things I'm trying to fit in together right now.
Because I kind of want to play ahead a bit and confirm what I've heard, which is play the main story in each hub area until you get to like the point of no return, and then turn back and then go back and do side quests and exploration and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try as well.
But
anyways, Chicken Place was fun. Patho was very, very. She was like hard on the chat. She was like so focused on the game. It was very cute. But she seems like she's liking it. It's a fun game. So it's a fun little like interesting game. After that, obviously, we did OCP Wednesday, and I announced that I will not be joining OCP as much anymore. So that's kind of a thing. Yeah, I'm just kind of stepping back from OCP. I talked about my reasons for it on the podcast, but basically it just amounts to I've kind of lost my passion for it. So yeah, I'm just gonna be stepping back. I don't know if they've made public who they plan to replace me with yet. I know Jazz, I think, talked about talking to her. So I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just let you guys figure it out.
I mean, that's Jazz's show, so.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, yeah. I think Jazz puts the most effort into it. He doesn't see it that way. He does see it as our show, and I agree with him. That's kind of like what it originally started as, but I've just kind of lost my passion for it, and he's really the one putting in all the work. All I do is like actually schedule the stream.
Oh, okay.
And set up the Q&A. That's basically like all I do, and then just show up. You know? I feel bad because he doesn't encourage me to like, bring in like other like stories and stuff. But like for the most part, like I'd just be bringing the same stories he's bringing in, right? Like I don't think the issue is like lack of interest in the stories necessarily, but more so, I guess, lack of interest in the podcast. I don't know. I've just kind of lost the groove for it. But I did talk about doing maybe some like game reviews and posting them on the podcast channel. So that's something that you're interested in. Look out for that. I might start doing that. We'll see. I don't know. I kind of want to like. I'm tired of like the like what's it called?
The culture war shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of really sick of it, and I feel like it's just so pointless. Like, I'd rather not continue to just give attention to these like shitty, like AAA companies that are just doing the same dumb shit over and over and over again. While like, you know, indie companies that are actually making like really good games, like The Last Faith, which I've been talking about for like a year, and we finally like now like you're playing it. I think Jazz got it as well. Let's try it. Are actually trying it, right? When like I don't know, I feel like this game should have been doing well to begin with. I feel people should have been like talking about this game all the time. People have been like, "Oh my god, this game's awesome!" But instead, it's like it feels like good games are being ignored for the sake of shitting on shitty games
that don't need the attention that they're getting. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
so I've just kind of lost interest in that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw like last week, I only covered good news in the gaming sphere, include like, and I've been like hyping up Indiana Jones despite all the anti-woke people being like, oh, it's woke shit. I'm just like, no, it's not.
It's really good.
You're fucking retards, and you're
you're
hurting a good game for no good reason. And I'm getting fucking sick of you people. Like this anti-woke fucking super sensitive, hair trigger on shit, and it's just like I'm getting absolutely burnt out on it too. I mean, you see the shift. You see the shift on this show. You know what I mean? We started off together doing that similar kind of content, and we haven't really talked about that shit since like Concord.
Yeah.
And it's because I'm just like,
it's fun to shit on like the bad games, but you gotta like move on and be like, haha, funny. Now what? Right? You can't just spend all your time shitting on the bad game. You have to replace you have to do actually something productive with your time, if that makes any sense. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, you destroyed the bad thing. Now what? You can't just keep looking for more shitty games to shit on. You have to like, at some point you have to stop and be like, okay, well, what are we actually gonna be supporting though? We can't just be the like, again, the counter culture, right? Because otherwise we end up losing like a sense of value. But yeah, like I know people were like shitting on like Melanie Mac for like the stuff that she said, but I actually kind of agree with her, right? And it's very much like to each their own on that sort of stuff, right? But again, I do kind of agree with her. Like I don't want the like over sexualized content either. I just want stuff that's fun.
Yeah,
I don't
my whole opinion about Goonergate is basically the entire conversation is retarded. Everything about it is retarded, and people are falling for rage bait left and right. And I'm just like, fucking play the games that interest you and leave everyone else alone, and then go touch fucking grass. Like that's literally literally my entire contribution to it.
I also don't like the concept of like trying to completely wipe out wokeism from video games. Because here's the thing, however small that market is, it exists and some people do want that. And I think ultimately, devs should be allowed to make whatever it is they're passionate about, even if it's something that I think is stupid. Right? Like that's the thing, right? The censorship bad people are always like anti-censorship until it comes to censoring shit that they don't like. They're no different to the people on the opposite side. They just, they're like, yeah, we're all for censoring opinions that we don't like and getting rid of the woke stuff and the blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even though I disagree with that sort of stuff and I think it's stupid, right? Like, just don't fucking support it.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm just
no one's
bored.
Forcing you to support it.
I think I said like I
You're taking
unsubbed.
over our favorite games. Go play new games.
Yeah, like I unsubbed from like Mauler and like all of those people like a couple weekends ago, basically. Just because I'm just so sick of this bullshit discourse, and I pretty much I haven't done the unsubbing yet, but I'm basically there on the gaming side as well. Like, I just don't care about this conversation anymore. I'm just like, if it doesn't look good, I'm not going to play it. And if it looks good, I am. And that's it. Like, I don't... Because that's the thing. Like, I'm a normie. I don't have the time or the energy or the desire to give a shit, you know, that much of a shit about culture war stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I have...
Well, there's quite a few of them said swimsuits were porn. They should be banned. Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think that's true. I don't think we should be banning anything. But I do think it's fair to be like, I don't like this, and I'm not going to support this, right? Like, that's totally fair. But, like, again, I personally, like, I wasn't for the, like, hardcore lesbian scene in Arcane. Like, I read about that, I was like, ugh. That kind of throws me off, just because I don't care about seeing, like, the explicit intimacy between characters. You can just tell me they're intimate, or show me that they're going to be intimate, then close the curtain. I don't need to watch it. Because at that point, it actually is porn.
Yeah, and that whole scene was like total fan service, and it was very awkwardly placed in where it happened in the context of the story and the timeline and the scenes before and after it. It was weird. It was very strange, and they even said in interviews that like the whole thing was just like basically fan service. And I was just like, well,
yeah, we get that, but there's a point where like it's too much. Like, please stop, tone it back, because like that was like literally porn.
Well, the thing is, it's like leave the fan service to the fans. Like,
yeah,
you're the actual creators. You categorically don't get to do fan service because you're not the fans. Let the fans do the fan servicey stuff. Like, it's already there. Like, that it's your job to basically provide the scenario for the fan service content to get generated, not to generate it yourself. So yeah, that scene bothered me, not, you know, just because of like why this shouldn't be happening right now. It didn't make it. Yeah. They could have taken that 1 minute long lesbian scene and replaced it with
a minute long.
Oh yeah, it goes on for almost a minute, I think. And I'm like, man, they could have taken that out and replaced it with the very much needed scene between Echo and Jinx talking about how Echo saw like a good version of Jinx and recognizes that that version can be realized in any alternate reality, and basically saves Jinx from, you know, game overing herself because, you know, she needs to basically realize that there is the capability to do good within her. And that conversation did not happen in the show. Instead, we got like a 45-second lesbian scene. It's like, that's poor. That is just bad decision making on the creator's side of it.
Yeah.
Like you took out a really important conversation so you could stick in some fan service, and that's just poor decision making. Anyway, yeah, then we did My Immortal, which was
we did My Immortal rewatch,
which was fucking exhausting, but like also really fun at the same time.
It was. I feel like I've like.
And now that you've like read aloud the whole thing, like you really have like an intimate knowledge of the most infamously bad fan fiction ever written.
And I'm trying to think back on that time, and I'm like, damn, I could have done literally anything else, and I feel like vomiting. I feel sick.
I'm sorry that I funded like 90% of that.
It's okay. I'll live.
Oh man.
It'll all be washed away from my brain at some point.
Oh man. Okay. My week wasn't that much different, honestly. My week was actually very busy because of our collabs that we had to do, because of Frank Stone and the My Immortal and the Last Faith. And wanting to stream Indiana Jones, I ended up doing a Monday and Thursday stream on top of my other streams. So I literally streamed every single day of the week this week, which is fucking exhausting to me. And I want to avoid that if I can, because I'm not a full-time streamer. I'm just a doing this for fun streamer, you know?
Yeah.
So like doing it every day is just like, yeah, no, this is not You know, this isn't my full-time gig. I shouldn't be doing this. It's fine. It's fine to make exceptions, you know, but I don't want that to become a normal thing. Good God. Like, because for me, like, even just streaming like 3 or 4 times a week, plus taking Japanese lessons, plus my day job, plus, you know, trying to buy a house, plus planning for a trip to Japan, plus some internal things happening inside the family. I don't have a whole lot of time these days. So, but yeah, we talk about The Witcher. We're gonna get to that much later in the stream, Junebug. Much later. We're just gonna go over. We're just gonna go over the Game Awards, basically. That's pretty much the gaming news, is going over the Game Awards and all the announcements and stuff like that. Okay. What did I do for my week? I pretty much just said it. I played Indiana Jones. I played The Last Faith for the first time, which was fun. Not typically my kind of game. I'm not really drawn to Metroidvania too much in any capacity, whether it be like slow and methodical like The Last Faith is, or whether it's like really action-packed. But there are exceptions to that. I think The Last Faith is a good exception for the slower methodical type. And I think that the upcoming, like old school style Ninja Gaiden game that got announced during the Game Awards will be the exception on the other end of that. So.
What does BTFO mean?
Blown the fuck out.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, that was fun. We did the read along, like we just said. Did Frank Stone. I finally finished up the open world DDR game that Yakuza 5 turns into in the middle of it. Because you play as Haruka, the like the daughter character, and she's like basically is trying to be like an idol. And so her whole part of the story is literally just doing dance battles at the street and like being a good dancer, singer, and performer. And so the game literally turns into like an open world DDR game. It's just like
what?
It's like an open world like rhythm game, basically.
What's the name of the game again?
This is Yakuza 5.
Oh.
So like it's like after you get out, like the before you take control of Haruka, you play the story of like a hardened criminal who breaks out of prison and then saves like a snowy mountain town from a big bear. And then like beats up a bunch of people back down in the city, and then gets framed for an assassination, and then flees to Kamurocho to find the truth.
Holy shit.
And then right after that, the game turns into an open world, like I said, like an open world rhythm game where all the combat is just like dance combat, and doing like, you know, like dance performances. And it's been that way for 3 fucking streams, and we finally ended it on Wednesday. And it ended really shockingly. It ended with Haruka's like the agency that she's with, the president of the agency. They kind of like developed like this really cute, like adorable mother-daughter kind of relationship together. And then kind of like out of nowhere, the mother figure / president of the agency fucking gets thrown off a roof and dies, and that's how her section ends. It's like, holy shit.
Crazy.
It's pretty wild. Yeah, and then it moves into Akiyama's section, who's like the moneylender guy. So like way back in Yakuza 1, there's like billions and billions of yen that are like blown up in an explosion at the top of the Millennium Tower. So it's like literally raining money down on the street. And somebody down on the street collected a bunch of this fucking money and basically started a loan agency with it. So he has like all of this cash basically, and that person is Akiyama, and he plays like a big part in Yakuza 4. And it turns out that he like loaned the president of that agency a bunch of money to help fund various things. And so like hearing about her dying brings him like into the fold, and then so now he's like with Haruka, and you're like trying to solve the mystery of how and why the president died as Akiyama. So that's kind of like where we're at now with the story.
Holy fuck, that was a lot.
Yeah, well, it's a Yakuza game. Of course, it's a lot. Like every Yakuza game has like a super convoluted, plot of cast of 1,000 kind of typical shit. But I don't know. I fucking love Yakuza games. I don't care what any criticisms are. I love them all. So I'm totally a sucker for anything that comes out from RGG Studio. So, but
Hell yeah.
anyway, that was my week. And so with that, we got a lot of IRL news to go through. This is going to be a pretty informative one, I feel like, and not super global, I would say. Most of it is focusing on the United States, but there is one massive global story that happened recently that we're going to go over in a good amount of detail, because I think it's important. But let's start with something a little less dramatic first. And that is earthquakes in California. Who'd have thunk it? What a shock, literally. 7.0 earthquake off Northern California prompts brief tsunami warning. So this happened on Thursday, but was it this Thursday? I think it was. Let's see here. This was posted on December 5th. So this was like, let me see the calendar here. It was 5th. Okay, yeah, it was on the 5th. The 5th is a Thursday. Okay.
You know what's crazy?
Mm.
Hold on, let me see if the timing lines up.
Okay.
You can keep talking.
Okay. But like you can see, this is somebody filming their pool in Sacramento with all the big waves that got formed as a result of the earthquake. So I figured that, honestly, out of all of the natural disasters that could happen, I think an earthquake is probably the scariest one, because there's no signs to prepare you for it. It just happens. Like you don't, there's like a tornado, at least you get like a 2-minute warning at least, that there's one forming like in the immediate vicinity. So you have like, at least you have like a minute to get to try to find shelter, so there's at least some heads up there. Hurricane, you have days, same thing with like ice storms or like deep freezes or scorching heat, wind storms, anything like that. Fires, fires will start, and obviously like the fires, they spread relatively slowly, so you have time to evacuate. But an earthquake just happens, and
I was gonna say that because I watched an episode of The Grumps recently, and in that episode, an earthquake happened.
Yeah, I saw that episode where they just kind of stop and they like, oh my gosh, is that an earthquake? Because
it wasn't this; it was a smaller one.
So, but you can even see it in the camera. Like the camera shakes in that episode.
Everything took.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was just sudden out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that there's no warning ahead of time, there's just no way to avoid it. You just have to it just happens, and you're just kind of stuck where you are. And that's, I think, what makes it the scariest kind of like natural disaster. So a 7.0 magnitude earthquake shook a large area of Northern California on Thursday, knocking items off grocery store shelves, sending children scrambling under desks, and prompting a brief tsunami warning for 5.3 million people along the U.S. West Coast. The quake struck at 10:44 a.m. west of Ferndale, a small city in coastal Humboldt County, about 130 miles from the Oregon border, the USGS said. It was felt as far south as San Francisco, some 270 miles away, where residents described a rolling motion for several seconds. It was followed by multiple smaller aftershocks. There were no immediate reports of major damage or injuries from the quake, which was the most powerful temblor. I don't know that word.
Temblor.
Huh. You say
Temblor is like a
trembler.
snake.
Okay.
It's a tremble. Yeah.
But this is the biggest one since 2019 hit in Ridgecrest. So you see here's a map of it. So the epicenter was out in the ocean. And you can see here.
Temblor is a good name for an earthquake. Feeling a temblor shake the ground under your feet can be terrifying.
Huh.
The word temblor has been commonly used in American Spanish since 19th century. So yeah, this is a Spanish word. I'm not crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna
good.
say, like, how am I, a former geologist, unaware of this word? It's like, oh, it's because it's a Spanish word. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like I don't feel insane. It's like I haven't been a geologist for a long time, but like I still know a lot of it. So, so yeah, you can see here it hit off the coast of Eureka, and it was felt way down here, San Francisco. That's probably why the Game Grumps one was different, because they're down in LA.
Yeah.
So this one was much further north. And this one, it would be on the, oh man, I think this is the east part of the San Andreas fault zone. Because a fault zone, it like, the San Francisco is on the east side of the San Andreas fault. Los Angeles is on the west side, and it's what's called a strike slip fault, which means that the two plates aren't, the one isn't plunging underneath the other. It means that one is moving side by side. That's what that means.
Oh.
And what's happening is the Pacific plate is essentially like rotating counterclockwise. That's the general motion of the Pacific plate. So that's why, like, what'll happen is, like, in like millions and millions of years, Los Angeles is slowly moving north and will eventually like merge with San Francisco into like a giant hellish cityscape, essentially. Because the San Andreas fault is just basically slowly bringing Los Angeles up north along the along the fault line. So I think this is on the east side, because the San Andreas fault, it like takes off into the ocean at some point. I think this is like on the east side of the fault where this happened. So there's another plate up here too. I think it's called like the Nazca plate or something. I might be wrong about that. I can't remember what the small plates are. I just remember the big ones. So this caused a tsunami warning that was very brief. Was in effect for roughly an hour. Issued shortly after Thursday's quake struck. It covered nearly 500 miles of coastline from the edge of California's Monterey Bay north into Oregon. It was a strong quake. Our building shook. We're fine, but I have a mess to clean up right now, said Julie Kreitzer, owner of Gold Gate Mercantile, a store packed with food, wares, and souvenirs that is the main attraction in Ferndale. Yeah, so I don't think nobody died in it, which is good. Basically,
My fiance
just
has me grilled cheese and a bowl of chili. I've actually never had chili before.
whew, that's gonna run through you. Better be careful.
Yeah?
Yeah, you got a date with a
It
toilet
just looks
coming
like
up.
a soup. It just looks like a soup with beans in it.
There's no meat in it? How do you have chili without
Yeah.
meat?
Yeah, there's meat in there. There's meat
Okay.
in there. There's beans in there.
Okay.
Well, it's just my soups usually have meat in them.
Sounds tasty.
The beans, yeah, there's like corn in there. I only mentioned the beans because it's the only thing that's in here that I normally wouldn't have in a soup. Everything else in here just looks like soup.
Yeah. Oh, man. NBA says, yeah, I've been in a couple of earthquakes. The first couple seconds are the worst because you don't believe it's even happening at first. Actual deer in the headlights phenomenon. Yeah, it really is. Like, because I spent the first, like, because I was born in California, but my parents had moved me to Las Vegas by the time I was like 7 or 8 years old, so I don't really remember much. But I do remember, I do remember like a couple of big earthquakes, and I remember a big car wreck that I survived when I was like 5 years old or something like that. I might even be even younger.
I remember a big car wreck when I was like 2. Like 1 or 2.
I was really young when I was at this wreck.
No, I couldn't have been 1 or 2. I think I was. What was I? Like 4. No, I was 3. I was 3. I know I was 3 because my fucking parents they split up after that.
Oh, I can't remember exactly how old I was. I think I might have been 3 or 4 when it was like a big T-bone in an intersection situation.
Oh no, for us it was in Cuba, and our car like rolled over it.
Oh
like
man,
several times.
that's scary.
I slept through it, and I woke up on the last rollover completely unharmed.
How spicy
in my
is
memory,
it?
What, the chili?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Okay.
But in my memory, for the longest time, I only ever thought our car flipped over, and then I found out later in life as like a teenager that when I talked about it with my mom, she was like, no. The car rolled like 7 times, and I was like, what? She was like, yeah, we're like upside down and shit. Like it was just like rolling down the street.
7
like,
times?
She remember. So what happened apparently is is that my uncle fell asleep on the way back home. And on the wheel, and then we hit like the center between the roads. Basically, we hit like the bank because we were on like a highway.
Oh.
And then the car.
Okay.
So if he turned left, hit the bank. The car turned right. Afterwards, he overcorrected, and the car flipped on its left side wheels, and we just rolled.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was the other way around. I can't remember. Because I remember rolling to the right, so I don't remember how it happened. But basically, something along those lines what happens, and then we rolled a bunch. I think he hit the right side actually, but yeah.
Oh,
the right side.
I'm glad you're still with us.
Yeah, I was completely unharmed. Me and the other baby, like a few month old baby that was on board, were both fine.
That's good. That's good.
Everyone else lived too.
So yeah, big earthquake, and luckily it just did a little bit of property damage, and not much else, which is good to know. So, moving on from that, we have an update to last week's story. Remember the last week's story, we talked about the whole South Korea martial law situation? And the situation ended with a failed impeachment vote because the PPP party, the People's Power Party, I think it's what it's called, they vetoed the vote. Well, they have since reconvened for a second impeachment vote, and it succeeded. The South Korean lawmakers on Saturday, so this is like literally happened like while we were doing the podcast, impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol over his failed martial law bid, with the opposition declaring a victory of the people. Out of 300 lawmakers, 204. So even the second one, they barely eked out. They needed 200, so they got 4 more than they needed out of 300. So even the second vote was razor's edge.
They got 6 guys.
Yeah.
To turn Pope.
So 85 voted against, 3 abstained, and 8 votes were nullified. I have no idea what that means. Hundreds of thousands, meanwhile, took to the streets of Seoul in rival rallies for and against Yoon, who launched a failed attempt to impose martial law on December 3rd. Yoon had said he wanted to protect the country from threats posed by North Korea's communist forces and to eliminate anti-state elements plundering the people's freedom and happiness. I mean, I could sympathize with those goals, but declaring martial law on a whim like that was the wrong way to do it, my friend. With the impeachment, Yoon has been suspended from office while South Korea's constitutional court deliberates on the vote. Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, now the nation's interim leader, vowed to ensure stable governance after the impeachment decision. The court now has 180 days to rule on Yoon's future. 200 votes were needed for the impeachment to pass. We already went over that. Today's impeachment is the great victory of the people, opposition Democratic Party floor leader Park Chan-dae said following the vote. Yoon has been banned from leaving Korea as law enforcement authorities, he's like in the same boat as fucking Johnny Somali now, are investigating whether he and others involved in the martial law declaration committed rebellion, abuse of power, and other crimes. If convicted, the leader of a rebellion plot can face the death penalty or life imprisonment. So, this right here, so this was the protest demonstration outside of like the building where the vote happened, like as the vote was happening. So like this thing is huge. Yeah. This thing is fucking huge. Second National Assembly vote on Yoon's impeachment. Last Saturday, they failed. Some people, PPP lawmakers had since announced their plans to vote for Yoon's impeachment. Yeah, because they saw the writing on the wall for their party, I think. Thing is, though, like, there's still, like, 190 something odd holdouts in the PPP party that were like, no, don't impeach him. It's like, it seems like from an outsider's point of view, that seems like career suicide to side with the guy who's like going down in massive flames, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that there's got to be a lot more nuances that only like really people who are like really like familiar with Korean politics and that kind of stuff is, you know what I mean? For them to like to still be siding with him. I can only really give, you know, a high level outsider kind of viewpoints on this. So Silent Villain says definitely a fuck up with some extra content on how South Korean politics works. It's a surprise it hasn't been done before. Like South Korea might be worse off politically than the USA. Yeah, well, that's kind of the big revelation that a lot of people across the world have had, because South Korea has always been viewed as this, you know, stable, first world, you know, vibrant, you know, prosperous,
Nation, yeah.
peaceful nation, because they're always like compared with North Korea, you know?
Yeah, they're compared with Korea, and then also
Yeah.
they've got like, you know, just like, oh my god, K-pop, oh my god, these Korean
K-pop
shows,
is great.
oh my god,
Like,
this, that.
like it seems
Their
like
videos are amazing.
it seems like all Korean women are hot, you know? Like they did a really good job of projecting like this, like, we are fucking awesome, you know, kind of PR to the world. And this whole scandal has like got a lot of people like me, you know, digging into Korea's political history, at least across the last 10 years. And it's now been revealed, and it's more common knowledge now that they have like a really big problem with their political apparatchik. There's a lot of there's very low trust in their political system. There's lots of corruption, you know, going down all the way to like these fucking weird connections to like these high profile shamanistic cults and all this kind of other kind of shit. And that's kind of like what this has revealed, is that, you know, South Korea ain't all sunshine and rainbows and hot girls, you know, like they project to the rest of the world. They're very, very dirty and messy, like a lot of other countries, turns out. So, but yeah, that's where we are right now. They have an interim leader, and the court is basically deciding on this guy's fate at the moment. So we shall see. We shall see. It's literally cyberpunk. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Hey, all right. Now, first big story is about Daniel Penny. Do you know who Daniel Penny is?
Yeah, he's the guy that murdered that one guy that cosplays as Michael Jackson.
But he didn't murder him.
Well, yeah, he didn't murder him. He choked him for like several minutes, and then he died in the
He held him in like a really he held him in like a really controlled like chokehold kind of position. But he was like the guy was still breathing when Daniel Penny got home. You know, like Daniel Penny didn't kill this guy. You know, this guy died of a drug overdose, which is probably the greatest Michael Jackson impersonation he's ever gonna do.
Yeah, the story that he killed him. You know, that's why
that's the bullshit story.
Going to the court, but yeah.
So Daniel Penny has been acquitted in the subway chokehold death. See that right there, it's not a chokehold death. Like, he didn't die from the chokehold. Like, so even the New York Post is getting this shit wrong. Of Jordan Neely sparking applause, uproar in New York City courtroom. So Marine veteran Daniel Penny was acquitted by a Manhattan jury Monday in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely, a lightning rod case that cast a light on the mayhem plaguing Big Apple subways. Jurors cleared Penny, a 26-year-old Long Islander, of criminally negligent homicide after the caught-on-camera fatal encounter on an uptown F train last year sparked a fierce debate about mental illness, public safety, and vigilantism. A suited up Penny, who remained stone-faced for much of the 4-week trial. Yeah, this is a fucking... He knows how to keep his... he's an ex-Marine. He knows how to keep his cool. You know? Prompting both applause and anger inside the courtroom as the high-profile case came to an end. I fucking love these courtroom sketches. This is a very American thing, too.
Yeah? This is the first time I've ever seen this.
This picture?
No, this case is the first time I've ever seen these.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So Penny finally got the justice he deserved, one of his lawyers, Thomas Kenneth, said while celebrating with him at a bar in downtown Manhattan just hours after the verdict. I'm not surprised in the sense that day one we knew that we believed he would be exonerated because the evidence overwhelmingly supported that. That's objectively true as well. The verdict, which followed more than 20 hours of jury deliberations, came after the more serious manslaughter charge was dismissed by prosecutors last week after the 12 jurors, 7 women and 5 men, deadlocked on the rap. So basically, the prosecution... So there was 2 charges brought against Penny. One was this manslaughter charge, and the second was negligent homicide. And the jurors, now negligent homicide is like a lesser charge than manslaughter, I believe. And basically the jurors, after like deliberating for like hours and hours and hours and hours, basically told the judge and the prosecutors that like, we're in a deadlock, which is going to result in a mistrial on this case, on this charge. So if you want this to actually come to an end, we're asking you to drop that charge, essentially. And so the prosecutor's thinking that, well, if they're deadlocked on that, that probably means that they've made a decision in the prosecution's favor for the lesser charge. And they're just hung up on the greater charge, essentially. So the prosecutors were thinking, oh, okay, we'll take that. You know, we'll take, you know, guilty on the lesser charge. And so they dropped the greater charge. And then they came back like pretty soon afterwards and said he was not guilty of the lesser charge, and he walked. That's pretty much what happened. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who is one of those fucking Soros appointed pieces of shit. He's the guy who like persecuted Trump for like those bullshit things about like the valuation of Trump Tower and like the loan value and that kind of shit. It's the same fucking guy, basically. He quickly faced calls to resign for bringing the case against Penny in the first place. Said he respected the jury's ruling and insisted that prosecutors follow the facts and the evidence from beginning to end. It really hurts. Neely's father, Andre Zachary, said after the verdict, "I had enough of this. The system is rigged." It's funny that you care now. But...
It's funny. Yeah, I was saying, it's funny that he says that, but wasn't Neely homeless?
Yes, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Like, fucking hate it.
Yeah, he didn't give a shit about his son until after he died. You know, like, wow, you're a great dad. You are.
Are you talking about that?
Yeah.
Over the course of the 4-week trial, defense attorneys painted Penny as a hero who was fully justified when he took down Neely, a 30-year-old troubled homeless man who witnesses said was menacing others and making threats on an uptown F train on May 1st, 2023. The question, too, whether there was sufficient evidence that the chokehold caused Neely's death, arguing he died from a mix of schizophrenia, drug use, a genetic condition, and the struggle with the Marine vet. Let's see here. You know what's weird about this is that there's actually some echoes in this case to that of George Floyd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. Prosecutors tried to convince jurors that Penny... Also, hi, Patho.
Hi.
Prosecutors tried to convince jurors that Penny was criminally reckless and went way too far while holding Neely in the chokehold for roughly 6 minutes. This is the thing, though. Like, if he actually was choking him in the chokehold for 6 minutes, he would be dead. Like, he would have died within the first, I don't know, maybe he could last for like 1, maybe 2 minutes, maybe. Because that's the thing, like when you're choking somebody and you look at the kind of chokehold that he had him in, I'm pretty sure it was, actually, does it show it? I think it was a blood choke and not an air choke. And actually, no, what was it? Man, it's hard to say. But like, if you get somebody in a blood choke position, a blood choke is where you're basically applying pressure to the sides of the neck to prevent blood from going up into the brain. And that causes one to pass out. Yeah, it causes you to pass out very, very fast. Faster than an air choke. An air choke can cause more physical damage because you're like crushing on the Adam's apple and the larynx and that kind of stuff. But it takes longer to get somebody to pass out from an air choke. But a blood choke, it's technically safer if like once they're passed out, you like let go.
Yeah, you let go, because all you're doing is just basically like removing the supply of blood, which carries oxygen.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like if you're choking someone's airways, it takes a while because people can hold their breath for a good while.
Mm-hmm.
But you're basically stopping the initial entry of air into the system. The blood still has air, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if you're stopping the blood from carrying the air that the body already has into the brain, then that's much more rapid.
Okay, yeah. Villain says that it was a blood choke, the most basic. Yeah, it's a rear naked choke. Yeah, exactly. It was basically like the the MMA Jiu-Jitsu 101 rear naked chokehold is what it was. And the thing is that if he was actually like applying pressure in that position, he's dead in 90 seconds. He's dead. Yeah. And they're saying like he held him in there for like 6 minutes. That means that he wasn't applying pressure. That means he was just bracing him. He was using the position to control him, not to actually like put him out. And again, I
even if it was like an air choke, these bro's not gonna last 6
minutes. Yeah, it just doesn't happen
right away.
Okay. I'm not done yet.
I can see that.
Meaningless. Hey, delicious.
After watching footage of the fatal encounter more than a dozen times and hearing testimony from 40 witnesses, including terrified strap hangers, just say passengers, come on. Jurors ultimately found there wasn't proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Penny wasn't justified in his actions. Penny could have faced up to 4 years behind bars if convicted of the lesser charge and up to 15 on second-degree manslaughter. I think the jurors all put themselves in that subway car, heard the fear of the passengers and identified with it, and rejected the criminalization of the actions Mr. Penny took in the face of clear danger. I think that's entirely correct.
That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we have, jury of peers, essentially. Like the whole point of a jury of peers is to inject a sense of empathy into a prosecution process,
They effectively like determine like the validity of actions rather than like whether or not those actions took place. They're not there to inject the fact. They're there to inject basically the opinion of whether or not those actions taken, whether wrongful or not, right?
Well, I feel like they're there to see whether the law and justice are aligned or not in each specific case. That's what it's like. They're not there for the law. They're there for justice, because justice and the law don't always line up, right? And that's why you have jurors. This entire incident was a tragedy all around. Yeah, I agree. I really wish that Neely didn't die, but like, if Neely didn't have a bunch of drugs in his system and wasn't all strung out and doing the shit that he was doing, then the actions taken by Penny wouldn't have, facilitated any kind of scenario where he would have died. He would have just got up and left, or been arrested by the cops or whatever, because he basically held him until the cops arrived.
Yeah. You know what I think is funny? Because there's a possibility that even if held him, he would just let him go through later anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, it's like
how a lot of drugs work, right? Drugs that will like make you act psychotic like this. Usually, like if you take enough to actually completely spark out like this, then that usually leads to like an overdose later.
Yeah, that's really common, because that's the thing. Like,
sometimes I don't know you, but still, this would have been homeless died. Scenario.
Yeah,
that's so sad.
Of an overdose, like so many other homeless deaths. Yeah. And it's just like, and the thing is, it's like the difference between like when you get like enough drugs in your system to potentially kill you. A lot of times it comes down to whether or not like you experience like a high enough level of stress during the episode.
Yeah.
Like if you don't, if you can.
Rose of the mic, it's not me that controls it, hero.
Rose of the mic. Robo Rosa. Ah, shit. God damn it. It's already happening. Hang on.
Yep. I've not had any issues with this at all on my streams. I've had other.
I know.
Heard any issues myself.
Okay. It should be good now. I didn't. Yeah, see, you gave me the virus, and then you cured yourself, and now I have the virus. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing. Like like this happens like on a lot of drugs. Like a lot of drugs, like if you take like a potentially lethal dose of it, and if you can just keep your stress low, there's a pretty good chance that you can not die from it. But if you add like a really stressful episode, like, you know, getting held in a rear naked choke for 6 minutes, that will trigger enough stress to kill you. Let's see. The social infrastructure our city maintains to support and aid troubled persons like George Neely clearly failed him. Oh, it's everybody else's fault. Of course.
When you're stressed, your blood pumps faster.
Oh yeah.
So you're probably that's probably why it's like more of the shit in your blood is basically getting transferred to parts of your body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your heart's working harder.
Your heart, yeah. All that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Mr. Penny will forever have the tragic death of Mr. Neely as part of him and his life, but the tragedy that was the death of Mr. Neely does not mean that a crime occurred. Trying to make it a crime was a mistake from the start. Yeah, I agree with this sentiment. I really do. Like, except for the whole thing about the social infrastructure our city maintains to support and aid troubled persons like George Neely clearly failed him. At some point, there needs to be some level of responsibility and agency placed on him. Like,
yeah,
I hate this like knee-jerk, you know, it's society's fault shit. So you take out this sentence, and I agree with this paragraph.
I know a lot of poor people that don't turn to drugs. I know a lot of homeless people that don't turn to drugs.
Or thievery, or this and that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like, this may very well be true, but he has to have some responsibility placed on him at some point.
Yeah.
So, Arthur Idola, a former Brooklyn prosecutor turned criminal lawyer, speculated that the verdict boiled down to the term reasonableness. Was it reasonable for Penny to act the way he did, to have the fear that he did for himself or a third party regarding self-defense? Well, you have to remember that it wasn't just him. There was like 2 or 3 other dudes that were like Mexican and a black dude that were helping Neely keep this guy pinned down.
Yeah.
And I guess once they took manslaughter in the second degree off the table, they pretty swiftly reached a verdict regarding criminally negligent homicide. News of the verdict, meanwhile, sparked an immediate reaction across the Big Apple and the rest of the country as some lawmakers claimed the DA's office politicized the case and tried to turn Penny into a villain as a crime spirals on the streets and underground. There are people in the DA's office who are quietly relieved that he was found not guilty, a source inside Bragg's office told the Post. Yeah, I've heard this about... There's a lot of people inside of Alvin Bragg's office that hate Alvin Bragg. There's like a lot of like internal turmoil inside of the office, essentially. Can't say that they are. That's all hearsay, though, so there's not really much to really go into there.
Yeah.
So, you can't say they are happy because someone did die, but they don't think he was tried because he committed a crime, but rather because of politics, which should never happen. So, here's the look right here. So yeah, see how the pressure isn't being applied to his airway here, because where like when you put someone's Adam's apple in the crook of your elbow, you're giving room. If you want to choke someone through the airway, you put their Adam's apple right across your bicep or your forearm. You know, when you see this like, you have to remember that Penny's a former Marine. This dude is trained. He knows what he's doing. He knows that this is the safest way to subdue this guy. And he's applying it very well. He's got his head tucked. He's got his hand in the right place. And again, he's applying... what he's doing is he's got his hand over here, and he's basically trying to push his hand into his own shoulder. That applies pressure from his bicep and from his... to both sides of his neck. And it puts him to sleep really quickly. Others, including Mayor Eric Adams, argue that the case highlighted a broken system that failed Neely and others suffering from mental health issues or drug dependency. Jordan should not have had to die, and I strongly believe, as I've stated from day one, that we have a mental health system that is broken. Visitor said when asked if the verdict was a reflection of New Yorkers being... That is true. That's the thing. There's a lot of things here that are being construed as like dichotomous when they're not. Like there's a lot of things that are like can be true at the same time. Like, yes, there is a mental health crisis. That is true. But it's also true that Neely died of a drug overdose. You know what I mean? Like, these things are both true. New Yorkers have always been tired of things that allow people who commit violent acts to be part of a revolving door system, he said. Yeah, this guy has an arrest record that's longer than Santa's list. You know, things like jumping turnstiles, you know, petty theft, you know, all these little more minor incidents and stuff like that. acting erratically and that kind of stuff, threatening people.
Yeah.
I think he has like a 44 arrests in his past.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So this was this was Penny
Oh, yeah.
right at like a few hours. So he went to a bar with his lawyers to celebrate. So he was just kind of chilling in the bar, happy about his win. He was trying to help the people on that train, and he did. I'm just glad that the jury was able to truly evaluate that as a potential cause of death, and that Danny was justified in the actions that he took. So there's that. There's of course Count Dankula. Justice Dankula is a close personal friend of mine, and after delivering the verdict, he decreed that we will in fact be having a white boy Christmas. And then we have a physiognomy check. This person on the right is the prosecutor, and she very, very much looks like one of those inner city bugman women kind of creatures.
Yeah.
Just a product of corruption. So corrupt, in fact, that after during the thing, it was revealed that the prosecutor, Daphne Yoren, has breathtaking hypocrisy revealed that she demands manslaughter conviction. So people started digging into this prosecutor as the case was ongoing. And they found out that the prosecutor trying Daniel Penny is a hardline progressive who once bragged about getting a mugger who killed an 87-year-old off a murder charge. Assistant Manhattan DA Daphne Yoren has asked jurors to convict the Marine veteran of manslaughter over the subway chokehold death of Jordan Neely, despite previously pushing for restorative justice for criminals. So this is a person who very much sees race as a factor in everything.
Yeah.
Because we know that if there was like literally any other permutation of races in this case, it wouldn't have ever seen a courtroom. It was a white guy who choked a black guy, and that's enough. That's enough for some people like this Daphne Yoren.
What the fuck?
In 2019, she asked for a reduced punishment for Matthew Lee, 57, after he snuck up on former Lehman College professor Dr. Young Kun Kim, 87, and killed him over $300 with a fatal blow to the head. The horrific incident was caught on video. Yoren saw an opportunity in Lee's case to use the restorative justice program introduced by former Manhattan DA Cyrus Vance Jr., as reported by Gothamist. Lee was charged with manslaughter instead of felony murder after he agreed to meet with the victim's family, and both parties consented to the outcome. This reduced his potential sentence from 25 years to life to 10 years. He will be eligible for parole in 2026. I had a murder case where the defendant did not intentionally kill the victim, Yoren boasted during an online seminar. When I got the time, I took the time to learn about the defendant. I really felt incredibly sorry for him that he had gotten to that point in his life where he felt there was no choice but to commit this robbery. What's the race of Matthew Lee? I really want to know, because I want to know. I want to know if this is a stop. Is this a stop Asian hate?
I definitely didn't think the same thing as sort of trying to look up.
Look at that.
So
Who's the guy that he killed?
Yep, yeah, that's him.
Oh.
It's a stop Asian hate case. I knew it.
I was immediately thinking the same thing. I was like, is this a classic stop Asian hate moment?
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I was trying to look it up and I couldn't find it.
Dude, the stop Asian, the backfire that became stop Asian hate is one of my favorite backfires of all time. Oh my god. So yeah, that happened. I don't need to go into the details of the case. We just need to know that this prosecutor is a woke hypocrite who basically uses race to decide who's guilty and who's innocent. Which is the opposite of blind justice. The whole point of blind justice is that you don't take that kind of shit into account. But that's literally what restorative justice is. Restorative justice is literally, Lady Liberty pulling the blindfold off her eyes and actually, using race to push on the scales. It's fucking despicable. And it's even interesting that they mentioned the mayor, Eric Adams. Mayor Eric Adams actually seemed to defend Penny. So So if I go down here, so he appeared on a podcast called the Rob Astorino Show. He said, we're now on the subway where we're heading, hearing someone talking about hurting people, killing people, Adam said. You have someone, Penny, on that subway who is responding, doing what we should have done as a city. Those passengers were afraid. The government wasn't there. The police weren't there. Danny was, Razor said. And when he needed help, no one was there. The government has the nerve to blame Danny because police weren't there. Blame Danny for holding on when police weren't there. So then you look at the complete failure of our mental health system, a complete failure from the days of closing psychiatric wards. Think that's one of the faults of fucking Reagan, actually. Reagan wasn't the amazing Republican president that the neocons have painted him to be. And having those who needed help just turned over into the street without giving any safety net to accept them. So you could see that he's very, very frustrated at the system, and he absolutely sympathizes with Penny here in these statements. But it's like, he says, like, you know, we shouldn't be blaming Danny for what is essentially our failure as the governing body of the city. Essentially, this is our failure. It's not Danny's. You know what I mean? So it's like, good on him. Honestly, Eric Adams has actually bizarrely said some base things. Like, he actually came out and said that he's going to work with Trump on deportations on day one. And now he's like, and he also took Penny's side in this. So yeah, the leftist mayor of New York, black mayor of New York, is actually been saying some base things. Now, whether this thing is, these quotes come off as genuine frustration, you know what I mean, and genuine sympathy. But I know that there's like the more cynical side is does he see the political winds changing rapidly, and he's trying to keep up, you know what I mean? So it's hard to know exactly what's motivating him, but either way, he's saying the right things at least, you know, so I can give him credit for that. Now, not everybody was super happy about this news. We have the more hypocrisy. Daniel Penny, 24, put a homeless felon in a fatal chokehold to stop him from attacking. Stop saying fatal chokehold. He didn't die from the chokehold. End wokeness. To stop him from attacking people on his New York City chain. Bail, $200,000. Appeal rejected. Jordan Williams, 20, stabbed and killed the homeless man to stop him from attacking people on his New York train. Bail, 0. Charges dropped. So you can see the bias that is permeating the New York justice system here.
Yeah.
Now, not everybody was happy, as I said before. There's protests out in the street, just chanting angrily. He chanted angrily. Honestly, though, this isn't a lot of people.
No. It's not.
It's really not.
Why aren't you just a clown?
I was wondering the same thing. It's like this is a camouflage pattern, but it's like tie-dye camouflage, which is like the opposite, like the opposite of what camouflage is for. Like, what the fuck is this?
She's trying to blend in with the gays.
It's a good joke, baby. I like that.
But you see, there's not a lot of people here.
Yeah, I'd see better if you full screened it.
She doesn't need a megaphone or anything, though. Hang on, I don't.
What I've been noticing though, right? Because I'm chronically on TikTok. There's actually a lot of people, because a lot of my TikToks are like left-leaning TikToks.
Yeah.
A lot of creators that I've followed that have like, that I've been following since like BLM. Right? I've had that TikTok page for.
I fixed the audio chat, by the way.
There are a lot of people, who are like, you guys, like shouting over someone who is threatening people's lives, is making, you know, every other issue look dumb. Like there are more people who are starting to realize that like a lot of these movements are just stupid
bullshit. Yeah.
And it's really interesting to see like the the change from what, you know, the content that they had made from like 2019, 2020, 2021 to like actually taking time to fucking realize that a lot of this is just bullshit. And I've been seeing it a lot more. I'm still seeing some people who are like, oh, this is, you know, a horrible injustice and blah, 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 blah. Because the first thing I saw was that he had gone out to celebrate at a pub, right?
Yeah.
And all I got context was that he had choked someone to death and he was, and he was free and that he was celebrating. I remember I literally told you about it. We were laying down in bed.
Shoot, what was the context?
Like, and I was like, I don't fucking know. And then I looked it up, right? So.
That's how it is typically. Well, they always try to skew the information in their favor.
Yeah.
And they do it in the name of like sensationalism and that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's just like you're like, basically you're slandering and ruin someone's life for ratings.
Why didn't you choke them? Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry,
but
like,
people get mad when you ask questions, but like that's the thing. If people get mad at you for asking questions, then they're probably wrong. They're retarded.
I'm sorry, but like when your industry that is journalism, when your industry has to rely on deception and ruining people's lives to basically facilitate the continuation and existence of the industry, then your industry has become evil. Like, just flat out. By the way, I was reminded of this clip from Family Guy on this woman's attire. Where is it? Yeah, the way this woman is dressed here.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't help that her fro is red.
Yeah, dude, straight up clown.
It reminds me of this.
You're all stupid. See, they're gonna be looking for army guys.
That's what it reminded me of.
Oh my god.
So, of course, the NAACP said some dumb shit and got community noted for it. They said the acquittal of Daniel Penny and the death of Jordan Neely has effectively given license for vigilante justice to be waged on the black community without consequence. That is such an egregious lie. It's a painful reminder of the inequities in our justice system. No, it's not. Jordan deserved compassion and said he was met with violence. It's like, no, if he was met with violence, he'd have been dead in a minute. Like,
yeah.
And then this thing got community noted, and Ray showed.
If Penny wanted to kill him, he would have killed him very quickly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. This is an ex-Marine. He knows how to kill fast. Like, Marines are some of the few people in the military, in our military, that actually are trained in hand-to-hand combat. They know how to kill quickly. Trust me. I've worked with them before in self-defense classes, and I've actually learned a few neat little tricks from them. They know what the fuck they're doing. It says Daniel Penny did not act alone in defending himself and others from Neely. A black man can be clearly seen assisting Penny to subdue Neely. A black woman testified in defense of Penny. There is no evidence that Penny was motivated by race. Beautiful, beautiful. I rate it. This,
love
this is fucking great. Everything all the way down. Wonderful community note. Thank you. Community notes is the best feature of Twitter, hands down. And then, of course, BLM guy just straight up says, go kill white people.
Just like everybody else has vigilantes, we need some black vigilantes.
That's right.
That's what
People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we do the same when they attempt to oppress us?
Right.
I'm tired.
Tired.
Right. I know you're looking for us to be like, oh, go and march. Go and march. No. This weekend, I want you to hold a community event everywhere from the Bronx to Houston to Seattle to Florida. Black people hold community events and talk about what you need. Just like everybody.
So yeah, just directly calling to just Just start killing.
Don't march. Just talk
Yeah.
about what you need, and then give me money for more mansions, please.
Typical Black Lives Matter, violent commie bullshit. Of
The
course,
one where there's like the open ATM.
Yeah.
of course, Stone Tossed has a great response. White man kills black man, takes a knee in the park, takes a knee in a burning Target, takes a knee in a looted electronics store. So yeah, Black Lives Matter just straight up just says, yeah, let's just murder it back at them, because of course, and nothing will happen to this guy. Obviously, and notice how he's calling other people to do it. He ain't gonna go out there and do what he's saying. No, he's telling other people to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a direct call for violence.
A lot of people will point out when it's white people talking, but when it's any other person of color, they suddenly don't know what a call to action is. It's freedom of speech, it's freedom of speech. And it's stupid.
Yeah.
A white man could have said less than that, and it'd be a quote-unquote dog whistle.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Daniel Penny isn't quite out of this yet. Because the dad of Jordan Neely, who decided to start caring the moment his son died, is now suing Daniel Penny for millions of dollars in civil court.
Just like the rap community.
That was the...
That was...
the family
They
of
only
Jordan...
care about Tony United.
The family of Jordan Neely is moving forward with a civil lawsuit against Daniel Penny after the Marine vet was found not guilty by a jury on Monday. So if you can't throw him in jail, you can milk him for all he's got, apparently. The man...
Isn't that like... Wait, hold on. Pause. What are they suing him for? Can't you not take someone to court for the same thing twice?
He's suing him for negligence, assault, and battery.
Which is different from what he was charged.
Yeah. And he's accusing him in civil court. I have so there's a good chance that this just gets thrown out on the merits. But either way, Penny still has to pay lawyers to go to deal with this bullshit. You have to also remember that the dad was in the courtroom while the verdict was announced.
Given.
And he started getting violent and throwing threats around and had to get removed from the courtroom.
Sounds like someone needs to be choked for 6 minutes too.
Why was he allowed in the courtroom? He should not have been allowed in the courtroom. So I guess
he had every right to be in the courtroom to hear the verdict.
Yeah, that's
However,
true.
after his behavior, he should have been escorted out if he wasn't.
Right, which he was. So
okay, well that's good. But there are a lot of people who hear upsetting verdicts who don't.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I retract that statement. Actually, you're right, because I've seen mothers crying right after a verdict is announced and stuff like that. Yeah.
There's a lot of family members who will sit to listen to the verdict because there is every chance it could go the way they
don't know how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But ultimately it is on most people to behave accordingly. You can cry. You can sob. They're not going to get onto you for sobbing in a courtroom.
Why didn't he have this passion to help his homeless son? Because there was no money involved.
There was no money. Yeah, exactly. He didn't gain anything by helping his son.
There's a dead black man on the street? Time to claim some money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so his
lawyer... Here? It's free TV season.
Yeah, they don't call it Black Friday for nothing. Okay.
I'm gonna go paint my face. I love looking at TV. Gotta go. My black nail polish has been pressed.
That's not gonna be enough to cover all of you.
That's fine. I'll just wear a sweater. I've got lots of black shirts on in my closet. It's okay.
Shut up. Shut up.
Just keep some socks today. I'll be okay.
But you're in the South. You're in Alabama of all places.
So yeah, last week Zachary
drive up north or something.
Last week, Zachary filed a lawsuit accusing Penny of negligence, assault, and battery, which led to the death of his unarmed 30-year-old son on May 1st, 2023, on an underground train. Zachary is seeking a judgment awarding damages, quote, in a sum which exceeds the jurisdictional limits of all lower courts which would otherwise have jurisdiction, according to the lawsuit. The lawyer from outside the courtroom said that I promised this family that we would justice. Okay.
That we would justice. I will justice all over this family.
Yeah, just like Voldemort's smoke. We're still going to do that. We're going to move forward with our suit, Dante Mills said. The district attorney did a good job, but the jury in this case let us down. No, they didn't. Your son let you down, and you let your son down. That's what this comes down to.
Yeah.
The timing is unfortunate, as Danny is awaiting the verdict from the jury, where the potential consequences are far greater than any civil suit could threaten. We would not be distracted by this attempt to attack Danny while he is under such tremendous stress. So this is Danny's lawyer statement.
Okay.
So, yeah, now there's a civil case, and I think that I don't know if there's a fundraiser or not. I don't know, but I have a feeling that this won't hold water because it's like technically under different charges, but it's like, I don't know.
Because there's already been some, like, if he had gone for the civil first and then gone for, like, the actual court case, then that probably would have been the best way to go about it. Like, if the civil lost,
It
and
seems,
then he went,
yeah,
like,
this,
proper court.
it seems, it comes across as highly exploitative. And the judge can throw it out on those grounds. Negligence, assault, and battery. It's like, yeah, I guess.
And honestly, if he'd gone civil first, he
probably would have won.
Chance he probably would have won it.
If it was just civil, he probably would have won. Because like assault and battery, yeah, I could see it. You know, so we'll see what happens. But that's where the case is now. He's not going to go to jail either way, and I have a feeling that no matter what the sum is, I don't know what this sum is that they're asking for, but I have a feeling that he can pretty easily fundraise for it. And then his dad can go spend it on fucking fentanyl and die from a chokehold in a subway. All right. All right. So we have another update to get to. So last week we covered the slaying of the high-profile slaying of the United Healthcare CEO out in front of that hotel.
Yep.
I want to be here for this. Your water can wait.
I'm thirsty. I just ate jelly.
It doesn't matter.
So we did it. I'm sure everybody in chat saw. I can't show it on stream, obviously, because it's literally like an execution on video. But this guy,
I saw people like show it in videos. What's his name? Grandson did a video on it, and he just showed the video.
I'm not going to do that.
Fair enough.
I'm not going to do that on YouTube. I'm not going to show a guy getting fucking, juiced on fucking live CCTV camera.
I like the term juiced. I've never heard that term before.
Really?
Yeah.
So, I just made it up. I don't know. If you want to make it a thing, go ahead.
I just made it up about.
Yeah.
What did you say? Really? You heard that term? You had? You weren't the first, Helmsman.
On the TikToks.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I don't watch TikTok. I don't know what's going on TikTok.
Juice them, boss. Juice them. Get it with a squeeze.
It does sound very mafioso, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
We are shattered to hear. Yeah, we don't need to go over this in detail. We just know there's like a still shot right there of him just pointing and shooting at the guy. And the last time we had known, the guy was still at large, right? We didn't know who the killer was, and he got away. Well, they've arrested a suspect. The New York prosecutors charged suspect in United Healthcare CEO killing with murder, court records show. So the guy's name is Luigi Mangione, which is like the most Italian name imaginable.
Luigi Mangione. And it's also not him.
So, Altoona, Pennsylvania, a man suspected in the brazen Manhattan killing of United Healthcare CEO was arrested and charged with murder Monday after a quick-thinking McDonald's customer in Pennsylvania recognized him from a surveillance photo, and police officers found a gun, mask, and writings linking him to the ambush. The chance sighting at the restaurant in Altoona led to a dramatic break in a challenging but fast-moving investigation that captivated the public in the 5 days since the shooting that shook the business world. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate from a prominent Maryland real estate family, had a gun believed to be the one used in last Wednesday's shooting of Brian Thompson, as well as writing suggesting anger with corporate America.
What was the gun? What was the gun that they found him with?
I don't know.
So from what I've heard,
Uh-huh.
it was a custom 3D printed gun.
Wow, that's some libertarian shit right there.
From what I've heard, right? It's not confirmed.
So I've heard other things.
What have you heard?
But I've also heard that he was only found with a silencer. So I've heard he was found with a gun, and I've heard he was found with only the silencer, no gun.
You look at this, he's clearly using some kind of barrel extension, which is probably a silencer, which honestly, like, silencers don't work the way they do in the movies.
Well, it's not silencer, it's a suppressor, is what it is.
Right.
It's a suppressor.
There you go.
I will say, so I did watch Karanthum's video on it, which kind of explains like the way the different silencers work on pistols.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of led me to believe that, like, it probably is, like, a homemade silencer. I think that's, like, the most logical explanation for it out of all the, like, possibilities, all the theories that he kind of tested on his video.
Interesting.
And that's some sort of common available gun.
Okay.
But the idea that it's a 3D printed gun is also possible.
I think yeah, I mean, he shot him 4 times. 3D printer guns are not known to, like, last beyond, like, 1 or 2 shots.
That's not true.
So, I guess it depends
I'm
on the
pretty sure
material
that's
you're
true.
using in the printing, I guess.
About,
Because I know that you can make, like, high...
shots.
I know that there are 3D printers that do metal.
Hold on, you're both talking at the same time. I heard you, Helmsman. What did you say, my love?
Oh, that a lot of people had been talking about him having to, like, put in a new bullet in between shots.
He wasn't putting a new bullet in. He was just manually, like...
He was racking it.
Yeah, he was manually racking it, which, again, is something that you would have to do with like...
a silencer on it.
Mm-hmm.
Not just with any silencer on it, but with, like, a handmade silencer on it.
Okay.
He does... I think that's what it is. Like, it also would explain, like, why it jammed as well. Like, he did some kind of modifications to it that kind of made it wonky. Which is why he was struggling with it, why he probably needed to rack between shots. Who knows? We don't know the exact details of it yet. I do know that like silencers or suppressors, they're heavy. And they are really good to reduce kickback on handguns. Because if you add weight to the front of the barrel, it's not going to kick up as much. So you can get more accurate with faster shots without having to re-aim between shots so much. That's actually more useful for that than actually, like, making the decibels lower on the gunshot. Let's see. So, let's see here. He was an Ivy League graduate from a prominent Maryland real estate family. Had anger with corporate America. Late Monday, Manhattan prosecutors filed murder and other charges against Mangione. According to an online court docket, he remained jailed in Pennsylvania, where he was charged with possession of an unlicensed firearm, forgery, and providing false identification to police. Mangione was sitting in the rear of the McDonald's wearing a blue medical mask and looking at a laptop computer, court document said. Of course, a customer saw him, and an employee called 911, said Kaz Daughtry, an NYPD deputy commissioner. Altoona police...
Why was he wearing a blue medical mask?
Maybe to just kind of hide his identity a little bit? I don't know.
By the way...
Well, the thing is, I don't think it's him. It doesn't fucking look like the guy in the fucking pictures.
We're going to get to that.
Well, they also, people found out who called him in. That person has had to delete all of their socials because there's a huge amount of people who are, like, so angered by her turning them in.
There's a lot of people that are, like, hailing this guy as a hero because it was a healthcare CEO.
Well, so another thing is, you know how there were rewards for it?
Yeah, she didn't get the money.
She didn't get the money because she didn't contact the FBI or NYPD. She called 911.
Mm-hmm.
So there's every chance she will not get that money because she didn't call correctly. And the money from the FBI, you only receive it if the person called in is charged and
Convicted. Yeah.
And it says up. So there's
right
every
here.
chance you can even get that full amount.
Look.
Anyways, I'm going to refill your water and I'll be back because I have to pee.
Thank you.
Says in his backpack, police found a black 3D printed pistol and a 3D printed black silencer. Such ghost guns can be assembled at home from parts without a serial number, making them difficult to trace. The pistol had a metal slide and plastic handle with a metal threaded barrel. And that very well could be the reason it jammed as well. Because this is the thing, different materials react and expand to heat differently. So after you fire a bullet, you introduce a bunch of heat. The metal is going to react differently than the plastic, which is going to cause different kinds of issues on those contact points between the materials.
Yeah, I mean, it might also just be the fucking ammo. He probably used subsonic ammo.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a whole host of different things that cause this thing to be wonky and jam up on him a bunch of times. Mangione had clothing and a mask similar to those worn by the shooter, and a fraudulent New Jersey ID matching one the suspect used to check into a New York City hostel before the shooting, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said. The chief of detectives, Joseph Kitty, said Mangione was born and raised in Maryland, has ties to San Francisco, and the last known address in Honolulu. Okay.
What the fuck?
That's a weird. Okay. Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. Mangione's family said in a statement posted on social media late Monday by his cousin, Maryland lawmaker Nino Mangione. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. Mangione was arraigned and held without bail during a brief court hearing, asked if he needed a public defender. He asked if the court could, quote, answer that at a future date. He eventually will be extradited to New York to face charges in connection with Thompson's death. Police found a 3-page document with writing suggesting that Mangione had ill will towards corporate America. You and me both, brother. The handwritten document speaks to both his motivation and mindset. Law enforcement official who wasn't authorized to discuss the investigation publicly and spoke with the Associated Press on a condition of anonymity said that the document included a line in which Mangione claimed to have acted alone. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone, the document said. It also had a line that said, I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. Mangione...
I just want to say this whole thing reads of Fed interference.
It does. There's a lot of glowy shit.
Like, that's the most glowy thing I've ever heard. Anyway, the lost, we don't have to work on it anymore. Just you and the public knows, okay? He himself told us that he worked alone. So, don't make us work more, please.
Mangione also had a passport and $10,000 in cash, $2,000 of it in foreign currency. Mangione, who said Hawaii was his most recent address, disputed the amount. Thompson, 50, was killed last Wednesday as he walked alone in a hotel. We know this. Shooting. Mangione attended an elite Baltimore prep school, graduating as valedictorian in 2016. According to the school's website, he went to earn an undergraduate and graduate degrees in computer science in 2020. This guy sounds like fucking Ted Kaczynski. You know who that is?
No.
The Unabomber? You know who
No.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's it. Look up the Unabomber in your free time. He's probably one of the most famous like domestic terrorists in United States history. He blew up.
Wait, isn't the guy that
He blew up the what building was it? It was like some law enforcement building, like the FBI building in Texas or some shit like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. Chat, could you give like a 1 or 2 sentence synopsis on Unabomber, please? Bail me out here, chat. But he blew up like the federal building or something like that in Texas, I think. I might be wrong on the state or the building, but he's like a really high, and he was like super smart, like valedictorian, top of his class, multiple degrees.
Unabomber before, like I've heard of this, but I've never like known any context on it.
No.
Chad says that's a different guy.
Oh, which one is Ted Kaczynski? As I know, the Ted Kaczynski was like the super smart guy, right?
He sent packages to post offices and government officials. He's the Industrial Revolution and its consequence
Right.
guy.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that are like, they kind of like have taken Ted Kaczynski's manifesto and like made it their political philosophy, essentially. Okay. He sent bomb packages to post offices and government officials. Got it. Okay. I'm getting my domestic terrorists confused. I'm sorry, chat.
Circuit guy?
Circuit City? Circuit City is
Circuit City?
Circuit City is like, it was like the Best Buy
Anarchists
before
would
Best
really
Buy.
roll package bombs, says chat. As for the Unabomber ones.
Okay. Okay.
Ted Kaczynski's someone else.
Okay. Well, what did Ted Kaczynski do? Is he the... I can't remember. I just remember Ted Kaczynski was like the super smart one. About the... Oh, okay.
I have D&D.
Can't get with the suppressor with a Nielsen device. Will not cycle. What is a Nielsen device?
Nielsen device like a little spring inside of the suppressor.
Oh, okay. Ted is the Unabomber. Okay, so they are the same person.
Oh.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Ted is the Unabomber. Okay, so I was right about that. I just didn't remember like what he did. The sad part about the Unabomber was one of the guys who got his hand blown up wasn't even a target and just got accepted to being an astronaut at NASA. Oh man. Yeah. So let's move on to first. There's been, like a true Italian, Luigi Mangione's fatal error as an assassin was giving himself away by stopping to flirt with the cashier at the cafe before going to work. But how did he get noticed? How a suspect on the run in CEO's killing was recognized at a Pennsylvania McDonald's, hash brown in hand, and finally captured. So the regulars began assembling in the pre-dawn Monday at McDonald's just off the interstate in western Pennsylvania when at some point a fellow customer caught their attention. Don't that look like the shooter from New York? One of the regulars, who only gave his first name, Larry, recalled his friend joking. He probably heard us, Larry said of the man, seated maybe 10 feet away in the back, near the restrooms of the fast food restaurant in Altoona. All joking aside, Larry's friend was correct. That man turned out to be the wanted fugitive, suspected of calmly pulling out a pistol with a silencer on a midtown Manhattan street last week and gunning down the chief executive of United Healthcare in a brazen assassination that gripped the nation. So... yeah, I mean, so it was just like he just happened to see him. So here he is, like he's got his hash brown in hand, so he just took a bite. So he revealed his face here. And I guess that kind of looks like this guy, this pic here.
Not at all.
Like,
Look at the eyebrows. Look at the nose structure. That's a different fucking guy.
It does look like a different guy.
Anybody with eyes can see that. That's a different fucking guy.
And as Peto mentioned,
public, listen to us, okay? All the reporters, here's some money. Tell them this is the guy.
Peto already said this basically, but like there's the guy who or the led cops of Luigi Mangione might not get the $60,000 reward. So the bounty was $60K. It sparked a manhunt, so it's like a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction, and the FBI offered an additional $50,000 reward. So the McDonald's customer alerted an employee after recognizing him from surveillance camera angles that the NYPD had publicized. So he recognized him based off of, well, these are awful images to use because he's looking away from the camera with the hood on in both images. Like, these are worthless. What? How are rewards paid? A U.S. investigating agency, such as the FBI or the DoD, must nominate a person for a reward offered by the FBI, according to the Bureau's Records for Justice website. Individuals claiming to have provided information cannot self-nominate for a reward payment. Then an interagency committee carefully evaluates the information provided by the nominating agency. Just give them the fucking money, God. And if it determines that the information that was provided merits a reward, it makes a recommendation to the Secretary of State. And then the Secretary of State has complete discretion over whether or not to authorize any given reward. And it can change the amount of the reward within the terms of the law. The website adds that the nomination does not guarantee that a payment will be approved, but the determination by the Secretary of State is final and conclusive and not subject to judicial review. So the
Listen,
NYPD.
we don't give you money if you don't want to. Fuck you.
That's what it sounds like to me too.
Not to any
Fucking
sense.
bullshit.
The American public never helps you catch anyone ever again.
The NYPD's reward program is offered through Crime Stoppers, which typically offers cash rewards of up to $3,500 for information that leads to the arrest and indictment of a violent felon. So it doesn't actually say why not, but like Pathos said here, it's like basically they called the wrong people. But it does say here, tipsters who submit information through Crime Stoppers, which does not appear the McDonald's employee did, do not provide identifying information, but receive a unique reference number. They can then follow up on their information by calling back or visiting the Crime Stoppers website and providing their reference number according to the NYPD Crime Stoppers website. That reference number is crucial in seeking the reward. So because he didn't go through Crime Stoppers, he's not going to get the reward, even if it...
Such bullshit.
Yeah. That's such bullshit. But continuing on, we kind of already know this, but there's a few little key things here. He could waive extradition to New York to face shooting charges. So the district attorney, this is Alvin Bragg again, told reporters on Friday, December 13th, that Mangione could waive extradition at a hearing in Pennsylvania on Tuesday. We'll be ready whether he is going to waive extradition or whether he's going to contest extradition. Mangione's defense declined to respond to CBS News, citing attorney-client privilege. Mangione added a prominent defense lawyer to his legal team as Manhattan prosecutors work to return him from Pennsylvania to face a murder charge. Karen Friedman Agnifilo, who was a high-ranking deputy in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office for years before entering private practice, has been retained to represent Mangione Friedman and Giuffino's law firm, Agnifilo Intrator LLP. God, that's a mouthful. That's what she said. Confirmed in a statement late Friday. Mangione was not a United Healthcare customer. He is being held under maximum security. He may have traveled to Pennsylvania by train. His notebook says he considered using a bomb, sources say. The two law enforcement sources told CBS News that the authorities recovered a notebook from Mangione at the time of his arrest. The sources said that in the notebook he wrote that he considered using a bomb, but decided on a shooting because it would be more targeted and would not put innocent lives in danger. I mean, fair enough.
Nice.
Fair enough, actually. While in custody in Pennsylvania, Mangione has not made incriminating statements to NYPD investigators. His fingerprints match fingerprints found near shooting scene.
That's interesting.
That's interesting. I don't know. How do you plant fingerprints?
You don't.
I was going to say, like, I've heard that, but it's like, wait a minute. Just think about that for a few seconds. Unless you would have to have that person's, like, fingerprints on file from, like, a previous arrest or, or DWI or something. You know what I mean? And then have, I don't know, like, it seems like planting fingerprints isn't the easiest thing to do, if possible at all.
Yeah, that one's compelling.
What do police believe it was the motive for the shooting? So investigators' working theory for the motive is animosity towards the healthcare industry. The NYPD had first-degree murder.
Hello? Hello?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Are you there? Hello?
He can't hear me.
Who can't hear you? What? Are you there?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, I was yelling. I was like, stream dead! Stream dead!
Oh, okay. Why did it die? What the hell? That's
I
weird.
don't know. I think it was the internet. You couldn't hear me at all.
Oh god.
I disconnected from you, so I mean, we're back now.
Okay, at least we're back. Okay. What was the last thing? The fingerprints thing, right?
Yeah, the fingerprints.
So the next piece was what police believe was the motive. And it's basically like he had to get this. He went to the emergency room on July 4th, 2023, from a debilitating spine injury, and he had to get like 4 screws in his spine. And they think that experience was so bad for him that he basically like grew like an exceptional disdain for the American healthcare system, which, to be fair, I could sympathize with. This might be another case of, just like the South Korean prime minister guy. It's like, I understand like where you're coming from and I sympathize with that, but this ain't the way, bro. You know? Mangione's mother filed a missing
What
persons
the fuck is wrong with my fucking computer? Hold on.
Uh-oh. Rosa is dying, chat. You were roboting just now, too. Yeah, dude, like, I know a few people who have had, like disc surgeries and stuff like that, and it's like, the spine is no fucking... It's like, probably like one of, if not the, like one of the most invasive surgeries you can get is anything involving your spine. So...
Hello?
Are you back? Hello?
Yeah, all my audio went to like, it just became bang.
Oh my god.
What's happening? Where like my audio just completely breaks and I have to like unplug my fucking the audio interface, and then it doesn't work, and then I have to unplug it again, and then it works. The fuck, dude? Why can't things just fucking work? It's always something new. Technology's like me for real, for real. It's always breaking down somehow.
Fucking gremlins in your computer. But so you heard he had to get screws in his spine, right? You heard that?
Yeah, I knew that
Okay.
already. Yeah.
Okay, so the next is Mangione's mother filed missing persons report for him before the shooting. Like, again, this guy is smart. Like, you can, like, the thing is they're charging with, like, first degree premeditated murder. It's like, yeah, that's very, very rare, and it seems to be very, very much the case here. If it's the if it's the guy, that's we already know about he was spotted and arrested in McDonald's. Here's the close-up. This is the gun that was found on Luigi Mangione, the suspect. At the time of
it could be the gun.
Yeah. So, like, it's small. He was charged on December 9th with 5 counts in Pennsylvania: forgery, firearms not to be carried without a license, tampering with records or identification, possessing instruments of crime. That's fucking... Instruments of crime? That just sounds cool. Like, what is that? Like a trumpet that shoots bullets? Like, what is that?
It's an instrument of crime.
Yeah. And
Behold, my crime instrument. My instrument of crime. I'm gonna make a D&D weapon and call it instrument of crime.
It's like a marching band of crime.
It is extra damage. It does extra damage to clerics.
And also false identification to law enforcement. New York filed a murder charge later that night. Held without bail at hearing. We entered the Blair County Courthouse ahead of the December 10th proceedings. He was aggressive and had to be contained, shouting that what was happening to him was an insult to the intelligence of the American people. So, I think he's claiming innocence here, which is very...
He looks nothing like the fucking guy.
He doesn't. That's the wild thing about this. Police say Mangione had...
nose. He has a different, like, eyebrows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he doesn't look like him at all. His facial hair structure is different than the guy in the pictures. To be fair, the guy in the pictures also looks like a different guy in every picture.
It's like Schrodinger's guy.
I think they legitimately don't actually know who it is, and they're just looking for people that look similar. To be like, it's this guy. You guys don't have to worry anymore. We did our jobs. Go back to normal society, please.
Mm-hmm.
Stop paying attention.
And there's also this stuff here. Police say Mangione had handwritten note expressing views. Why would he have that on him? A 3-page handwritten document that conveniently, I added the word conveniently, speaks to both his motivation and mindset, was also recovered from Mangione when he was apprehended by police.
And the fact that he was alone.
He wrote that the U.S. had most expensive healthcare system in the world, but lamented that the country ranks number 42 in life expectancy. Honestly, a big contributor to the fact that we have the most expensive healthcare system in the world is because it's all the American pharmaceutical companies that invest billions and billions of dollars into R&D for new drugs, and the rest of the world just gets those drugs without having to foot any portion of the bill for that R&D. So that's one of the reasons, honestly, for this. Just trying to be the benefit of the doubt here, but it is true that our healthcare system is shit. I mean, I'll give them that. Mangione also referred to corporations as mafiosa that had gotten too powerful for immense and said such companies abuse the United States for immense profit. He wrote that the others had shown a light on corporations' corruption and greed in the past, and claimed that he was the first to face it with such brutal honesty. NYPD intelligence officers believe Mangione might have been inspired by Unabomber Ted Kaczynski. That's what I thought. Like this guy sounds like Kaczynski 2.0, with a handwritten note reflecting a similar mindset. And he told reporters that officials don't think that there's any specific threats to other people mentioned in that document. He worked at TrueCar, has Ivy League degree, we knew that. He appeared to suffer from severe back pain, so we talked about that surgery that he had. Where he had, he posted like X-rays to his account showing all the screws he had to get screwed into his spine. Ugh. We subsidize the world. No, really, it's almost all on us, actually. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the problems with the healthcare system, is that the whole world gets the benefit without paying for it. He could have not want to live on the run, so wanted to get caught, hopefully acquitted, or serve his time as a hero. Maybe. He definitely has like a righteous indignation about him. Related to a prominent Maryland family. Yeah, it's part of like a real estate family. Appeared to isolated before his arrest, which makes him smart. And he reviewed the Unabomber's manifesto, books about back pain. Yeah, okay. Now let's get on to the conspiracy part of this. Why this is a thread that Glenn the Golden. I was caught onto this from someone else, because this is not an account I would normally follow, because he is a self-described Leninist right there in his Twitter profile.
Well,
so,
no.
but it's an interesting thread nonetheless. But honestly, this is very much like Blue Anon posting. That's what this is.
Yeah.
So I think that at this point, everyone is aware why people are suspicious that he could be a patsy set up for a professional hit. Almost anyone could be set up to have a grudge against health insurance providers, and he's been missing for 5 months. Plus, my old friend Stanford. There was actually a guy, I think it was on CNN, who postulated that Brian, the guy who was assassinated, actually could have put the hit out on himself. Where people are like, they like see like shit about to hit the wall, and they don't want their family to go down with him, but so they'll actually. And apparently it has happened before, where people have hired, like high-profile people have hired their own hitmen, basically to make it so their family can take the insurance money and be happy. I've seen that floated around, actually. A lot of people are missing is why would he do this? First of all, repression of speech is a big angle here. There are already think tanks writing pieces about how the language on mainstream social media has begun to mirror platforms they call to censor. So they're talking about how, like, there's,
Did you write Maine as MEIN? I can't see.
Where do you see this? Oh,
Where
yeah.
it says mainstream?
Make this bigger.
Okay, no, never mind. It was just because it was blurry, because it was
There
like
you go.
zoomed out.
There you go.
To me, it looked like Maine, like MEIN, like mine. I was like, whoa.
So, like, he's basically calling out how, like, all these places and think tanks are saying that, like, it's discussing that there's, like, glorification towards the guy who who juiced a healthcare CEO, or it's more specifically a healthcare insurance CEO. Something you have to understand is that healthcare in America is cartelized. Insurers, hospital, and the American Medical Association cooperate to keep prices high and supply low. This gave Anthem the perfect cover to cave to anesthesiologists' demand and keep prices high. And he's highlighting a headline here that says Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield reverses planned anesthesia time limits after intense pushback. I could totally see that. There's a lot of industries in America that operate like cartels. Healthcare being one of them. We should also account for the fact that Israel has escalated in Syria in the past week. Intel usually knows something like a foreign leader abdicating power is happening in advance, so it makes sense to pull the trigger on a hot himbo patsy to flood the national discourse. Oh, so they're saying that, like, this whole thing was, like, purposefully set up to be like really high profile and shocking to distract people from the fall of Syria, the Syrian Assad regime, which we're going to talk about later today. You ain't pulling the wool over my eyes. There are a few questions about why Thompson specifically is an appealing target. There is an emerging narrative that links the inside trading to the assassination. Firstly, general insider trading has always been enough to murk someone. So yeah, there were basically signs that Brian Thompson, the victim, his tenure as CEO was marked by rocketing profits and accusations of insider trading and coverage denial. So the victim, Brian Thompson, was engaged in some stock manipulation scandals. This could have well have been insider trading that was additionally connected to politicians. UHC had a data breach in February 21st, and Palo Alto Networks aided the investigation. Nancy Pelosi purchased 50 calls 9 days before the breach and 50 calls the day of. God, there is no one that's more adept at fucking insider trading than Nancy Pelosi. She is the most brilliant stock trader in all of human history. In addition to being politically expedient to bump off someone connected to insider trading with politicians, I do think their denial rate should be looked at. If any of these rates change drastically over the next year, that's another possible motive. So they're basically just saying, like, what is the rate of denial? And the industry average is 16%, and United Healthcare is literally double that. So, and they're the worst of the offenders. So, this is big in relation to Pelosi connection. It just came across the news desk this morning. So UHC murder suspect Luigi Mangioni's developer grandfather. So this is that man, you know, the Maryland real estate family that he's in. The grandfather was close allies with Nancy Pelosi's father, Baltimore Mayor Thomas DeLonsandro. Another great lead, the former senior advisor to the CEO of UHS and a digital strategy expert, spooked up Grant Verstandig was tied to several intelligence-related private sector employers after leaving and concurrently with his roles at UHS. So, oh yeah, this is the eyebrow thing as well. Like, the guy they arrested, his eyebrows are way closer together. I mean, it's basically a unibrow at this point. And they're much more bushy as well. So this is the whole eyebrow thing. So they're just trying to get into, like, the whole thing of, like, even if it was the guy, the motivation could have very much been like a planned inside job, essentially, where they basically just set this guy up to be a fall guy. So the conspiracies are going wild right now. I really don't want to dive too deep into them. Is one of these guys Kaczynski? I wonder if one of these guys is Kaczynski. I bet one of them is.
Isn't it that guy over on the left?
Is it
The one
this
with the
guy?
glasses?
Yeah, I think it might be this guy. I feel
like I've seen.
Yeah, this is
before.
the one that popped out to me too, for some reason. I don't know why, but for some reason this face is familiar, and it's probably because it's him.
Nope.
Nope, none of them are. Oh, okay. I love getting immediately fact checked by chat. But yeah, so there's a lot of conspiracies going on right now as to, like, not just is he or is he not the killer, but is he actually a patsy and he was, like, set up as an insider hit job, essentially. So there's all these different connections, and there's a lot of yarn being stretched right now, essentially. So we'll see. It's a very interesting story that is definitely developing, and we'll definitely keep track of it here.
Yeah, I looked up a picture of Ted. He looks like a fucking caveman. That is accurate.
Oh, that's right. He's got, like, the big beard and shit. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Next big story. Drones. There has been a bunch of drone-related stories this last week. So swarms and swarms of mystery drones hit Essex County, New Jersey, home to major airport and shipping hubs. The bizarre swarms of drones, the size of cars. So these aren't, like, little hobby drones. These are, like, fixed wing, big ass, like, equipment on board drones. Swarms of them that have been flying over New Jersey for weeks have finally made it to heavy populated Essex County, home to Newark Liberty International Airport and a crucial U.S. shipping port. I have a flight attendant who lives in Belleville, call me and say, oh my god, I see 4 of them over Route 21, which is the direct pattern of Newark, said Michael Melham, mayor of the mid-sized Essex County town, to the Post on Friday. There were swarms and swarms of all up over Belleville last night, he said. Everywhere you looked, in all directions, there were drones. I did see one close up. They almost looked like small aircraft, he said. They're absolutely hovering over critical infrastructure, which is concerning if you don't know the origins. They seem to be doing a grid pattern. It seems as if they're patrolling. The terrifying high-tech flocks were first reported sporadically in more rural areas of the state around mid-November, with some reportedly the size of SUVs. They have since become... Yeah. Trust me, I've got a bunch of tabs on this. It's just wild. They have since become a nightly occurrence in some towns while spreading to scores of counties, including highly dense ones such as Essex, which includes the state's most populous city, Newark, as well as the major international airport and mega busy port of Newark. On Friday, the Naval Weapons Station Earl in Colts Neck, New Jersey, said it encountered some drones recently. While no direct threats to the installation have been identified, we can confirm multiple instances of unidentified drones entering the airspace above Naval Weapons Station Earl. Bill Addison, public affairs officer of the naval station, told the Post. He said the base remains prepared to respond to any potential risks, leveraging robust security measures and advanced detection capabilities. The naval base did not say when the incidents occurred. New Jersey Representative Jeff Van Drew, whose local office is in Northfield in Atlantic County, ratcheted up concern earlier in the week when he claimed he was told by highly reliable sources with, quote, top security access that the drones very possibly could be sent by an Iranian mothership off the coast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the fact that, like, all of the local, like, military and, like, government officials are like, what the fuck is this?
And they're all coming from the ocean, too.
What the fuck?
Yeah. The drones have been described as at least 6 feet in diameter with a range of about 15 miles and the battery life to stay in the air for as many as 7 hours, feats that known such commercial craft can't match. Biden administration officials have denied the drones belong to the government, while claiming they pose no threats and are just manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. Man, dude, the Biden regime is such a fucking joke. You suck at lying. The officials haven't said who is manning them and why they are being allowed to terrorize citizens and hover over crucial government infrastructure. If I had to speculate, I would say that our government is aware of some kind of threat, and we have deployed previously unknown assets to our eyes and ears over our critical infrastructure. If one falls out of the sky, maybe we'll get information that way, if men in black suits don't come and collect it. Remember how in the very beginning when I talked about dirty bombs?
Yeah.
This is apparently one of the things that's connected to that. So, where is it?
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I might not have it pulled up. Yeah, I don't have it pulled up. But there's this whole idea, it's like these drones are basically scrubbing for traces of nuclear material because they're looking for dirty bombs that are going. The whole idea is that they're going to basically, some foreign entity is basically bringing dirty bombs in through the port system, and they're going to detonate them ahead of Trump's inauguration. That's like the conspiracy, and that these drones are flying in this gridded pattern, and they're these big fixed wing drones because they have like germanium detectors on them and like millimeter wave communications systems on them, which is what the equipment that's necessary to basically find trace levels of nuclear material. That's like the conspiracy around these drones. So there's also been reports that the New Jersey drones are changing the time on clocks. So as reported by Fox News, one family in Morris County who followed a drone in their car said that as the drone hovered above them, their car's clock changed time and only returned to normal as they drove off. Other eyewitnesses
That's weird.
Other eyewitnesses described the drones as being as big as small cars and incredibly loud, likening the cluster of drones to a parade. The drones just keep coming one after another, one eyewitness said. Both the FBI... Yeah. Hang on. The FAA has since prohibited drone flights over the golf club until Friday. Oh, yeah. They spotted the drones in recent weeks with Thanksgiving Day. In a joint statement issued Tuesday, law enforcement officials... Huh?
You skipped that. Go up. You skipped the FBI thing.
Oh, I did, didn't I? Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Both the FBI and local police are investigating the sightings, which authorities say have been reported in several areas along the Raritan River since November 18th. This includes Picatinny Arsenal, a military research and manufacturing facility in Rockaway, and Trump's golf course in Bedminster. Residents claim that the only time that they have not spotted the drones in recent weeks was Thanksgiving Day. The FAA has since prohibited drone flights over the golf club until Friday and over the military base until December 26th. In a joint statement issued on Tuesday, law enforcement officials in Morris and Somerset counties acknowledged that they were aware of the ongoing reports and would continue to monitor any drone activity in conjunction with several agencies. The subject county prosecutors, sheriffs, and emergency management offices are respective municipal police departments working in close cooperation with the FBI, Newark, and the New Jersey State Police, and the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness seek to reassure the public that we will continue to monitor and investigate the drone activity.
Mothman shit is crazy.
Yeah. So they said we are actively monitoring the situation and in close coordination with our federal and law enforcement partners on this matter. New Jersey Navy base confirmed that multiple drones entered its airspace. So you can see there's like a photograph here of what they look like. Let's see. So this is basically the same. We already went over this essentially. But this is the Navy weapons base Earl that it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, so across the Garden State, there have been at least 3,000 plus reports of drone sightings since they first responded around November 18th.
So it's been like a month.
Yeah, it's been like a month this shit has been happening. And people are like, what the absolute fuck is going on? Now, of course, Trump calls for drones to be shot down as sightings plague the Northeast. Thing is, and the thing is that some people are dumb enough to actually try it. Where is it? Is it this one? Oh yeah, residents start shooting. He's firing tracer rounds.
I see that.
You're crazy if you think that small arms fire is going to reach something that high up. Although it doesn't, I don't think it's super high up, but he's not gonna be able to reach it with small arms fire.
Well, they said it's like the size of a car. That is pretty high up.
What he's doing is so illegal right now.
Oh yeah, he's shooting just loads of bullets into the sky. Those come down eventually.
Bullets come down. Somewhere. A New Jersey reporter was left stunned after he saw over 50 mysterious drones over a county in the state in one night. News Nation's Rich McHugh traveled to Monmouth County in the Garden State on Thursday night after being told of active sightings. McHugh, who is from New Jersey, managed to capture one of the drones on his phone before calling in his photographer to help take better images of them. Speaking after his sighting, he recalled traveling around the area for 2 hours and saw over 50 of them. So it's like nobody knows like where these things are coming from. Until bullets can't go that high. That's why planes were so cool in World War I. Yeah, right? It's true. Let them dream. It's good content. Fair enough. One of them crashed into New Jersey homeowner's backyard. as panic over mystery sightings grips state. So we have here. Here's more footage of them. So you can see here, this is pretty low, actually. This isn't like cruising altitude for a commercial airliner, you know, or even like a private plane. This is low.
Yeah.
So you see, they have.
Maybe that one was low on batteries. Okay.
And see, that one looks like the typical like hobbyist quadcopter drone. You know, it's like square shaped. It doesn't. So there's like a whole. Well, it's up there. It's right there. Right there. I don't know about that one. So a drone fell out of the sky and crashed into a New Jersey homeowner's backyard Thursday night, prompting the town's mayor to even drive to the scene to survey the site himself. The aircraft smashed down in a residential area of Pequannock Township in Morris County around 8:45 p.m. Thursday. Officials determined the craft was a hobby or toy type of drone and not a large commercial or military-grade drone. It comes on the heels of New Jersey cops warning of possible copycats. What we think it started as some sort of Picatinny Arsenal-based surveillance drill or operation, but once it exploded online, this became a copycat situation. Let me see. So the poster at the crash site Thursday night, the resident was putting his trash cans out and declined to comment. The mayor of Pequannock, Ryan Hurd, pulled up at a Ford Ecoline work van to survey the crash scene for himself. See here, this is like another drone swarm. So it's crazy that this has been going on for a month, and it's only just now like making headlines. Nationally, at least. I'm sure this was making local news headlines, like day of. He said he's absolutely concerned that nobody knows whose drones are flying over us and what they're flying over us for and where they're taking off and landing. Drones are flying over our houses, which is our private property. My family is here. There was a second report of a downed drone that hit a power line in nearby Randolph Township less than an hour later, but that report turned out to be unfounded. In a follow-up call Friday morning, Hurd urged residents not to chase after, shoot at, or attempt to catch any of the large drones. We can't be putting up Class 1 and Class 2 drones trying to follow these drones. God forbid something happens and it crashes into the big drone, and the big drone crashes into a house and kills 6 people. That's going to be a problem.
I think you should just, like, follow them. Be like, there it is. Let's follow it.
Well, you say that.
Just gotta charge eventually.
Fed up New Jersey sheriff sends own drone to follow mystery flying objects. What happened left some stunned. Thank you for the segue. That was a perfect segue that you just provided me. A fed-up New Jersey sheriff said he tried to track the mystery drones swarming the skies above his county, but they easily evaded the effort. The Ocean County Sheriff's Office sent its own industrial-grade drone into the air Thursday in a bid to follow one of the 50 unmanned aerial vehicles in a local cop saw coming off the ocean. The officer alerted the state police, the FBI, and the U.S. Coast Guard. Coast Guard officials then reported 13 drones with wingspans of 8 feet falling one of their vessels. Yeah, these things are big. The mysterious.
They're following like military.
Yeah,
like the Coast Guard. That's military.
Exactly. Like
and
that's the thing.
Following the military vessels, and no one's doing anything about this.
That's why people don't think. That's why people think that this is like a foreign thing and not, the mysterious drones, which don't give off heat like more typical versions, swiftly maneuvered out of their clutches. Mastrojani told News Nation reporter Rich McHugh. McHugh told the story Friday night to anchor Elizabeth Vargas, explaining he originally thought the drone hysteria might be a result of pranksters until he saw them himself. So this is like the drone that they use to follow right here. If this is not our military, then it's even more scary, he said. These things look like they are fixed wing and they have multiple lights. I'm not really sure how to process what I saw last night. Both the photographer and I were kind of stunned. The SUV-sized unidentified aircraft have been buzzing New Jersey and panicking residents since November 18th. On Friday, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby said that there was nothing to fear and that people may be imagining things. Fuck off. It's like, stop telling people to to disbelieve their lying eyes and ears. You know what I mean? Like, just acknowledge that, like, hey, there's these things and we don't know what they are. Like, it's okay. Since then, drones have been sighted in at least 12 counties in New Jersey.
No one has said aliens yet.
What?
I'm surprised that no one has said aliens yet.
I know, right? Well, you keep giving me the perfect segue, because they're not being seen over just New Jersey. Pilot encountered mysterious objects moving at extreme speed. And this is over Eugene, Oregon. So the opposite coast, this is along the West Coast. So this is the other side of the country. The Federal Aviation Authority, FAA, has confirmed to Newsweek that a pilot reported unidentified lights were flying near Eugene, Oregon last Saturday. It comes after an audio recording surfaced of communication between two pilots in an air traffic control, with the controller telling one to maneuver as necessary left and right to avoid the UFO out there. The pilots reported seeing unidentified red circular lights and objects moving erratically toward the ocean and returning at various altitudes, with one saying the objects moved in corkscrew patterns and at extreme speeds. When asked to verify the recording by Newsweek, a spokesperson for the FAA said a pilot reported seeing unidentified lights while flying in Seattle Air Route Traffic Control Center airspace on Saturday, December 7th. In the 44-minute recording, which was posted to social media on Sunday, a United Airlines pilot flying over Willamette National Forest told air traffic control, looking straight west to Eugene, we're seeing 3 or 4 targets. They're at all altitudes, up and down. It's pretty crazy. So he's describing like a formation, of essentially.
Yeah.
Another pilot flying a medical evacuation plane over the Sisaloo National Forest told the controller, just had another one show up at my 1 o'clock. So that's like pretty much right in front of them. About 1,000 feet high, zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. Red in color, moving at extreme speed. I just don't know how to describe it. The controller replied, Roger, you are clear to maneuver as necessary left and right to avoid the UFO out there. And all of the reports you're giving us are good information. Appreciate it. The pilot later continued, it's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean and then coming back in about 20 miles or closer to us. It then zips back out to the ocean, and we can't see it. The FAA said it documents unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UAP, sightings whenever a pilot reports one to an air traffic control facility. If supporting information such as radar data corroborates the report, the FAA shares it with the UAP task force, which was established in 2020. And then it gets into the whole New Jersey stuff.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, it's not just Eugene, Oregon, and it's not just New Jersey. Drones have also been spotted over New York City. And now it's getting to the point where U.S. senators are demanding a federal briefing. So, like, this drone story is, like, blowing the fuck up. Right? Like, it's reaching Congress at this point. Isn't this wild? So lawmakers from New York and New Jersey are demanding a federal briefing over the unmanned drones that have been alarming residents over the past few weeks. This is as more sightings have been reported in parts of Queens and the Bronx. The NYPD said that it's investigating the drone activity along with the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Mysterious drones hovering over New Jersey have been baffling residents and lawmakers for weeks. Concern has now spread to the nation's capital. Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut has called for the unmanned drones to be shot down, though it's still unclear who is operating them. We should be doing some very urgent intelligence analysis and take them out of the skies, especially if they are flying over airports, military bases, Blumenthal said. On Thursday, New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and New Jersey Senators Cory Booker and Andy Kim sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security, FBI, and the FAA requesting a briefing on the drone activity and calling the sightings alarming and a potential safety risk. We should know what's going on over our skies, Booker said. The White House also weighed in. National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby said many of the more than 3,000 reported sightings may have been planes mistaken for drones. Now, that's not what
You're
this
an
is.
idiot.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You suck at lying. We have no evidence at this time that reported drone sightings that pose a national security or public safety threat or have a foreign nexus. The evidence is that they're flying in the sky and no local people.
We have videos of them. What the fuck
Yeah.
are you on?
Yeah, and no one in any government agency is claiming to be controlling them. So
Yeah, like
that's
the
your
FBI
evidence.
is
That's your
looking
evidence,
into
you
it.
dickheads.
The Navy doesn't know what the fuck it is. Like,
Oh my
what
god.
the fuck, dog?
But that's pretty much where we are now. These drones are still like swarming around the East Coast, and now Congress is calling for a federal briefing on it, and it's just like this whole fucking thing. Right? So,
Wait, Congress?
yeah, that's what this is.
So even Congress doesn't know.
Senator, yeah, no one knows. That's the whole thing. No, the Coast Guard doesn't know. The military, the naval base nearby doesn't know. No residents knows. No local law enforcement knows.
The airports don't know.
The airports don't know. Nobody knows where the origin of these drones are coming from. Which is why yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole thing about like there's like an Iranian mothership parked off the coast that's like somehow stealthed and it's launching these drones or some shit. Like, it's becoming this whole fucking thing. Are
there videos of them? I want to see like videos, what they look like.
That's the thing. It's like nobody has like video of them like really close up that I've seen. I'll probably go on Twitter and look at some and try to find some. I didn't have time because I mean you saw all the tabs. It took me long enough to get the tabs that I got. You know.
Yeah.
But this is just it's just a whole fucking thing. Like, yeah, if you can find it, because speaking of things flying over New York, we did see one thing unique over New York.
Bro,
you gotta be kidding me.
Don't tell me
right
I'm sitting here on this ferry and I see a sleigh going by.
No way.
Nah.
No. Yo.
This reindeer's on the front of it.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Oh my god, do you see?
Santa has been spotted.
What?
Santa
Actually, stronger.
What? Was that like an AI video?
Yeah.
Bro,
you gotta be kidding me.
don't tell
right
me
now.
I'm sitting here.
Yo.
Somebody digitally put Santa flying over the Statue of Liberty.
That's what the drones are from!
That's what the drones
Wait, is there a
are.
drone flying next to it? Is it a plane?
That's a plane. So the news is starting to get into the Christmas spirit, chat. So starting with Santa getting spotted over the Statue of Liberty. We also have we have a prophecy that has been fulfilled. This is at a turkey trot.
What the fuck was that?
That was Grandma getting run over by a reindeer. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Oh man. So yeah, we're gonna get to Santa Claus news now. Starting with those little palate cleansers. Russia is being a killjoy though. See, Santa Claus has been branded a foreign agent in Russia.
What?
Ahead of Christmas, a pro-Kremlin activist has pushed for Santa Claus to be branded as a foreign agent in Russia, according to the Russian outlet Meduza. Vitaly Borodin, the leader of the Federal Project on Security and Combating Corruption, sent a letter to Russia's Prosecutor General imploring the iconic Christmas figure to be designated a foreign agent due to his popularity in unfriendly countries, which use his image to undermine traditional Christmas values, Meduza said, citing the letter. Borodin is known for filing police reports against purported enemies of the state, including journalists, singers, songwriters, and even a chocolate manufacturer. So Santa is not welcome in Russia, chat. Borodin's concern is not that Santa Claus will overshadow Jesus, but Father Frost, depicted here, a Russian New Year figure. He is also outraged by the fact that the American is replacing the image of our traditional Santa Claus, since his recognition is close to 100%, according to the Russian outlet Life. Borodin is not the only one calling for the end of Santa Claus's influence in Russia, as the deputy of the Bryansk Regional to Parliament, Mikhail Ivanov, called for Santa Claus items to be removed from store shelves and replaced with Dead Moroz, also known as Father Frost, and Snegorochka, the daughter of Dead Moroz, also known as the Snow Maiden.
What did you say?
Snegorochka.
What was her name?
Snegorochka.
Gotcha.
Oh man, it got me to say it. I got D's nutted. Which are Russian festive cultural figures. Regarding Santa Claus's growth in terms of popularity, in an interview with the Russian outlet Life, Ivanov said, Santa Claus has become not so much a symbol of Christmas as a symbol of commerce and mass production. His omnipresence in shop windows is not an accident, but the result of a targeted marketing strategy from which the true spirit of the holiday is leaving and our values are being destroyed. He continued, we need to support domestic manufacturers who create truly high quality and beautiful holiday attributes that can give a real fairy tale. Let's cleanse the space of foreign symbols together to celebrate the holidays with a real Russian soul. It's time to bring Father Frost back to our homes and hearts. This is the only way we can preserve and pass on to our children the true values and traditions that make our people unique and strong. How'd I do?
That was pretty good.
Russia has made other efforts to revive the popularity of Russian Christmas figures during the holiday season. In 2022, the Dead Moroz train, known as the Paused Data Moroza, which traveled thousands of miles so that children could meet the famed figure, had to be rerouted due to the war with Ukraine. According to Christmas Tree World Spirit Index, that's a thing, Christmas Tree World Spirit Index. The countries that believe in Santa Claus the most include Ireland, Australia, the UK, the US, and New Zealand. Going by the number of Google searchers, GPT, is Santa real? Speaking of Americans believing in Santa, Santa deniers are getting BTFO'd all over Twitter right now. So this person asked, how old were you guys when you found out Santa wasn't real? And this got community noted. Santa Claus, aka Kris Kringle / St. Nicholas, is real, and anyone who says otherwise is not happy and should be exposed to his wonderful ho-ho-hos and Christmas cheer. That's why they say this about my dad. He sees you when you're sleeping, and he knows when you're awake. That is a community note, chat. Rate it. Is it helpful? Yes, yes, yes. Submit. So yeah, Santa deniers are getting trolled as like fuck all over Twitter right now, and it's hilarious. We got a Santa denier over here, so this is also in response. So he's pulling the coal alarm appropriately. Coal alarm! We have average Santa denier versus your average St. Nicholas enthusiast. Very based in Chad to believe in Santa. Don't be a soy face, soy jack.
Some videos.
Huh?
Of drone stuff.
Oh, you sent me videos.
I've sent you loads of videos that I found under the drones over Jersey.
Oh yeah, you
hashtag
did
on
send a
Twitter.
bunch. Okay.
That's super cute. I love the eye.
What?
Sorry, Betha sent me
Oh.
she showed me.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, she showed me something.
Okay. Let me bring this up. Well, actually, let me finish the segment, then we'll go back. Uh-oh, Patha just DM'd me. What'd you DM me? Oh, okay. It's a picture. Okay. Pretty. But anyway, Santa deniers continue to get BTFO'd on Twitter. As we see here, you are accused of anti-Christmas behavior. The court finds you guilty and sentences you to be shot. Based.
We shot.
Very, very based. We also have the mental gymnastics of Santa deniers. Santa believer mental gymnastics. Santa brings everyone their presents on Christmas night with his magic. Very, very simple. Easy to believe. Makes a lot of sense. Santa denier mental gymnastics. He's made up by corporations to sell Christmas stuff. But also, literally all parents are part of the same conspiracy to make their children behave. Regular people just buy and wrap all these Christmas presents. The cookies is just happen to be eaten the next day. Santa at the mall is just an imposter in disguise. It's so much easier to believe the truth, chat. Santa is real, and he is magic. And of course he's real, because we have photographic evidence of him. Here he is in Ukraine, with an appropriate flak jacket on.
Of course.
This is not a safe space for Santa Deniers. Santa Deniers will be shot on sight in Ukraine. Deal with it. And we have photographic evidence of him shaking hands with Donald Trump. If you don't believe this is real, then you're just a Santa Denier, and you should be shot.
Real.
And just a little bit more of a serious thing. There is a tradition in Finland where there is a town on the edge of the Arctic Circle.
I just sent you something that, if real, is kind of crazy.
Uh-oh. Okay, let me get through the Santa stuff.
Sorry.
So there, yeah, like I said, there is a town in Norway that sits right on the edge of the Arctic Circle, and in this town, there is a Christmas village, and Santa visits the village every year as a tradition to visit with the kiddos and bring Christmas cheer to the folks.
Oh, this is beautiful. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas in here. Twice, that's good. Twice in here. Merry Christmas. It is beautiful. The preparations are going so well at the moment. The elves are working very hard at the moment. They are hard working. They are very skillful. We remember that. And they are actually doing all the work. I'm just meeting people here. Children at year 2024 have been very nice most of the time. It's not the demand to be nice and good all the time. It's not possible. But most of the time it's very good. When you try your best, that's enough for me. There are some troubles with the adults, but children have been very nice and good.
It was always our bucket list to come over here to see where the Santa actually lives, so up to as close to North Pole as possible. And I think it met
That's the
our
opposite of Florida.
I've been waiting my whole life
Yeah,
to
it's
see
cold.
him, and I brought him a handmade gift. It was like cross-stitching with a Christmas tree on it, and he was like, "Yeah, thank you so much." And I'm like, "Santa's got my present, so I'm waiting for his."
But yeah. How is that not perfect evidence that Santa is real? I mean, come on. It's right there in front of you.
Yeah, that's him. Look at him.
Don't deny your lying eyes and ears, chat. How dare you? Santa deniers get BTFO'd. That was all my Santa segment stuff. Okay. Let me bring up all of this stuff that you just dug up. Let's see here. You got, oh my god, you sent me a lot. What the fuck?
I sent you. I've just been going through this and just sending you anything that seems interesting.
Okay. Right above my house right now, if you zoom in, it looks like it has some sort of gun barrel or nozzle attached.
Don't zoom in too much in chat on screen.
He's in the Christmas spirit, at least. It looks like a guy sitting down on
Do
something.
you see what it is? It is the gun barrel's his cock. He has his cock out.
Oh.
That was just a meme.
Okay. What is this? Motion detected on door cam and started recording. Looks like two UAP drone-like shapes swooping over the house. It also looks like there's some kind of field surrounding both of them.
This is like an alien UFO sighting Twitter account, so it might be bullshit, but
Yeah, who knows?
it's under the tag, so.
I love this shit though. I love UFO related stuff. I think it's
Same.
so interesting.
This one actually looks like the ones in the like news coverage, the one last one I sent you.
Remember when Iran captured a top-secret CIA drone and Obama refused to destroy it? Then he sent them billions of dollars, enabling them to reverse engineer it and became one of the world's most advanced military drone suppliers. Yeah, that's all true, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real thing. This. In the middle of the ocean on a ferry and nothing around them, bam, drones appear out of nowhere in the middle of the sea. Holy shit. Our government knows what it is, but they aren't telling us. What does everyone think is honestly going on? That's scary. I'd be freaked the fuck out by that if I saw that. Okay. What the hell is this? Oh, that's Chris Christie. Do you know who Chris Christie is?
No, but that's from Trump. That's an actual post from
Yeah,
Trump.
dude, Trump has... There's something that he posted recently. Where is it? He posted... Man, he's got a really active Twitter account. If it's...
Yeah, stream's dead. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. There. It should be back now. That's twice now where the OBS has just decided to disconnect the reconnect. God damn it, I hate that shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it, but either way. Okay, what's next? What's next? New Jersey, now the drones are spraying something.
So that one just looks like it's a fucking plane passing over. Doesn't look like a...
And it's just got the ice crystals trailing behind. Yeah, I don't know about that. This... What does that say? More something.
Más avistamientos in New Jersey. Basically, like more sightings.
Sightings, okay. So, I mean, we know that the drones, like, have, you know, coordinate to fly in formations and stuff like that. Like, I mean, we saw them make fucking, there was a drone presentation of the HoloLive girls at Dodger Stadium just a few months ago, for crying out loud. Then... Is this normal? Memphis, Tennessee, lights are blinking everywhere. No internet in some parts.
I just found this in the same, like, drones over Jersey tag.
I don't know. This looks like a rolling brownout to me.
What? Perhaps that's...
So, I don't know. Sorry, chat. I don't have chat open, so I will. Once I'm done with these, I will go back to chat. Filmed in Northeast New Jersey a few hours ago. This is not flying in the direction of any airport. Look at the wing angle, the lights, how slow it's moving. I really do not think these things are planes. That's actually a pretty clear video of one. Huh.
Yeah, and it has the same, like, 3-light pattern.
Yeah, it's like a wedge shape, like a triangle shape.
Yeah.
That's a pretty damn good video, actually. Looks like a Klingon warbird. Such a nerd. Huh. That's cool. Drones over America. Yeah, this whole thing is such a massive rabbit hole. I mean, I fell into it. When I was researching this whole drone shit. Drones firing something? Whoa. Fucking weird. I don't know, man. I don't know what this shit is anymore. And we already saw that one. The mysterious lights above North Carolina. I think this is the same one as before. Or is it different?
No, I think the same one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the same one.
I didn't realize I'd already sent it to you.
Bam!
Okay, yeah.
Bam!
Bam! This is insane. What's this?
I gotta be honest here. You know, when this story first came out.
Oh, this is the reporter guy that I covered already. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's him. Okay. Madulatha. Drones might be nuclear.
Of guidance coming from the state, and that guidance does say two different things. First of all, if there is a downed drone in our vicinity, we are immediately to call the bomb squad of our county. And second, our fire department has been instructed to make sure they wear hazmat suits.
So if something falls out of the sky that people have seen, and some of these things are as big as an SUV, if that happens, you're to treat this more than a plane crash. It's treated like an attack on the homeland?
That is correct, because they're not quite sure if there's a payload or not. I was on the phone with my OEM team.
Jeez. Yeah, this shit's pretty wild, man. Reports from New Jersey describe car lights flashing inexplicably with video showing 2 drones over a parking lot. This has raised concern and curiosity. I wonder if this is a connection to the whole... Because there is a thing like where called drone spoofing. And you can like use a drone to broadcast a fake signal that will basically replace the signal that's supposed to be received in like communication vectors. And it basically it's kind of like piggybacking onto like a Wi-Fi, and you can basically use that to like get into people's like networks and stuff like that and start changing shit. So I wonder if this is like somehow related to like the way that the drones, when they got close to those cars, they were changing the timestamp in the cars, because the times were basically latching onto a spoof signal that had like a different time signature inside of it.
Something I found. Linked to, it was like linked on Reddit, but it's apparently a still from a video someone took of one of the drones.
Yeah, there's another drone formation over Atlantic City. That looks like one drone. Zoom in more.
That does look like one drone.
That looks like
there's
one
next
drone.
to it. No, there's one next to you. See, it's like smaller. It's less illuminated. You see it?
I can see it now. Yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are separate. They look like they were one, but no, they're separate.
Okay. It's so wild. And then we have this.
Oh, what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
And then here's a still picture. Of one. Yeah, man, it's hard to kind of tell what exactly I'm looking at here.
They really are hard to describe.
That's fucking weird. You could tell that that's not like a commercial off-the-shelf hobby drone, though. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Like, these are way more complicated. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, this is an ongoing story. You know, this started in November 18th as like just concerned by local residents, and now like it's reached Congress, and they're demanding briefings from military people and shit. Like, this thing has escalated, you know, to insane levels. So, let's hope it aliens. Yeah, that's the thing. When it always comes to these UFOs, like there's a part of me that like really wants it to be aliens. You know what I mean? Like, talk about just like a paradigm shift of humanity. Is like direct, contact of the third kind with aliens. You know.
Send you another video.
So you sent me another one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This needs to be the last one because I got one more big Real World story to cover before we get into the Game Awards.
Yep.
Local law enforcement when they send their own drones up to give chase.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about.
The Army reporting the Picatinny Arsenal has had 11 unauthorized drone incursions in the last month.
Look what's back again. Same spot as last night.
21 local mayors now demanding answers from the state.
The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark. This is something we're taking deadly seriously.
The entire month before that, it was nightly drone incursions over Langley Air Force Base.
Let's just start with current events.
Today, a congressional hearing on Capitol Hill on the national security threat drones pose.
What is going on in New Jersey?
We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights.
But for those who see them on a nightly basis,
Not a plane.
I'm glad he admits it. Like, he's
in
not
the
lying.
airspace.
You know what I mean?
the drones
Yeah.
are a
Like,
very
thank you for not
real
lying to
reminder
us.
Almost hear a little bit of a hum.
that our airspace
It's a very little thermal signature.
is not as secure as we might hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's alarming that they don't know what it is, but at least that person was being honest. Being like, we're looking into it. We honestly don't know. You know, it's like, at least be honest with us. You know? So, okay. We need to go over Syria. Because Syria, Syria is like the big world news thing that happened in literally like 11 days. The entire government collapsed under rebel forces in less than 2 weeks. So let me get that up real quick. I have to do a window change here. So let me change it on the Discord side first. Actually, I can close. Let me get into OBS. Let me hide the slides. I can close this out. That'll free up some memory because there's like 50 tabs open on that page. Bring this up. Pause. Nope. Pause. Let me refresh some of these links real quick. Okay. All right. Let me get this up on stream side. Go. Okay. And then let me get it up on the Discord side. Share. Go. And go live. All right. All right. So, let's talk about Syria and the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime. So the Assad regime ruled Syria for 50 years. Here's how it fell in less than 2 weeks. So this is basically a timeline of what the hell happened.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
The share screen went down for a second. That was weird.
Oh, okay. At the historic Umayyad Mosque in the heart of Damascus, a red, white, black, and green flag flies. On the other side of the Syrian capital, former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's palace burns. This is the palace, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, the whole thing was torched. You can see the chandeliers and shit here.
Yeah.
An anchor reads the Sunday News. We announce to you from the Syrian news channel the victory of the Great Syrian Revolution after 13 years of patience and sacrifice. And on the streets, hundreds of people cheer, celebrating the stunning fall of 50 years of the Assad family's dictatorship. Okay. So after less than 2 weeks of fighting across Syria's northwest, rebel groups swiftly seized control of the capital. Their presence seemed to catch the regime off guard, forcing Assad to flee to Russia with his family. We are now the happiest country in the world, one man told CNN on the road leading to Damascus, literally on the road to Damascus, on Sunday. In a speech from the Umayyad Mosque on Sunday, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, the leader of Syria's main rebel group, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, called the toppling of Assad a victory for the entire Islamic nation. This is a nation that, if its rights are taken, it will continue to demand them until they are restored, Jolani said, adding that HTS was liberating people who were imprisoned by the Assad regime. This is, you can see, these are the rebels here. So you can see that these rebels were very well armed.
Yeah.
I like how the tank is pointing at the camera, too. Their swift move into the capital astonished citizens and the rest of the world. Here's how the rebels' ascent to power unfolded. So this started on November 27th. It happened fast. Like I said, 11 days. This all happened over the course of just 11 days. So it started it started in the northwest. Syrian rebel forces launched a large-scale attack at Assad's forces in western Aleppo. The first sign of what was to come from their offensive and marking the first flare-up between the two sides in years. So, man, maybe I should get a Google map of Syria. Basically, like Aleppo is like in the northwest part of the country. Damascus is in the southwest part of the country. And so the rebels basically started in the northwest, then over the course of 11 days, just traveled southwest on the road to Damascus, just taking city after city after city, and eventually they just took Damascus and forced Assad to flee the country. Fucking crazy. The Syrian rebel forces launched a large-scale attack on Assad's forces in western Aleppo, the first sign of what was to come from their offensive and marking the first flare-up between the two sides in years. At least 37 people were killed, both regime forces and allied militia, and rebels seized 13 villages, including the strategic towns of al-Sugra and Anjara, as well as Base 46, the largest Syrian regime army base in western Aleppo, according to a statement by opposition factions at the time. It was unclear then if the attacks meant anything more. Rebel groups said that they were in response to recent artillery shellings from Assad's regime, but it quickly became clear that wasn't the case. 3 days later, the first city would fall. And that first city is Aleppo. Assad opened an eye clinic in Moscow. Did he? Why an eye clinic? Yeah, that's the big thing, is that, let me see if I have it here. When it comes to Syria, when it comes to Israel, when it comes to Iran and Iraq, this is what it feels like. This is like the perfect political cartoon to describe the Middle East, where it's just like every fucking entity is pointing its guns at every other entity. And it's like, if you think that getting rid of Assad is going to really change a whole lot, it's really not.
Well, about Russia's in there too.
Oh yeah. Well, he fled to Russia. You have to remember that Assad's regime was backed by two primary forces, because Assad's regime was very much kind of like a paper tiger, and the other reason that it was able to stay in power is because of its support structure, and its support structure was primarily through two entities. One was Russia, and the other one was Hezbollah. So when you have Russia getting tied up with Ukraine, and you have Hezbollah being absolutely routed by Israel in the Gaza war, suddenly Assad's regime doesn't really have a lot of power behind it.
I love how the Syrian army is pointing at its own head.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to talk about the Christians, Frank. I'm going to get there. But yeah, this is like a really good political cartoon, I thought, of what it's like in Syria and the rest of the Middle East. It's like, yeah, it's like, you think that much is going to change? Probably not. But this is a few gallery images of artillery strikes when the rebels first started their assault of the Northwest. Man, these, you know what this looks like? This looks like looking out from the city of Gondor at the river city of Osgiliath in the distance, and seeing it getting like taken over by orcs. I don't know if anyone in chat, anyone who did the watch along with the Return of the King with me recently would know what I'm talking about. Like, this looks like Osgiliath on the other side of the Pelennor fields getting taken by the orcs. But you can see, like, they just basically just struck, the rebel forces just kind of came out and just did this massive offensive across the countryside, just taking all these small towns and stuff like that. So they start their attack at the northwest. They take a handful of villages, basically. They surround Aleppo. Okay, and then the rebels take control of Aleppo. And this is just 3 days after their initial assault on the towns. On November 30th, the rebel group conducted a lightning-fast offensive, killing dozens of government soldiers and taking control of Aleppo. Notice that the kill count actually isn't that high. Like in the previous one, it was something like 37 people. They said at least, so maybe that's like, maybe 50 people died. In this one, you know, what was it? Dozens. You know, it's not like hundreds and hundreds or thousands. Because, again, the military, without the support of Russia and Hezbollah to back them up, doesn't actually have a lot of power behind it. So the military basically just rolled over here. And I'll show you the extent to which they rolled over in a few slides here. So they take Aleppo. It's the first time they had set foot there since government forces regained control in 2016. By early morning, they had seized large parts of the city, footage geolocated by CNN revealed. The Syrian army tacitly acknowledged its forces were in retreat, saying large numbers of terrorists had forced it to implement a redeployment operation. It said reinforcements were on their way and government forces were preparing for a counter-offensive. Reload this. So this is the taking of Aleppo. Oh, chat can't hear this. Hang on. Let me switch over the browser audio for you guys real quick. There you go. Okay, you should be good now.
In strongholds of the Syrian army.
Oh, screen.
As a symbol of its fall, the statues of the governing Assad family are taken down by the rebels amid jubilation. In less than 3 days, armed opposition factions led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, marched on the city from the northern province of Idlib. Their swift takeover of such a strategic city without much of a fight by the Syrian army has left many surprised by this sudden turn of events. HTS and other groups have been fighting the government forces since 2011. What started then as a peaceful wave of demonstrations demanding more rights under the rule of President Bashar al-Assad soon turned into a civil war that led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people and the displacement of millions, and chaos ensued. For 13 years, Russia and Iran provided weapons and personnel to defend the Assad government.
Oh yeah, Iran too, besides Hezbollah. But
the US and its Western allies launched a separate campaign against Al-Qaeda and ISIL fighters who had managed to join the conflict. Israeli missiles and fighter jets pounded targets across the country for years, and ethnic communities such as the Kurds
It's always depressing
formed
to
their
see,
own
like
local militias
like
to fight
pictures of like
Syria turned into a battleground
these cities,
for
and they like
influence,
just straight
with
up like
nearly
have no
800
windows, like
foreign
buildings are like
military
torn up.
bases or
It always
posts
looks
scattered
like
across its territory.
like
For a
looking at
while,
pictures
the Syrian
of
army, with the help of Iran,
anywhere
Russia,
in the
and
Middle
Hezbollah,
East
managed to rout the opposition
almost
fighters
always
out of
looks
most
like
areas.
an
But
abandoned
under an
war
agreement
zone.
negotiated by Russia and
Yeah,
Turkey,
I mean,
Abandoned
most
war zone
opposition
number
fighters
10
were
from
forced
Call of
to the
Duty.
northwestern province of Idlib, where they established a type of local self-rule.
you get the idea.
Yeah.
So they take Aleppo, and they continue their march south. So this happened on the 30th. So 5 days later, so we're now 8 days in. Rebels take control of Hama. The rebels continue their offensive onward towards the city of Hama. Hama is strategically located at a key crossroads in western Syria, central Syria, providing direct supply lines between Damascus and Aleppo. The Assad regime had held Hama for more than a decade, but by Thursday, the Syrian military said it had to withdraw after rebels penetrated several parts of the city. Videos geolocated by CNN showed rebel fighters fighting, almost in disbelief at their progress as they entered Hama. That's an interesting thing. It's like the rebels did not expect to actually be as successful as they were, and they basically just kind of rode this unexpected wave of success all the way to toppling the government, which is fucking crazy. Guys, my country is being liberated. I swear to God, we are inside Hama City. We are inside Aleppo City. A fighter cheered as he filmed himself by a local landmark in Hama. From there, the rebels had their eyes set on Homs. So they go over here. This is a map. So here's Aleppo in the northwest.
Yeah.
And then they went south and hit Hama. And you can see here where Damascus is on the map as well. So you can see they're just marching on the road to Damascus south. Then they take Hama, or Homs, I should say, literally the next day. So this happened December 5th. The next day, they take control of Dara. The opposition forces toward Damascus, seizing the city of Dara with the assistance of rebel factions who represented the Druze sect in the neighboring city of Al-Suwaida. The army said it was redeploying after the attack. So you see a theme here. The army is just constantly like retreating and redeploying. And then Homs is preparing, where hundreds of people appeared to flee on Friday night. So then Homs falls on the 7th. So 3 days after the rebel take Hama, they take Homs. After moving south for days, HCS quickly took control of Homs. On Saturday evening, the HCS said it had fully liberated the major city as Syrians tore down posters of Assad and set fire to them. We were able to liberate 4 Syrian cities within 24 hours: Dara, Kinyetra, Suwaida, and Homs, said Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Abdul Ghani, a spokesperson for the main rebel group ahead of their enemy entry to Damascus. After the regime forces left, residents flooded the streets in celebration. And I think I have Oh, that's Hama. Okay. And then from Homs, they're poised to take Damascus, and thus Assad. So early on Sunday morning, Syrian rebels declared the capital of Damascus liberated after entering the city with very little resistance from regime forces. So the celebratory gunfire could be heard as word spread of Assad fleeing the capital. Footage shared on social media and verified by CNN showed similar scenes in Aleppo, which fell to the rebels just over a week earlier. Russian state media soon confirmed that Assad had fled to Moscow, and Jelani addressed Syrians from the Umayyad Mosque. He said that this victory, my brothers, is a victory for the entire Islamic nation. This new triumph, my brothers, marks a new chapter in the history of the region. That's what this is. So, oh, this is Homs. So this is them fleeing Homs.
This was once unthinkable. Rebel forces taking the city of Hama, forcing thousands of civilians to flee and Syrian military forces to retreat. As power slips from Bashar al-Assad's once iron grip, now the rebels make their way south to Homs. And if they're successful, they'll control 3 of Syria's 5 largest cities, leaving no major urban centers between them and the capital, Damascus.
And then they took Damascus.
What these countries we having like
the regime's
like
forces
statues of like
crumbled in
like
the face of
statues
this
of like
offensive,
their
and
their
that
leader,
momentum
their current
spurred the
leader.
rebels on.
Yeah, they're like
It's so weird to me.
They're literally like those hollow, they're literally like those hollow chocolate bunnies you get at Easter.
Yeah. Like it's like, what the f is up with that? That's such a like, again, it's such a like a weird stereotypical thing again that you see in like video games that take place in the Middle East. It's like, oh, here's posters of the guy.
But it's true.
Here's like statues of him. It's like, isn't he the current leader?
Yeah,
What?
but that's but the thing is that those stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason. You know?
It's real.
It's real. It's because these things are
so
real in these
weird to
parts
me.
of the world. That's the thing. Like, that's why this was such a fascinating thing to me, because it's like, I can't, like, we are sitting here in America, you're eating chili, streaming with a Foxman, you know what I mean, in comfort, and these, and this shit is happening on the other side of the world, and it's just like, I just can't imagine being like, having this kind of shit be a part of your everyday life. You know what I mean? Like, it's just really hard to fathom.
This march on Damascus that happened over the weekend.
It is amusing.
This is a story.
Well,
It is
about how the regime's forces were revealed to be hollowed, and
it's so annoying. Okay, it's back. God damn it.
Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, known by the acronym HTS, of course, used to be part of Al-Qaeda's branch in Syria.
Al-Qaeda, which is literally created by the CIA.
They said they severed ties with Al-Qaeda years ago, and they have for years been trying to rebrand themselves as more of a nationalist, more mainstream rebel group. And Jolani himself says that he's given up extremism, and they've gone to great lengths to say that they want to protect minority groups, that they want to rule the country for all Syrians.
So you get it. And the thing is, I wanted to show this. I found this was a really fascinating bit. YouTube wants the show to stop talking about the news. I know, it keeps on fucking failing. It's like 3 times this stream. What? I must be like really talking about shit that's hitting a nerve with OBS or something. I don't know. But yes, both Al-Qaeda and ISIS were created by the United States. Yeah, one was created by the CIA. The other one was created by some other entity. I can't remember what, but yeah, a lot of these entities that end up becoming like terrorist organizations and rebel forces and stuff like that are literally like created and funded by the United States, like alphabet agencies.
What? Crazy! These
Yeah.
alphabet agencies need like people to be at war with each other in order for for them to continue to make money. No way.
So I found this. You notice a pattern how like these rebel forces basically like were surprised at how little resistance they found as they came into these major cities, and they just took city after city after city until they took the capital.
Yeah.
Well, that's because the Syrian forces basically, without any of the support structure from Iran or Russia or Hezbollah, they knew that they were going to lose. And so as a result, a shit ton of the Syrian military basically just abandoned the military. They abandoned. And this person was on a road, and he's seeing the military basically just abandoning their posts and walking away. And this is a nearly 2-minute long video of just a sea of soldiers deserting.
Это вот эти все пидоры вот сложили оружие и просто тысячи пидорасы ебаные. Сирийцы нахуй. Ублюдки ебучие. Просто. Сколько мы еще проехали, да, блядь? Да здесь нихуя не 1000, блядь. Ёбаный в лоб, вот пидорасы ебаные, бегут нахуй. А мы должны за этих пидорасов нахуй здесь страдать, блядь. Посмотрите, просто, блядь, просто пиздец, ублюдки ебаные. Сука, нахуй. А могли, блядь, защищать свою родину, блядь. Вот вы ебаные, просто. Ну сколько? Здесь, наверное, 5 наверное, да, блядь? Смотри, колонна не кончается этих ублюдков. Сука, бросили оружие, блядь. Яйца свои бросили. Это все идут шлюхи ебаные. Километров 5 вышло. Ты посмотри, она не кончается, блядь. Пятихатки ебаные. Да. Как говорится, да пребудет с нами сила, а этим пидорасам дорогу в ад нахуй. Охуеть, мурази ебаные.
So yeah, you can see that it still keeps going.
Just don't like them because now they have to deal with them. Is that what it is?
Well, you have to remember that the Russian military has been backing the Assad regime for decades. And so after putting all of those resources into the regime for the regime to just throw down their arms and give up, that feels like a betrayal to Russian soldiers.
Makes sense.
So that's why he's calling them, all the slurs and all that kind of shit, because he's like, we supported you only for you to just turn tail and run, you fucking cowards. That's what he's feeling right now. And on to the next one. So the incoming government, HTS or whatever like that. I did want to talk about the Christian situation in Syria. So already HTS is putting Christians up against the wall.
يلا عوي 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 حي الله الشيخ ابو حاتم طلي قاقي قاقي مثل الدجاجه قاقي.
Huh?
What happened for all Syrians?
Yeah, exactly. And I did want to point out that despite all the bullshit propaganda that Christians are the most persecuted religious group in the world. So you can see here, red means they are violently persecuted, meaning they are killed. And number 12 over here is Syria, which is nice and red. The Syria, if the war resumes, all Christians will leave. Since the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime by Syrian rebels, the Christian community of Syria lives in fear. Sebastian de Courtois, a researcher on Eastern Christianity, analyzed the situation, urging against reducing Christians in the country to mere stereotypes. So I wanted to go over the war is not over. No one had anticipated Assad's regime collapsing so quickly. The war is not over, and the Kurds remain under threat in the east. The next issue would be whether this vast, beautiful country is partitioned. Christians, despite their small parishes, still embody a unique historical continuity. I think there's like 3.5-ish, roughly, million Christians in Syria. So there's a very size. It's like 10 to 15% of the population is Christian in Syria. So it's not a small number. From ancient Mesopotamia to St. Paul, approaching the gates of Damascus through their languages, traditions, and liturgies.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, where have I heard the road to Damascus before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a Christian thing. The tragedy of Syria.
What is it?
Oh.
Is it like a Bible quote?
Yeah, it's a thing in the Bible. Yeah.
What is it? What's the context?
Oh, gosh, you're putting me on the spot on this. God damn it. I don't remember exactly what it is.
My love! Hold on. She knows her shit.
Okay.
My love, what's the road to Damascus? What? The road to Damascus.
This sounds familiar.
In the Bible.
Unfortunately for you, my memory is shit.
Damn it. In the Bible.
This sounds very, very familiar.
What's the road to Damascus?
I'm looking it up right now.
What are you doing? What have you done? What did you do?
I broke your box.
What did you do?
I broke your box.
No, the box is fine. What did you do?
I don't know.
Did you put your knees through it?
No, not into
They're
that.
bickering, chat.
I moved right here.
You don't put your knee
I broke your box.
So
It's broke.
And you put a fucking hole through the top?
Yeah. I literally just said I broke your box.
Why'd you...
the conversion of Paul on the road to Damascus. Oh, that's right. Okay, so Paul was one of the apostles. He's probably, and what Paul did before he was an apostle is he literally hunted down and killed Christians. So he was, I guess he was converted, or he encountered Jesus on the road to Damascus, I guess. If I man.
I'm not touching that one.
Listen, you fucking...
That's where he was basically like turned into an apostle, I guess. Inquisitor Paul, yeah. So Paul's like famous for being like literally a Christian killer.
Yeah.
So
Until God was like, stop that.
yeah, he met Jesus on the
Paul's
road
like,
to
"Oh my God,
Damascus.
okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's why they say, that's why like the phrase, like it's common that you hear the phrase "a road to Damascus moment." If you've ever heard that, that's what it's in reference to.
Coming to Jesus moment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like coming to Jesus. Yeah. Okay, so I don't need to get into the details anymore. Where am I? So yeah, the tragedy of Syria's Christians reflects the suffering of the entire nation across all its religious and ethnic groups. Let us not make Christians an exception or isolate them. They are Syrians above all, like their Muslim, Alawati, Druze, Yazidi neighbors. Like many, they demand security within a framework of the rule of law, justice for past crimes, and guarantees for their freedom of worship. Something we take for granted in Europe, but remains fragile elsewhere, balancing liberty and surveillance. But that's probably wishful thinking. Because they're already declaring Sharia law.
Classic.
Yeah. Well, man. Despot fled Damascus for Russia and left his country in a state of anarchic flux. Is that for many, the fall of the Assad regime is a case of falling from the frying pan into the fire. This is especially true for Syrian Christians who, one activist says, are looking at a theocratic country in the hands of militants that beheaded women and children, and who will likely be coming for anyone who doesn't share their particular brand of religion. As the Christian Post noted, while Assad's regime was opposed by a motley crew of rebel groups, the dominant member of the group that seized control of the country in a shock offensive was HTS, an outfit with well-established terrorist links. The Center for Strategic and International Studies doesn't paint a particularly rosy picture of the organization. In May 2018, the group was added to the State Department's existing designation of its predecessor, the Al-Qaeda affiliate Jabhat al-Nusra, as a foreign terrorist organization, the CSIS said in a background report on the organization. So, things are not looking good for Christians in Syria, which I am not happy about. So, I just wanted to bring this up because most people aren't. And the other issue is, I wanted to bring it up, here it is. The path ahead is steep. Those who have taken power have promised to respect everyone and to build a new Syria. Puh, okay. We hope they will keep these promises, but of course the road ahead remains very difficult. The rebels met with the bishops in Aleppo immediately after their victory, assuring them that they would respect the various religious denominations and Christians. We hope they will keep this promise and move toward reconciliation. Another anonymous Christian said he was surprised by the conciliatory messages from HTS and the rebel groups. To our great surprise, the behavior of our new occupiers of Aleppo is completely different from what we expected. All the speeches they give are to say they are not here to make us suffer. They are here to help us, they say. All we want is to overthrow Assad's regime. However, not everyone was so sanguine about the situation. The coming days and weeks will be crucial for the fate of the Christian community. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern, said in a statement according to the Christian Post. Christians with roots stretching back nearly 2 millennia now face an uncertain and perilous future. In an interview with a European conservative, Levantine Christian activist, who identifies himself only as Raphael, warned that the new regime is heavily dependent on support from Turkey and will potentially carry out their agenda along with the extremist agenda the group had pursued in the past. Turkey wants to expand its territories and carry out some sort of Ottoman imperial revival. Aleppo, for a long time the richest city in the world, is the prize they are after. The rest of Syria, I guess, is to be made into some type of vassal state. We have to keep in mind that this is not a conspiracy theory. Just watch Turkish media's reporting, and their ambition is out in the open. The information I am getting firsthand is from the Hama, Epiphania region, and the Christian towns that surround it, Raphael said. The situation is dire, and 2 of our largest towns, which amount to a population of approximately 50,000 people, have been evacuated due to the artillery raining down on them by these militant groups. Christians in Syria need urgent help. For now, it seems they are still alive, but the last time the city of Aleppo was besieged, they were targeted and killed. I believe evacuation and humanitarian aid should be the priority at this point. He also warns the group isn't moderate rebels, like some media reports are painting them to be. Mainstream media has always claimed that they are moderate rebels, when in fact we know they are neither moderate nor rebels. They are the same militants that beheaded women and children, just rebranded with new names. These people want a theocratic country. Syria is in need of reforms, but they will have to be democratic and respect human rights. The Syrian people have suffered for over a decade now, regardless of their political or religious views. War, disease, sanctions causing famine, lack of medicine, lack of electricity, the list is long. And added to that list now might be religious persecution. Whether or not help arrives is anyone's guess. Whatever the case, Syria's Christians and all of its beleaguered citizens need our prayers now more than ever. So,
Jesus.
It's, yeah,
Ottoman Imperial Revival is crazy, though.
That is fucking insane. If the Ottomans get their Imperial Revival, that the fucking Crusades should too.
I agree.
Can we at least get another Crusades war? I would love that. Oh, I wouldn't love that.
I would love to see.
I wouldn't love that, but I would.
In like heavy armor and like fucking like
big
crusade
a big red cross on a white. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're fucking like helmets and shit.
Yeah. If the Ottomans, if the Ottomans get their revival, then the fucking Christian Crusaders do as well. Like, let's do the Holy War properly. Make Istanbul Constantinople again. Now, it mentioned Turkey wanting basically to turn Syria into a vassal state, but Turkey isn't the only country who has their eyes on Syria. Israel strikes Syrian chemical weapons depots and orders complete seizure of the buffer zone. So Israeli warplanes have struck suspected chemical weapons depots in Syria, the country's foreign ministry confirmed on Monday. Gideon Saar, Israel's foreign minister, said that they attacked in order that they will not fall in the hands of extremists following the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's regime. Israel also destroyed weapons and ammunition depots in intensive airstrikes launched in coastal and southern Syria, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Footage released on Monday showed damage at Mazah military airport on the outskirts of Damascus, including destroyed helicopters and jets where the Israeli military struck nearby weapons depots. Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel was using all the tools it has to ensure its security after the change in the Syrian leadership. Israel targeted air defense sites near the coastal port of Latakia, according to 2 Syrian security forces. Blurry footage showed an orange fireball erupting near what appeared to be residential buildings. It was not clear if the targets were destroyed. At least 2 large explosions were also heard in Barzeh, close to Damascus, where a scientific and military research center was based. But this is like the purple is the buffer zone here, because Syria's western border is shared with Israel. So
I see.
Of course, Israel's going to get involved, and that's not all they did. Some 250 Israeli airstrikes hit Syrian military targets after the fall of Assad. The strikes hit Kamashli Air Base. Yeah, in northern.
They were like, man, the second those guys take over, we're gonna fuck the shit out of them before they can, like, you know.
Well, that's the thing is they see a chance to actually make ground, and they're taking it. You know.
Yeah.
The strikes hit Kamishli Air Base in northeast Syria, Shinshar Base in the countryside of Homs, and Akbar Airport southwest of the capital, Damascus. The reports came after Israel Air Force strikes on Sunday hit advanced missile storage sites, air defense systems, weapon production facilities, and chemical weapon sites, and also took out planes, helicopters, and tanks that belonged to the Assad regime's military. The 50-year-old regime, yeah, we know that. So that happened. God, this whole thing is playing out like a real-life game of Total War.
Yeah.
Literally, it feels like an actual Total War game come to life, which is kind of terrifying. So, and then they hit Damascus itself. 15 killed in Israeli strikes on Damascus, Syrian state media says. The 15 people were killed and 16 others injured in Israeli strikes on Damascus and Syria, state media SANA said, citing a military source, and marking one of the deadliest strikes in months to hit the Syrian capital. The strikes targeted several residential buildings in the upscale Meza neighborhood in the capital and the Kitsaya area in the Damascus countryside, Syrian state media reported. Among those killed were women and children, Syrian state media added. God. This resulted in the martyrdom of 15 people and the injury of 16 others, including women and children, as an initial toll, along with significant material damage to private property in the targeted and neighboring buildings. It's getting gross. It's getting really gross out there. And then they also blew up the Iranian consulate in Damascus. Yeah, so
it's always like videos of the wreckage. Why don't we ever get videos of like someone's like camera catching like a building getting hit by a missile?
I was looking for it and I didn't find it because I was like, come on, someone's got to have footage of this building getting blown to smithereens. But yeah, this is all I could find in the short time I had to look for it. And after this, now Israel readies plans to strike Iran's nuclear sites. So
oh boy,
they are ramping up bigly. Now with their ability to basically strike Damascus, and because Syria was like the middle country, you know, now they have a clear path directly to Iran. And after, I remember I showed you video of Iran penetrating the Iron Dome and all of those missiles actually successfully striking Israeli ground. You remember that?
Wait, what? No.
I didn't. I showed you this on stream.
Look at me again, because I don't remember.
Okay, let me look for it. Hang on, because it's a pretty incredible thing to see. Iran penetrates Israeli Iron Dome. Months ago, was that it? Yeah, this is it. This is it. Here, let me bring this up on stream. So this was a couple months ago. Iran did a direct attack on Israel, and they actually managed to get through the Iron Dome, and a bunch of their missiles actually hit ground.
What is the Iron Dome?
The Iron Dome is the missile defense system that Israel has. So it's basically missiles that blow up missiles. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and it's it's a super sophisticated. It's basically a surface to air missile protection system.
Yeah.
It's it's probably the most advanced SAM system in the world. And it hasn't been penetrated up until this point.
Oh.
And these are strikes directly from Iran.
That's fucking horrifying.
Dude. See, this is the kind of shit that keeps me humble here in America.
Yeah.
I don't have to look out my apartment window and see fucking actual hellfire raining down on my neighborhood.
That is genuinely horrifying.
Yeah. Bam, bam, bam. But you get the idea here.
Wait, I want to watch more video. The missiles is flying.
Okay. Sheer volume, yeah.
They're like, yo, that one's not moving. Is that one getting bigger? You can hear them boom
Yeah.
when they hit. Has anyone got footage from somewhere near where it was hitting?
Well, they actually struck like the outskirts of the city, like out. They didn't.
Oh, that was a broken air.
Yeah, because it was intended as like a warning from Iran, saying that we are capable. They basically wanted to send the powerful message of we can destroy you.
Huh.
It looks like it's. You see, like it looks like it's hitting the heart of the city, but it's not.
Yeah, it's going like right over.
Mm-hmm.
They're shooting over them like into the sea.
Mm-hmm. But they're impacting land. But that's the end of the video.
Show the videos at the start of like them like hitting.
Oh yeah, like right
The very
here.
beginning. Yeah, those were like real close.
Mm-hmm.
God, that's horrifying.
It's
Yeah.
fucking terrifying, dude.
All right, one.
So yeah, but after that, you could see why Israel would want to have a go at Iran.
Yeah.
So they're preparing to strike Iran's nuclear sites. With a clear access to Iran, Israel's military and intelligence officials are preparing operational plans for an attack on the regime's nuclear facilities, the report said. The decision to launch a strike would be left to elected political leaders. The plans began to come more into focus after Israel destroyed nearly 90% of Syria's air defense capabilities following the ouster of longtime Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. So, yeah, basically they scuttled everything that the Assad army left behind so that the rebels couldn't use it, and now they can run roughshod and have a direct go at Iran. So if you thought that the war in the Middle East was hot before, it just got a lot hotter. So
God damn, that'd be sexy.
What?
You said hot. You said it was hot. I said it was sexy.
Got it. The international response, Syrian rebels may be removed from the UK terror list. So, of course, once the terrorist group becomes the new government, they're not terrorists anymore. So, they guess...
Why not?
Because the West is weak, and the Middle East knows it. And, of course, suddenly... the migrant crisis across Europe, apparently they can just turn off the flow of refugees and asylum seekers because they did it for Syria. They did it in Finland. Finland announces it's freezing all Syrian asylum applications. They did it in Switzerland, announces it's freezing all Syrian asylum applications. They did it in Austria. Austria to re-examine all Syrian asylum applications. I'm starting a deportation program to Syria, says Interior Minister Karner. Italy announces it's freezing all Syrian asylum applications. Germany, Federal Office for Migration and Refugees, has suspended all pending asylum applications from Syria. Sweden, Norway, and Denmark have suspended all Syrian asylum applications. Who'd have thunk? Apparently, you can just stop the migrants.
Wow.
Who'd have thunk it? If you want to, you can. It's that simple.
Read what Frank is saying, though.
Because they're Christian this time? You know what? He might have a point. So, yeah. So far, yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Israel is trying to take is it the game now? Syria is turning into a proxy war between Israel and Turkey, and Israel is vying for it. Turkey wants control over Aleppo. Israel wants to take out Iran. Christians are being persecuted and scattered to the fucking ends of the earth, and shit just continues to be a shit show in the Middle East. It's yeah. That's all I had on world news.
Why doesn't England just trade all the Christians for their Muslims and be like, oh, go over there. They got the Muslim laws over there. That's what you want, right? Go.
Because the UK is the most fucked country in the West. Like the UK like actually wants to be Islamicized at this point. So yeah, that's the Middle East for you. You know, I mean, I go back to this, you know.
Yeah.
The whole thing is and always will be a shit show. You know. But I hope that you're all more informed now on what the fuck is going on out there.
That's crazy.
You want to go over the Game Awards? We got about an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Oh my god. Let me turn this off and switch this over. Let me close all these tabs.
You can't spell crocodile, UK. London majority Muslim now. Fuck my life. The great empire fell.
Dude, if you've seen the recent stream that Sargon of Akkad did, it's probably one of the best streams I've ever watched because it's him just losing his fucking mind about how cooked the UK is.
I mean, yeah, it's bad.
And it's real, dude. The UK, out of all of the Western countries, the UK is the last one you want to be in. The absolute last one. It is awful there. And it's him just basically fucking losing it. And it's very...
The countryside is still nice.
Well, unless they like pave over it with new houses and fucking solar panels. You know, it's... The UK is fucking sunsetted, man. It's so sad. But anyway, let me get into the Game Awards. Because this was obviously the big news of... Oops, wrong thing. The big news of the gaming world recently. Share my screen. There we go. There you go. All right. So the Game Awards. Wait. There we are. I was on the wrong tab. Let me refresh all these actually. All right, every winner at the Game Awards 2024. You streamed these, didn't you? I know because I was there for a bit of it.
Yep, I did.
So Astrobot pretty much dominated.
Sweet.
Pretty much dominated the whole thing. I was
Best
just
ongoing game with Helldivers 2, which honestly,
I feel
that's
like
fair.
it was honestly it was between
Yeah, I agree.
Final Fantasy 14 should have won. It should have. but Helldivers True would have been in second place here. Fortnite, I have no clue what's going on with Fortnite. And Diablo 4 and Destiny 2 can fuck off. So
yeah.
I think it was really between Final Fantasy 14 and Helldivers 2. I wanted Final Fantasy to win. Despite the fact that it's not really the MMO for me. I know
Played
enough.
it.
Yeah, I
didn't
have.
enjoy it. I just hate Square Enix
Fair enough.
and their fucking site.
See, I played it, but I didn't really enjoy it. I thought it was just boring. Like, it just never really engaged me.
You know what you should play with me specifically when I start playing it really, really soon?
Be Rising?
Whenever I can find time for it. No. Yes, so I've been paying for a subscription for it for like 4 months now. I haven't started playing. Actually, no, more than that. Like 5 months now. I haven't started playing it.
What?
6 months. It was before I started dating Patho. It's about to be 6 months I started dating Patho.
What? What is
So-
it?
ESO.
Yeah. Oh, Elder Scrolls?
Online.
I
Yeah,
have never played Elder Scrolls Online.
they've changed it a lot. It literally plays like Skyrim now.
Oh, really? That's probably fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, if you... Yeah, I mean, just let me know. You're good.
Yeah.
I'm down to play.
You do that.
I want to play V Rising, too. I had a lot of fun with V Rising when I played it years ago. Best performance. Aerith Gainsborough for Final Fantasy VII. Life is Strange. I never played that. Star Wars Outlaws. God. What a throwing a bone fucking nomination here. James Sunderland and Silent Hill 2 for Luke Roberts. I didn't play that either. I heard this was really good, but I never played it. I'm not really into the horror game stuff. Like when Halloween in October comes around, all like the VTubers and streamers start playing like horror games, and I'm just like, I don't care. I think the only time I would do it is I was invited to like some kind of collab for a Halloween thing, but I don't really care about horror games too much. I like Resident Evil games, but Resident Evil games.
There you go. Hello?
What you dropped off again? Oh my god.
Bro, like I tapped my plate by accident with my hammer, and then you cut out. And I
God.
thought that you cut out because I interrupted you. I thought you could just stop talking. And I started hearing like
What the fuck?
as you were like talking, I was getting like little mutterings of it. And then I left and I came back and I couldn't hear anything, so I left and came back again, and then now I could hear you.
I need to spend some time and do some research and figure out what's going on the back end on my end, because I keep suffering from
Junebug
some of these
says
issues.
It lagged me 17 seconds behind.
Ugh. Okay.
I don't think it was me. Like I could watch the stream the whole time, like no problem. I don't know. That was weird. What you were saying?
Oh, June said that I watched the Almighty Lolly streams on Final Fantasy 14. It's pretty good. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is I mean it's like this for just about all MMOs for the most part, where it's like
I just don't like.
it's only really fun when you're playing with other people that you know.
Yeah, but even then, here's the thing. Here's the thing I don't like about it. The thing I don't like about that game is that it really feels like no matter what, like your job is to basically stand in a spot and then press a button. I don't feel like I'm very engaged. Like, so I played as a tank. My job is really simple. I basically slowly walk through the room so that my friends don't lag like behind it, so I don't get too much aggro at once. And I just press a button so that my character draws aggro, and that's it. I just stand around and draw aggro and press the attack button for funsies.
Okay.
But that's basically what I do. I just press a button so that the ability does its thing, and I just walk around. That's my game. Yep, that was the experience.
See, this is
it
why
was basically a walking simulator where I press a button every now and again to shout, be like, "Hey!" and then things come over at me, and then they die because my friends are around.
Yeah, see, this is like why, like, because I played World of Warcraft with Rika, and it's only fun when I'm playing with someone else, because that game has like zero dependence on combat. Like your success of the game is entirely dependent on the numbers of your build, and like the armor score, block, parry, mat. It's just your numbers determine your success, because the combat is basically just don't stand in the fire and that's like every bit of combat.
Yeah,
for
that's
World
pretty
of
much the same
Warcraft.
thing.
It's just
That's pretty
not.
much the same thing.
It's just not engaging. There was this MMO that got shut down like a couple years ago that lasted for like 7 years called WildStar. It's such a shame that game got shut down. The philosophy behind the game was just not built for long-term success. Like the philosophy was like for like hardcore veteran MMO players essentially. But the combat and that, like the enemies would, like, everything that they did would like throw a pattern down on the ground, and you basically had to like move around with the pattern and stuff like that to not get hit. So like it basically forced you to really pay attention to, like, you had to like dodge roll and move around. It was like really engaging combat actually.
Yeah.
And it was really fun. It's a shame that game didn't succeed.
The game that I miss playing that was an MMO that I really enjoyed was Terra.
Oh, Terra was awesome.
So the thing with Terra is that you actually have to like aim and stuff
Mm-hmm.
when you're playing that game, and like you don't just press buttons and like effects happen around you. There's like a combo system, and you have to like you can set up your own combos however you want, and some attacks combo into each other better than others and stuff like that. And there was actual like
It was an
mechanics
action
to
RPG.
it. Like certain attacks, like you'd
Mhm.
have to like if your character could dodge it, you time it to dodge it or like to block it or whatever. Like there was a lot more to it, I felt.
No, you're absolutely
And
right.
then
Yeah. Terra
Elder
was
Scrolls Online-
great.
When it first came out, I played it and it was okay. But now, so I did try it a few months back. I did go back to it and I picked an archer, and I was like, wow, this is literally Skyrim. But it's like an MMO, kind of.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
excited to play through it. I don't think I'm gonna do an archer though, like I was planning to. Doing an archer as Jenny. I think I want to do a melee character. I want to get into the thick of it.
Okay. Yeah, that could be fun.
I don't know.
That could be fun. But yeah, that Terra, man, it's sad that Terra. There are still like private local servers being hosted with the Terra. Like you can actually still technically play the game. I know that because like I've seen like Pippa.
Yeah.
I've seen like Pippa play it on stream.
Yeah. There's still servers for it.
Yeah. I guess
Terra
all.
died when I started it. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
I joined into Terra when Valkyrie was introduced.
I played like
right
day
after
one.
Valkyrie was introduced, and I fucking loved playing Valkyrie.
Dude, the look of it, like the armor sets in that game are fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
So,
People still make like Terra like armor sets for like Skyrim mods.
yeah, because they're like iconic. The way that the Terra looked was fucking beautiful, man. It was such a beautiful
the
game.
outfits for the fucking female like demon characters, the half body outfits. You know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Like people still make those as like sexy outfits for
Yeah. That's cool.
for Skyrim.
That's cool. Let me get back into the awards list. The best performance, I think it was probably between Hellblade 2, probably Life is Strange, and Final Fantasy 7. I bet. My bias would give it to Final Fantasy 7 because I'm one of the people who, because that's the thing about Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is that you either love that game or you hate that game. I
peed like right before the stream, but I need to pee again. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, chat. ESO was fun. BDO is just too much. Oh, God, dude. Black Desert Online is... There's so much to do in that game that you just don't know where to start with it. So you're just kind of frozen out of the gate, and you just don't know, like... It doesn't do a good job of, like, slowly bringing you into the experience. It just kind of throws you into the deep end and says, figure it out. And it's a shame too, because there's like so many fun parts of Black Desert Online that are like worth putting time into, but it's just it's got such a ridiculous learning curve of just, and like, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. They told me that, he guild in BDO is in the top 10s. Wow, that's dedication. Top 5 in PvP ranks. That's serious dedication. You have to join a guild early so you can get people to help you learn the damn game. Yeah, exactly. It's not really accessible to new players. unless you know somebody who's like already a veteran and they bring you in and they kind of take you on. They even have like a mentor, like a mentorship program in the game, so you could like flag yourself as like willing to be taken in by a mentor who will like guide you through the game and like teach you the game. And like if once you like meet certain criteria and thresholds, you can actually qualify to be a mentor to new players. I'll tell you right now that when I played it, I made myself available to be taken in by a mentor, and nobody became a mentor for me.
Hey, what happened?
Black Desert Online, it has like a fuck ton of like really cool gameplay features, but the game is so bad at like slowly bringing you into like, you know, introducing you to all the different gameplay mechanics and, you know, how, you know, all the different things you can do in the game. It just throws you in the deep end and says figure it out, and it makes it really inaccessible. And June was saying, or our villain was saying that like you pretty much have to join a guild early so you can get people to help you learn the fucking game. It's just really inaccessible for new players. And I was telling them how like when I played it, there's actually a mentorship program in the game where like you can when you begin the game, you can basically say like check a box that says like I'd like to like have like a mentor take me in under their wing and like teach me the game basically. And once you reach a certain criteria, you can qualify to be a mentor to new players. And when I play the game, I made myself available to like have a mentor teach me the game, and nobody became my mentor. Like nobody's interested. So it's like the game is like set in its ways.
No one's doing it.
Yeah.
No, it sounds like the game doesn't have enough like incentive for people to be mentors. Like,
It doesn't.
imagine if there was like rewards for like mentoring someone all the way up to like a certain status.
That's actually a
Like, it was
really
like,
good
hey,
idea.
If you do this, you get this really cool, unique outfit for being a mentor or whatever. For being a successful mentor. And I think you'd get a lot of like old players going out of their way to try to mentor at least one new person, right? And then that new person, once they reach a certain level, they can then mentor someone else.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine like a lot of like the noob hate could be mitigated by programs like that?
Oh yeah, dude, yeah. Like you do something like that, and then you create a system where like, if again you make a reward, right? And it's like, hey, as a mentor, if you get someone who's new within this many days of starting playing the game, who signed up for this program, up to the point where they also qualify to be a mentor, then you get this outfit, and then it's up to them to basically pass the torch onto someone else.
Yeah, can you imagine if they put that
Right?
into like League of
And then-
Legends?
Yeah, that'd be fucking amazing in like any game, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Having like a mentor system where like your job is to basically get someone else to the point where they too qualify to be a mentor, and then they can then pass the torch, and it's just like a passing the torch system.
Yeah.
Right? Where eventually everyone unlocks this special like thing, the special in-game item for being a successful mentor.
And
At least
DA
to
says
one other
that
player.
Honkai Impact Third. I don't know what that is. Is that Honkai Star Rail? I don't know what
You get
Honkai
rewards for
Impact-
mentoring 3 students, a unique store, and there's the mentor leaderboard across all servers. Yeah, that's cool.
That's
That's
a-
a great way to do it.
Yeah, that's a fantastic way to do it. Like honestly, that should be like an industry standard. Like you want to mitigate a lot of like toxicity, and you want to mitigate like gatekeeping and noob hatred and trolling and bullying and that kind of shit. You introduce like mentorship programs. Mentorship programs would actually be like, it would flip that shit on its head. Because now people have like a good incentive to actually like be cool to new players and actually teach them how to play the game. And that's just good for
Yeah.
everybody, you know?
Pyramid scheme, the more mentors
I'm in trouble.
mentored, the better.
I'm in trouble with June. June is sad
It's
that
a
I
Honkai
don't know what Honkai
It's
Impact
okay,
is.
It's okay. It's a pretty mediocre game. Don't worry about it.
Oh, now you're in trouble too, but you don't care.
It's a mediocre mobile game.
Pyramid scheme, the more you mentor, the better. Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. But
It's the
Who
Honkai
cares?
Impact Third is the prequel to Star Rail.
what I mean, the thing is, it's like if you have like a. That's the thing. Like it's like Rosa said, if you get them up to the point where they become mentors themselves, and you get like a reward, then it kind of not. It's not like a pyramid scheme at that point. But I mean, yeah, but the whole thing, it's like, yeah, it is a pyramid scheme, but like that also means that like the the more you engage, and the earlier you engage with the system, the more rewards you're going to reap.
I remember
You know?
Destiny
So
tried
it
to
just,
do
I
like a
mean,
mentorship program for like new players. It was when I think it was when Taken King came out. They implemented a mentorship program where basically you get like a shader, like a color, right?
Mhm.
And like a
That's not-
special sparrow. But both you and the person that you mentored get it, so there's no incentive for them to continue the line.
Yeah, it has to be for the mentor only. Like the benefit
Yeah.
that the
And
newbie
also,
gets
like,
is that they get integrated
taught
into
the
this.
game.
Yeah, they get taught the game. They become competent. You know,
And they get integrated into the community, into whatever you know,
Yeah.
whatever plan you're in, etc.
and then they can
Right,
engage in the mentorship program if they want that reward too. And then I guess the cycle continues. And again, like it is like a pyramid scheme, but again, it just means that the earlier you engage with it, and the more you engage with it, the more rewards you get.
Yeah.
That's a good
Also,
thing.
the way that Destiny did it was fucking dog shit. It was like a little it was like a small quest that basically taught you nothing. It was basically just like
Mhm.
a co-op quest, and that's it.
Like
You just do a short co-op quest together, and that's it. Like you don't actually teach them anything.
You know what's interesting is that I just thought of is that whenever you get sponsored by like AFK Journey or something like that, that kind of is like a mentorship program in a way.
Kind of.
Because it's like you are basically, because like you start a guild and then you're new at the game too, though, is the thing. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
everybody learning together, but it kind of acts like a mentorship program because you get actual cash, and people actually get competent at the game as they learn together and stuff like that. So it's like a kind of a
Makes
mentorship
specific
program.
goals that are given to us. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I feel like just a basic mentorship program should be built into like all like
It
competitive
reminded me that I
games.
need to check for Streamlabs for any good sponsorships. I haven't seen any good ones since I moved. Unless I want to do HelloFresh again, which I kind of doubt. Not so soon.
It's too soon. You got to be like strategic with HelloFresh. So
Yeah. It's paying better now. Like, they're offering more pay than before.
that means you just
But-
got to sit on it.
Yeah.
You're not going to get it if you pull the trigger now. You're not going to get anything out of it. So
Yeah.
you have to wait like almost like a year.
I've been sitting on Raid Shadow Legends for a while. They're offering a max payout of like 20k now.
Holy fuck, that's a max payoff.
Yeah.
Though.
It's a max payout, but still, like, I've been sitting on that for a while. Monopoly Go. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that's the one that all the celebrities like fucking who's the Jason Momoa and Chris Pratt are advertising now. Yeah, it's cringe. Anyway,
Who's that?
let me get back
King
to
of
the
Avalon?
let me get back to the Game Awards. So like, I don't know, like, I didn't play. The only game on this list that I played was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, so I can't really speak towards the other performances. Brianna White, though, she has done gaming streams, and one of the most wholesome things that you'll ever see is watching her playing Final Fantasy VII, the first one, the remake.
Yeah.
And watching herself like get introduced to herself as Aerith for the first time in the game.
Yeah.
It's so fucking wholesome. It's one of the cutest, most wholesome things you'll ever see. So anyway, I don't really have any care about this one too much. Do you really? I don't.
No.
Did you play any of these games? I don't think you did.
Which ones? The
Best performance
ones?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Okay. Best mobile game. AFK Journey. AFK Journey did win the Apple Store Best Game award.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the iPhone Best Mobile Game award. That AFK won
Really
that.
cool.
Yeah, good on them. I guess I should play this Balatro game because apparently everybody fucking loves it. Pokemon TCG Pocket, that blew the fuck up. Wuthering Waves, I feel like Wuthering Waves is not... It kind of came and went, I feel like. I don't know what the player base of Wuthering Waves is. Zenless Zone Zero? I don't know. I've kind of fallen out of love with Zenless Zone Zero. I don't know. I don't really care about this. AFK Journey was a lot of fun, though. That's what I know. For the time that we were playing it together, it was a lot of fun. Best art direction, Metaphor Refantagio. I could totally see that. I think, what is Neva? I don't know what Neva is.
Me neither.
I could see this as being between Metaphor and Black Myth, but let's be real. Out of all these, Refantagio easily has like the most like unique, stylistic art to it. You know.
I think Neva won the. Oh, it's this game. That game is really pretty. I actually think it should have won.
Oh, really?
Now that I look at it. I do. I remember seeing the fucking trailers for this game.
Send me a.
I didn't realize it came out.
Send me a quick YouTube link.
It's that one game with like the white wolf and the antlers.
Oh, that's right. That was a beautiful looking game.
I love how I said that, and immediately you knew what I was talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Okay, that game needed better marketing, I think.
Yeah.
But I could see why Metaphor Refantagio won. You know, when you're looking at a game that has like style, you know what I mean? I mean, Refantagio oozes style. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So I could see why it won. I would say that if it was like most beautiful game, it's between Neva and Black Myth. And I'd probably give it to Neva, honestly. Best score and music. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm actually glad that they won here. The score in Final Fantasy VII is incredible. It's huge too. It's like there's like 130 music tracks in that game, or something like that. Some ludicrous number.
Oh wow!
I'm glad that Stellar Blade got a nomination here too. Because Stellar Blade had that like really like that cozy kind of K-pop, whatever it's called. I don't even know what the hell to call it. But it had a very memorable soundtrack, so I'm glad it got the nomination here. Let's see. Feel free to comment on any of these as we go.
Yeah.
Best audio design, Senua Saga Hellblade 2.
That makes sense. That's probably their big focus in that game, so that makes a lot of sense.
That was the thing that stood out to me about the first one. I haven't played the second one, but the thing that stood out to me about the first one was like the usage of sound.
Yeah. What I know about the second one is that it kept a lot of those elements. I've not played it either, but what I've heard people that have played it is that it kept a lot of those elements. The story just like meh, and the gameplay was also meh.
Isn't it mostly just covers of the music from the original? Well, kind of. Like that's the thing. Like, it has like a central theme. But I mean, the updated Tifa's thing, Tifa's theme, Eris theme, all the different themes, all the unique city musics, and then like every like zone you go into has like a variation of like the primary theme. And there's like 50 different variations of it. They all do a really good job of fitting the area that they're in too. So yeah, you could call them like covers, but they're still just really good. And honestly though, if it was like just like original music, I would give it to Stellar Blade hands down. That's an easy choice. But again, like I definitely think that Hellblade 2 should win Best Audio Design, just going off of Hellblade 1. I would think that Silent Hill 2 would probably be the second place for that. Best Adaptation. This pissed me off. The fact that Arcane doesn't win this is fucking ridiculous.
I was hoping for Knuckles.
God.
I was hoping for Knuckles, but yeah, that was bullshit.
Yeah, the fact that Arcane doesn't win this is a fucking ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous decision. I never finished Like a Dragon Yakuza show. I couldn't finish it. I couldn't get
says
through
he
it.
likes Fallout more than Arcade and Knuckles. Yeah, I had a few people in chat that were like, nah. They're right. The base for this one. I was like, I don't know about that, G. To be fair, the only one of these that I've watched is Knuckles. I just know Jazz wasn't super into Fallout.
I was fine with Fallout. Fallout was like really polarizing.
Yeah.
I thought it was fine.
I don't know what
I'm not like super. I don't like care a whole lot, and I'm not like super attached to the lore of Fallout. So like anything that like broke lore in the games like didn't really land with me because it's like, well, I mean, Arcane is like literally tasked with rewriting lore of the League of Legends, Runeterra world. You know what I mean? So it's just like I don't really. Again, you can break canon and still be good. You know what I mean? That is possible. It's not common, but it is possible. So I don't know. You know me though. I'm an Arcane simp to the max though, so I can admit my bias there. There's a reason that it's won more animation awards than any other animated project in history, and it's a blowout. There's a reason for that.
I just liked Knuckles. It was fun.
I need to watch Knuckles. I still haven't seen. I still haven't seen
it was about bowling.
I still haven't seen the second Sonic the Hedgehog movie. I need to watch that too. And because I can't believe that Sonic 1 had that trailer with that hideous, weird tooth, like human tooth Sonic, and then they got a ton of fan outcry, and then they actually listened to the fans, went back, remade the model to this adorable, actual good-looking little Sonic avatar. The movie comes out to moderate success, but the fans fucking love it. And now it's like this trilogy. It has like a spin-off show. It's this whole fucking massive franchise that's like found success. It brought back Jim Carrey out of retirement. It just turned into this whole fucking thing, and they're doing more too. Like there's
Jim Carrey's really, really fun in that second movie.
There's more. There's
like you can tell he really enjoys that role.
Oh, dude, like Jim Carrey, he's like he it feels like he's back in his Ace Ventura days. You could tell that he loves being like this over the top goofball kind of character again, because he hasn't been able to do that kind of a character in such a long time, and you could tell that he just fucking loves it. He loves being Dr. Robotnik. He wouldn't have come back for 2 sequels at least, and in the third one he's playing 2 different characters. Because he's playing Robotnik and Robotnik's dad, Yeah. Like, you know that he's enjoying it, or else he would have quit. So, anyway, best narrative. Final Fantasy, Like a Dragon, Metaphor, Senua's Saga, Silent Hill. Oh, man. These are all good entries for narrative.
Yeah.
I could see why Final Fantasy VII Rebirth didn't win, because that game has a lot of controversy in terms of how much was changed from the originals. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was good, but not as good as the first Like a Dragon. So the other 3, I don't know. But I could totally see why Metaphor ReFantagio wins this. Just because it has like a lot of grand narratives that it tackles in a mature way. So I could see why Metaphor wins this. Games for Impact. Neva won this one.
Yeah, that's what I remembered it winning. Which is really funny.
You know what? I'm actually kind of... It's kind of... I don't know. Maybe chat might hate me for this. I don't know, though. But I don't care. I'm actually kind of glad that Tales of Kenzera made it onto this list. Because outside of... The only thing that sank this game was the connection to Sweet Baby and no marketing.
Was the game actually good?
I have no idea. I didn't play it. I'm looking. I kind of want to, though, because I'm curious about it, and I'm actually looking forward to the guy's next project. the guy actually, like, when he was criticized after the game came out and failed, he said some stuff, but it wasn't the most egregious shit, and he actually, like, extended an olive branch to a degree. And it was well, he basically was like, hey, I just want to talk about this, basically. I don't know. The guy comes off as authentic, at least to me. There's a lot of jaded people that are like, nah, he's just a fucking grifter and all this other kind of what?
Can you show it to me? I want to see it.
The game?
No, it's the guy, what he said.
Oh gosh. You're gonna make me dig all this shit up right now.
Twitter?
Yeah, he did say, oh my gosh, this was months ago, man. This is gonna be hard to dig up on the fly.
Was it like a video? Was it like an audio? Was it like text?
No, it's like a series of Twitter exchanges for the most part. I don't even remember the guy's name, to be honest. God, what the hell is his name? It's like Solomon or something like that. Tales of Zen.
He tried, but JT and all of them keep saying that he's not being serious because he's just acting. He's an actor. Like, the fuck?
That's the thing. That's actually one of like the first like cracks in the armor that I kind of like started having me like kind of moving away from the anti-woke hardcore shit. Was the rejection from a lot of people, including like Smash JT, of Solomon from Tales of Kenzera, because he did come off as genuine. And I honestly, like, one of the people on that in the anti-woke shit that actually seems to have been able to keep his head for the most part is Grums. But anyway, let me see here. What the hell is this guy? I need to find his name first. Let's see. What's his name? Oh, that's Abubakar Salim. That's the guy's name.
Yeah, because I mean that's the thing. Like when you become anti second chances, anti what I'm looking for.
Well, anti forgiveness.
Well, yeah, that. But there's a specific word I was looking for.
Let me see here.
I forgot the word I wasn't looking for.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, like that's pretty much it though. Like when you become anti-forgiveness, like you become exactly the same as the woke mob, because that's like their whole thing. They don't believe in like in second chances or in forgiveness or in redemption. That's what it is.
Redemption. That's the right word. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Like when you become like completely unwilling to like allow a second chance of redemption, you become literally no better than the woke mob. You're exactly the same. Because that is literally what, like, that's like the main thing that separates you from them.
Well, you know me, like since the beginning, I've always like tried to like assume good faith, you know?
Yeah.
Let me see. Here we go. Found it. I actually found it. Here we go. So this was like a whole controversy that stirred up. I don't know. This might have been covered over on the OCP at the time. I can't remember. But I need to bring it up on the stream. It was this exchange. So there was like a panel.
Salim!
There was a panel on that had like you could see Grums here and a few others, and that Hypnotic up here, and they basically they were critiquing a video that Salim put out about the just about the game and that kind of stuff and the criticism towards it and that kind of stuff. And this one of the guys in here, I think the guy in the bottom, like basically said like some pretty kind of, they were jokes. To be fair, they were jokes, but they were pretty fucked up jokes. Like he was saying that like this guy should found a new studio called like Spear Chucker Studios, and stuff like that. And it's like literally just because he's black. You know.
We know this guy. I know who this guy is. This is the fucking guy that's in the fucking House of the Dragon. He plays the what's his face's son.
Oh yeah, he's in House of the Dragon. Yes, he is in House of the Dragon.
Yeah, I was like, I know who this is. I recognize this man's face.
Yeah. And so what happened is, you know, Salim caught wind of this live stream, and made this post. He said, "Are these your leaders mocking the speech I gave about the game I dedicated to my late father?" Which is that's the thing about Tales of Zentera. Like for the longest time, we've been saying stop race swapping and stealing already existing and established IPs and make your own stuff. And this guy goes out and makes his own game, makes his own shit based on African folklore dedicated to his late father. And because of the Sweet Baby connection, he gets all this shit, essentially. And he says, you know, mocking the speech I gave about the game I dedicated to my late father, the man who told me that the games are a great space to enjoy and escape, a place in which community is strong. Again, my confusion comes from these people not willing to engage on grounds that are civil when all I've offered is transparency and communication. But no, they wear the same mask that they say they're fighting against, the clothing of those who ridicule and attack for no reason, who want division in an industry, who injects politics in whatever they share. I'm here if you have any questions. And so this sparked like a whole back and forth. He had like this back and forth with Smash JT, who is basically called him fake. Yeah. And you can see that they tried to like be nice about it, but they're also saying you're full of shit.
Can I see the video?
Yeah. So, just shit like that.
I don't want to listen to them talk. I just want to watch his video. Can you go to his just click on his page, on his
Oh man, that could be hard to find, but let me see.
Just scroll down, on the media section.
Oh,
Media.
well. Wait, what?
No, I'm saying click on his account.
Uh huh. Oh,
No, on his account.
This is where I went before. Yeah, here.
Now go to media. Now scroll down.
Oh yeah, I'm bad at this chat. Sorry. The longer video. 5150. I don't know how far back we're going though. But I think the video was him just basically explaining how like I just wanted to make a game about, you know, dedicated to my father.
Like the day that he did it.
Oh God. How am I gonna?
No, like I'm saying, if you go back to the post, it will show you the date on it. I'm pretty sure.
This one right here. Yeah, this was on October 19th.
Well, no, that's the video itself. May 21st, 20.
Oh, May 31st. 31st.
30? I can't see. It's blurry.
Yeah, May
so now
31st.
you go to the account and scroll down to May. Like, yeah, go to the account, just scroll down to May. Well, no, not through here. It's not going to show you the dates here. Go back to posts.
Okay, go to here.
Yeah, and just scroll down to May. Shouldn't take
Oh,
you
this
that
is.
long.
Oh God, this is gonna take some time though. November.
Okay, you post a lot more than I thought he would.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
look
what I'm
for it.
saying.
What's his account's name?
Abu Bakr Salim. Which you could like. Oh wait, what's? But here he is. He's retweeting this fucking lolcow Mighty Keith. See, even like Zach came out in defense of Abu, you know, Asmongold. In defense of Abu Bakr and saying like, yeah, that was like just fucked up. Like, what do you think you're gaining by using that kind of language? You know, kind of shit. And he's right.
Yeah.
So this was put out by Smash JT, and he's just like, he's basically trying to be genuine, and all he's getting is venom. essentially. And this was
Yeah.
kind of like, this was like the first instance where I kind of like started like stepping away, if that makes sense. Because I was like, no, this guy's like trying to be genuine, and he's trying to like extend an olive branch, and all you're doing is throwing poison and acid in his face in return. And it's like, it's not right. Like, you should be trying to talk to people. At some point, you have to put your swords down and pull your pens out. You know, you have to replace swords with quills at some point. And he was like a really good opportunity to do that, and it was rejected, and it shouldn't have been. See here. Yeah, we're in August. Yeah, he tweets a lot. He's a very active account.
I'm in June currently. Wait, I can't go any further back than June.
Yeah, Jude. Yeah, exactly. Even Altiori. I love Altiori, by the way. She's like a role model to me at this point.
Who?
Altiori, a YouTuber. She's a YouTuber. Alteori. She's fucking great. I do not care how genuine you are. You have destroyed everything we care about. Abubakar Salim didn't destroy a fucking thing. He made a new thing. He destroyed nothing that you cared about because he made a brand new thing. So, see, that's the thing. That knee-jerk hatred is what's gonna sink. Is what's gonna sink our side. And even Grums has come out saying like, "Hey, I'm looking forward to the next thing you do." Like, genuinely, like Grums has come out and like again, like Grums is one of the few people that's actually remained like tactful and has kept his head on his shoulders through all this shit. And he's like reached out to Abubakar and said like, "Hey, you know, the Sweet Baby thing is what sunk your game. I bet the game on its own, if it didn't have that connection, actually probably would have been like liked and embraced. And I'm really looking forward to whatever you do next." So, like, yes, thank you, Grums. Thank you for being a voice of reason. Yeah, I'm in mid-June now.
I found it. I'm gonna send it to you.
Is it on his timeline?
Hold on. I found the media section.
I didn't mean to get into this.
It didn't let me go beyond June for some reason. Oh, there it is. You found it. Right there. It's a needed
This
message
is it.
found.
This is it right here. Yep. Okay.
I wanna watch this.
Oh yeah, he's the voice of
Yeah.
Basim
Bayek
in Assassin's Creed Origins.
He's a great actor. Pause. You muted it.
What?
It on for chat. It's muted for chat.
Why is it muted? It shouldn't be muted.
Chat says it's muted.
Oh, god damn it.
Called
Okay.
you a boomer.
Okay. I'll pull it back a bit.
From Assassin's Creed to Raised by Wolves, you know, I've had to ignore people saying that it wasn't the work that got me the opportunities. No, it was simply because I'm black. And look, I've turned the other cheek and just kept doing my thing. Even when people were saying, oh, the only reason why he's been cast as father in Raised by Wolves is because the character's a service model. And some of these comments, you know, a few of them you can just brush off. But when it's a constant barrage of them, it's exhausting. So when I look at Zhao, it's reached this fever pitch. And look, don't get me wrong, right? There has been so much amazing and beautiful support for this game.
Pause, by the way, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. If you're on the side of he's a DEI hire and doesn't deserve anything he's got, he just has them because he's black, you can't turn around and say that he's not actually genuine. He's just acting. Because you've given that argument away by saying that he's not actually a good actor. He's just black, so they gave him the role. If he's a good enough actor to make these seem genuine, then he deserves his job. You can't say he's a DI hire. Those two statements are antithetical. You can't. That makes no sense. Both can be true. No, they can't be.
This is why DEI was a bad idea. Forever poisoned the well. Yeah. That is 100% true. Because like there are legitimate people who like, you know, have the merit.
Angel. You're saying DI can hit gold. By your definition, then DI just means a black person. Doesn't mean that they were actually hired necessarily as part of a DI program. It just means that they just are black. Anyone that was hired that is black is DI by default. That makes no sense.
Well, the thing is like, I think he's saying that DEI can accidentally be correct sometimes. Is that what he's saying? Like a broken clock is right twice a day kind of thing? Because I think
it's mentality.
Because the whole thing about
no, it's a fucking program, Angel.
Well, but the program is birthed out of a mindset, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the program is birthed out of a mindset. That's true. But what I'm saying is, you can't say this guy doesn't earn his job.
Yeah, because if you've seen his acting, he's actually fucking phenomenal.
He's a fucking phenomenal actor.
I mean, he's like, you know, there's so many like phenomenal non-white actors out there. Like the list is endless. You know, it's like, but I think that the whole idea of like DEI poisoning the well, it's like, yes, that I'm saying that the people that they have hired have made a stereotype.
Yeah, that's true. But what I agree with you, Hero. I agree with you on the like poisoning the well, and that's exactly why DEI is a bad idea. Because basically, people like this who are actually really good actors are now getting accused of shit, right? Are being told they don't deserve their jobs, even though they're fucking amazing, right? And it's just because they're black. Right, so it creates a stereotype. But the point I'm making is that you can't call him a DEI hire and say that he doesn't deserve his job, that he only got it because blah, 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 and then turn around and say that, no, this is just a facade. He's just really good at acting. You can't say that he's good at acting and say he doesn't deserve his job. You're a fucking moron if you say that. You're an idiot.
You can't be like super, super good at your job and be a DEI hire at the same time.
Like, you know, you can't say that he doesn't deserve his job or that, you know, he's a bad actor. He's just a DEI hire. Right? That he just got his job because he's black, and then turn around and say that he's such an amazing actor that he's pulled the wool over all of us and convinced us that he's actually, like, you know, really chill and didn't mean anything, you know, didn't have any bad intentions or whatever.
Yeah, Frank is right. 94% of new corporate office jobs being DEI kind of makes you second guess. Yeah, it makes you question anyone who's not white, you know, or straight or whatever. You're like questioning, like, are you here because of your traits, or are you here because you're actually good at your job? You know, and that's like the biggest crux of DEI is it makes people distrust each other. And then let me see. This will never go away. It will take years to fix it. Oh yeah, it took years and years to build it. It'll take years and years to dismantle it.
Hold on, Angel, but I'm not saying that lowering the bar is good. I'm just saying he's above the bar. He's better than most white actors I've seen in recent day.
But I think Electric Angel earlier said that like how like someone in chat said
1,000 careers, don't associate with evil. So now we're pulling the same guilty by association shit that the fucking left pulls. Is that what it is? I'm fully against that. I don't care who does it.
Yeah, like if there's a game that comes out that's genuinely great and has amazing characters, like what if there was a great game that came out and had an incredible gameplay, it was bug free, and it had insanely good, memorable characters that look good, and then you found out that it was associated with Sweet Baby after that. Like,
wait, that did happen. It's called God of War Ragnarok. Fuck you.
It's like, that's the thing. It's like, well, this is what happened with like Indiana Jones, because Indiana Jones turned out to be good, and then it's what happened with Arcane Season 2, where like it wasn't as good as Arcane Season 1, and so they're like, oh, we have to go back and retroactively say that Season 1 was shit too, and the whole thing was woke trash, you know, and lesbian propaganda and all this other shit. It's like, guys, like,
yeah, you're ideologically led. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with you. Even if the other ideology has been evil and you've been good, that doesn't give you an excuse to turn around and be the same fucking idiotic moron that I've been like arguing against. It doesn't make you like, how do I put this? I hate how often people are like, no, we have to fight fire with fire. We have to be the same. It's like, well, that just makes you just as retarded and just as stupid. You're not gonna get my support. You're never gonna get the normie support by being.
That's how you lose normies.
And that's how you lose the average person, because the average person doesn't feel that way, and they're not ideologically driven. They just care about, you know, their shit not being dog shit. And if you're turning it dog shit in the opposite direction, then you're just as bad.
See, this is why I don't like.
I think shitting on people like this, right, who are trying to be genuine and trying to, like, you know, call them a fucking cunt. Sure, you won't associate with evil. I think you're, like, associating with people that are against this is just as evil. But I'm not gonna kick you out over it. Because I'm not a fucking moron.
Yeah,
I'm not an ideological fucking loser.
I've learned to be a pragmatist instead of principlist.
Later, Marco!
But, see ya, Marco. Thanks for hanging out, man.
I'm like the left, I vote with my wallet. I'm retarded, I know. No, that's what you should do. You should vote with your wallet and move on with your life.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like, play what you want to play and leave everyone else fuck alone, and then go touch grass for fuck's sake. Like,
yeah.
like.
I think it's stupid to let your your ideology dictate what you do and don't play.
Yeah, ideology is dangerous. Just in general.
I think you should dictate what you do and don't play based on whether or not you think you'll enjoy it. Simple as.
That's my thing.
At the end of the day, the video games are not there to push the ideology that you prefer.
I think I've literally said this.
If you do that, all you're doing is that you're putting yourself in the same fucking like echo chamber that you're accusing the other side of doing. You're no different. You're the fucking same.
Well, the thing is that it in the end it just makes you miserable. Because I've said I think since episode 1 of this show that like I will go up to a point where it robs me of the joy of doing the thing that I love doing. Like, if you get to a point where you're basically allowing, like, if there's like this insanely amazing game that you would probably love to play, but there's like a little tiny gay pride flag like tucked away in a corner somewhere, and that's enough to get you to rob yourself of the joy of playing dozens of hours of that game. I don't know what to tell you, except you're putting way too much weight on that thing. You know, like, you have to learn to be a pragmatist about this shit.
If I found out tomorrow, you know, that my favorite game that I've loved for years, right, was actually made by an Islamist commie, right? It's not gonna make me hate the game. He injected, like, you know, like...
You're gonna play Disco Elysium at some point, and that game was made entirely by communists.
Probably that's not true, actually. From what I've heard, it's actually not true. But like, you know, like, let's say he put, you know, secret, little hidden, like, nods to, like, you know, pro-commie stuff, or, like, pro-Islam stuff, and, like, messaging, or whatever. Cool! It's fucking art. Whether or not I decide that I'm going to, like, enjoy it, my enjoyment and what I see in the art, what I find in the art, does not have to match what the art was intended by the person that made it. I think people forget that.
This is why
the beauty of art is not in its creation. It's in the eye of the beholder, the person that observes it, that experiences that media. Whether it be a drawing, whether it be music, whatever it be, like, what you feel and what you experience when you go through it is individual to you. And, you know, like, your personal experience with that media. It does not matter who made it, or who else observed it, or who else liked it for whatever reasons they liked it. Those reasons, your reasons and their reasons, do not have to be the same. You don't have to feel the same way as someone else. You don't have to feel the same way that your favorite reviewer feels about a game. That's not how it works. Enjoy media for yourself. put your own fucking thoughts and like emotion into it. Allow yourself to feel however you feel when you experience that media, and then go from there. Otherwise, you're just another fucking bug in the machine.
You see, this is why I'm trying to steer away from these kinds of topics on this show. This is exactly why I don't want to talk about this shit anymore, because
like, I'm just so tired of the fucking
yeah.
retarded,
Yeah.
fucking
I'm just sick of
culture
the
war, retardation.
I'm sick
right?
of the zealotry.
I don't fucking care. Yeah, because it's so much zealotry, not just on like this side that I disagree with, but even the side that I do agree with at times. And it's just like, dude, no. Like, I'm just so sick of it. I'm so genuinely sick of it. I just want to enjoy things for myself. I don't care what other people think of the things that I enjoy.
Yeah,
and if the games that I like turn to shit because so-and-so is at the mantle, so be it. I just won't play it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to play it to then be like, hey, child, look how dumb this game is. I paid $60 for this, by the way.
Well, that's, yeah.
I'm just going to go spend my money on a different game and give it my time and attention because I don't have infinite time on this earth. So I'd rather spend it showcasing shit that I do like than spending it, like, giving attention to shit that I don't think deserves it.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't want to be at chat's throat either, because that's what this shit ends up doing too. Like, I don't want to be arguing with chat on this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so fucking tiring, and I don't want to poison the fucking, you know, the viewers. You know, I'm just fucking exhausted with this fucking discussion, this zealotous discussion. I'm just so fucking sick of it. I don't want there to be vitriol anymore.
Our viewer count dropped by almost half during my rant.
See that? Yeah,
that's the way it is.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say sorry.
Yeah.
Anyways,
no. But again, this is just why I don't want.
Player's choice. Actually, wait. Before that, there's the game changer.
Yeah, who's I guess had a single. I think this is like just a special award.
Did you watch what that actually was?
No, I didn't. I didn't get in here.
You're sad that he's like a guy in like his 30s, 40s, right? It's like a family man who basically he's just a nerd who loves games, and he got into content creation kind of late, like in his 30s. And he's like a small YouTuber, but basically he set up a program to help people that lost their jobs during the mass firings of devs, to help them land new jobs. And he basically set up this Google Doc where he essentially plotted all the information for jobs looking for certain specifications and blah 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 blah.
Oh, I heard this. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah, this dude fucking rocks. He's it's the most humble dude in the industry.
Yeah, he's super humble guy.
Yeah,
he was bro was genuinely almost cried. He showed up everyone's in suits, and bro showed up in a fucking
yes, the Tencent guy hero. Yes, this guy's a fucking chat. Yeah, he was a former Tencent executive guy, I think, or something like that.
What?
Yeah, he was a high level guy at Tencent, and he basically I want to actually get down in the weeds and actually help new people become successful in this industry. Yeah. I think that's the guy. Yeah, it's that guy. Yeah, this dude, if the industry was filled with people like this dude, the industry would be impossibly good. I don't know how to I don't know what Tencent. Damn, it's again, he's an awesome guy, and then you learn that he used to be with Tencent. It's don't let that, you know what I mean? It's the same. Tencent was the investor that pushed the DEI ESG in gaming. Oh, you think because the whole thing about China pushing the ESG shit outside of China, but banning it inside of China so they can take over the industry? I don't know. There's a lot of Tencent properties that are fucking banging right now. So want to ruin Western gaming so they can be the best. Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is that doesn't mean the West doesn't have agency in what it's doing, though. You know what I mean? Like, the West still has a choice. Like, even if Tencent is investing in the West has a choice as to what direction they take their games. You know? Like, Tencent just doesn't have, like, this iron fist that they, like, command over the Western gaming development. You know what I mean? Like, it's still very much in the West's hands, and it's the West's responsibility to get their shit together. You know what I mean?
This guy used to work for Amazon Games. He's on the board of directors for Tencent.
There you go. Yeah, Razor Fist, he's very much like a Red Scare kind of guy, which I completely sympathize with. But the thing is that normies don't give a shit. And
He recently transitioned from Amazon to Tencent.
And the last thing you want to do if you want to get normies to stop buying Chinese products is to attack normies. If you attack normies, they're just going to end up doing the opposite thing that you want them to do. You can't blame gamers for buying the things that they want to buy even if they're coming out of China. You have to go after the Western developers and tell them to get their shit together and become better than China so that the normies will start buying Western games again. That's what you have to do.
Created a do-it-yourself job listing service on LinkedIn to help individuals in the game industry find employment.
Mm-hmm. We move on. We good?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like
reading up on them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best community support, Baldur's Gate 3 wins. Who was it going up against? No Man's Sky is on here. Ooh, that's a hell of a contender, actually. Because remember, they just recently got into the overwhelmingly positive.
Support?
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, I think it should have gone to No Man's Sky.
I do too, actually.
I really do think it should have gone to No Man's Sky. I do get why Baldur's Gate 3 won, just because the sheer amount of mod support that they've been injecting into the game is crazy.
They've been like super cool with their community, no doubt. But like, I feel like No Man's Sky, man, if No Man's Sky won, it would have been such the crowning achievement of like a decade of rebuilding their reputation and making No Man's Sky like way better than what was originally promised. You know, like No Man's Sky is so like it launched like with only half of their promises kept, and now it's like 3 to 4 times what they promised originally. They've put out so much support for that game. And it's all for free. It's all free, which is insane that they've done that. And man, if they'd have won that, if they'd have like, they just got like for the first time they hit overwhelmingly positive in Steam reviews, like a month ago. If they would have gone off of that into winning this award, oh man, that would have been such a like a movie moment. Oh no, almost. So that I wanted it to go to No Man's Sky, but I think I see why Baldur's Gate 3 won as well, because of the insane amount of mod support they provided. So No Man's Sky is fantastic. It is. I consider No Man's Sky to be like the greatest like comeback story in gaming history. It really is like Sean Murray like really proved his mettle. You know what I mean? With the saga of No Man's Sky. Like the way he dealt with the initial backlash and stuff like that upon release. He didn't attack the fans. He didn't shit all over people. He huddled together with his dev team. He said, devs, get the hell off social media. I'm banning you from social media. I just want you to get to work on making this game better. And he basically funneled all of the social media criticism into himself. He created a spreadsheet of like keyword filtering and prioritizing based on the criticism. And he basically said like, whatever I see the most, that gets moved to the top of the priority list. And then he would just assign these little 2-3 man teams inside the dev team and he would just assign those items based on priority. And slowly but surely, he just fixed the game. He didn't lash out. He didn't do any of that shit. He just put his nose to the grindstone and made things right. And it's just hell yeah, dude. That is just like that is such a good story that deserves recognition. Sean Murray absolutely deserves recognition for what he did. The great Internet Historian made a great Internet Historian did a fantastic job because he did like the whole timeline from like the point of view of like critics, and then he went back and did the whole timeline from Sean Murray's point of view. And he basically did a really good job of making the audience sympathetic to Sean and basically saying like, hey, Sean is actually making this game better. You know what I mean? Internet Historian has a fantastic video on on No Man's Sky. It's so good. And he's absolutely like, I can't gush over Sean Murray's dedication enough. Basically, it's such a feel good story. When Shambi the Owl does a part 4 review, I'm really looking forward to the next game too. Like it's just like one planet, but it's like the same. All this, because Hello Games revolutionized procedural generation, absolutely revolutionized the whole thing. I mean, they were light years ahead of the game in terms of like technical development and like what you can do with current technology, and they just revolutionized procedural generation. And I'm really looking forward to their next project. I really am. But anyway, player's choice, Black Myth Wukong. I'm glad that it won over all these gacha games, actually. Yeah.
Can you call Elden Ring a gacha game?
No, well, Genshin, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless.
They're all fucking, they're all the same company.
No, not Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is...
Oh, it's not?
I don't think Wuthering Waves... That's not a Hoyoverse game, is it? I don't think it is. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could have sworn it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know.
You're right, but I don't know.
I don't think it is, but it might be.
I think you're right, because I feel like whenever I hear of Hoyo, I hear like Zenless, Genshin, and it is in my MiHoYo. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad that it won over these gacha games. So Black Myth deserved to win something, and Player's Choice, that's a good award. That's a good award to win. Best multiplayer: Call of Duty, Helldivers, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2. I feel like it's between Helldivers and Warhammer here.
Yeah, I definitely would have been between those. I do think Helldivers takes it just because it has like continuity. Like when you're fucking done with Warhammer, you're fucking done with Warhammer. The problem with Warhammer, the biggest problem with Warhammer that I have is there's just not enough fucking content. There just isn't enough in that game. The game's amazing.
Yeah, that's literally what I was gonna say. Is that Helldivers wins because it has longevity.
Did I say continuity? Oops.
Yeah, you said continuity.
Longevity is what I meant.
Yeah,
my bad.
Helldivers has longevity that Warhammer doesn't. And like Warhammer has this roadmap, but each content update is like it's nowhere near enough.
Tiny.
It's not enough.
It's tiny.
Yeah. Best independent game: Animal Well, Lorelei of the Laser Eyes, Neva, UFO 50, Balatro.
Yeah, that was gonna
I feel like this was between Balatro and Neva. I don't know these other ones.
Dude, I didn't hear Balatro until I heard it was on the fucking dock, and I was like, oh my god, you ever heard Balatro? Everyone knows Balatro. It's like,
yeah,
really?
And I never heard of it either.
No one ever told me about it till just now, and now all of a sudden everyone's like, it reminded me of like in high school whenever like some like scandal would happen, and everyone knows the guy that's involved in the scandal and like the thing. And then like by the time he comes back from being suspended for whatever scandal it was, whatever it was that happened, everyone forgot about him. There was this one guy who got caught getting blown by his girlfriend in the bleachers in PE, just in front of everybody. And then he got suspended for 10 days, out of school.
Sounds like a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, no, I think it was like a week. Whatever. But yeah, he got fucking suspended for I think it was 10 days. I can't remember, but he got suspended. And the day that it happened, like a few days after, everyone was talking about him. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, yeah, you don't know this guy? Yeah, I have this class with him." Like everyone knows him, right? Because it's a fucking massive school, right? No one knows anybody in reality, but there's like, "Oh yeah, everyone knows him," right? Because that story's floating around the school. By the time he's back, everyone's forgotten about him. Everyone's forgot what happened. Like no one remembers shit because it's like such a massive fucking school that no one cares about anything in reality. But yeah, like it reminded me of that. Like it was like, oh my god, like Balatro got nominated. It's like, what the fuck's Balatro? Like, you don't know Balatro? Oh my god,
Yeah.
I played Balatro once, like this day, and it's like an amazing game, and I can't believe you don't know about it. It's like, oh, well, I'm sorry.
Jesus. Everybody in
There's a
high
lot of
school
games
seeks
you can do that.
validation. Validation is like the currency of your high school years.
I mean, that I guess high school never ends. I guess then.
For some people. Best debut indie game. Balatro wins that. These are hardly different categories. Honestly, I wanted this to go to Manor Lords. I really like
What
Manor
makes the
Lords.
categories different?
I don't know.
What's the difference between an indie game and a debut indie game?
I have no clue. But either way, I wanted Manor Lords to win this, but whatever. Best VR/AR game. I don't give a shit. Sure, Batman, whatever. Content creator of the year. Queso wins. I guess we're supposed to be biased towards Picora.
I was biased towards Bakura. I was like, oh my god, I hope Bakura wins, but only because she's the only person on that list I know.
Yeah,
Who
it's
they
me
are.
too. I don't know who any of these
Right.
other people are either. I don't know. I think I've heard of Queso, but I if you gave me like a lineup of people and said point the finger at Queso, I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't know. Most anticipated. Okay, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, if they gave it to anything other than GTA 6, they'd have been lying.
Yeah, I mean, this is not my most anticipated, honestly. I'm more looking for Monster Hunter.
No,
and-
it's my most anticipated, I think. It's
Grand
gonna be
Theft
my
Auto?
only connection back to Miami for a while.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing that I actually really like about Grand Theft Auto right now is that it's basically going back to Vice City, which has always been the best setting of GTA. I consider the world of GTA Vice City to be easily the best world of GTA franchise ever. Easy, hands down, no contest. Vice City was so, oh my god, it was so unique, and it was just so like I love like one of my favorite aesthetics ever is like Miami, like 80s Miami, like Miami Vice, you know, that like it's like the neon and the white suits and the music. It's my favorite aesthetic.
It's completely dulled on me.
I know, because it's like people think like Las Vegas is like this amazing tourist destination, but to me I'm like whatever, because I grew up there.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably the same for you in Miami, but man, dude, like I've seen like Jackie Chan movies that take place in Miami and they were like made in the 80s and they have this aesthetic to them that I'm just like, oh, I fucking love it. I love it so.
But people like think like, oh my god, yeah, Miami, and think about like the beaches and stuff, and like this and that or whatever, and like, oh my god, yeah, Miami, right? In my head, I'm like, no. When I think of Miami, I think crime.
Ghettos and yeah.
Yeah, I think like when I think of like Miami Beach specifically, I think crime. That's the first thing that comes to mind. It's,
I'm really curious, like how
are we
much.
going at night or are we going during the day? But nothing's happening during the day. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really curious, like how much of Miami they're gonna capture. Like, there's got to be a part of the map that's like the Everglades, right? I can't imagine them not doing. I can't. What? Yeah, but they always. Yeah, but they always have like a
The wilderness.
like an open like wilderness area, you know. And like if they're doing Miami, then it's got to be the Everglades, right?
I'm trying to think, because usually like what they do is like they step pretty far out to like the cities that are outside of like the main city, right? That are smaller.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is that they'll do Miami and then they'll do like a space of like wilderness and like roads and stuff, kind of like how Los Santos is set up, where like you have like the mountains going like north.
Right.
And past the mountains, like when you go around it, on the thingy, on the on like the highway, you hit like the fucking like trailer parks and shit.
Right.
What I'm thinking is they'll do something like that, and then up north they'll have a smaller city, and it'll have like theme parks.
You think it'll be
Yeah.
Orlando?
And I think the vast area is gonna be like the wilderness in between Orlando and Miami.
Yeah, which is like the Everglades. And just
and the lake has to be there, obviously. That's my guess.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, because they have yet to reveal like the map, you know. So we'll see what the map looks like. But I'm really curious.
If they end up doing it where instead of going north the way I'm thinking it will, it goes south to the Keys.
That'd be cool.
And we get like if it goes south to like the Keys, and then we get the whatchamacallit, the like a bit of like Everglades like on the way down or something, right? Or like Everglades like so like
To the
I don't
west?
know.
It'd
Like,
be to the west.
like to the west from like the bridge they go to the Keys.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be cool. They have to include the 7 Mile Bridge.
I hope so.
That'd be fucking amazing.
I had a friend who showed me when I went to Miami. I went down to the Keys and he showed me where they filmed the scene in True Lies, that Schwarzenegger movie, where they like blew up the bridge and like he pulled Jamie Lee Curtis out of the car as it was like crashing into the water off the bridge. Like,
yeah.
Because I specifically asked them, like, where did that get filmed? Because I know it got filmed here. We're on the road that it got filmed. You have to show that to me, and he did. It was great.
Have you ever seen the 7 Mile Bridge?
I don't think so. It's between the Keys. Wait. It goes between the Keys, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You need to look it up. You look up a picture of it. It's fucking gorgeous. It's one of, I think I'm not biased, but I think it's one of the most beautiful like bridges like ever made. Like, and I understand it's a bridge where you look off into the distance and all you see is ocean because the bridge is longer than how far you can see the fucking horizon. And when you're on the bridge, you can see like it's not even that tall of a bridge, but you can see like the line, like the curve in like the world, because the bridge is long enough that when you're at the center, you can't see either end of it.
Something like this.
That's like a massive aerial view, yeah. Like, get some like closer up shots. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Like when you're like driving and you get to like that mile that's like right in the middle, that sweet spot, that 4th mile, you can look forward and back and you can't see the end of the bridge in either direction because the horizon is 3
here we
miles
go.
off.
I think I have been on this bridge. Yeah, I think I have been on this bridge.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I have. Because I went down to the Keys when I was there. So I'm pretty sure that I'm... How far down is it?
It's, I'm trying to remember. It is by Pigeon Key.
Okay.
It's from Marathon to Bahia Honda Key, basically.
Okay, I don't think I went that far down the Keys.
It's pretty far down. It's past Isla Morada.
Oh, okay, I didn't go that far, but
yeah, it's
anyway.
pretty far down to the Keys. The one time that I went to Key West, I remember like that was like wild to me.
It's freaking cool.
It's
It really
such a
is.
long
It
bridge.
is like an engineering marvel. It really is.
Yeah, it's fucking spectacular. It's really thin.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it just goes on just for fucking
Forever.
literal miles.
We'll see. We'll see what they do. We'll see what the map looks like. I hope that, yeah. I have a feeling they're going to try to capture as much as they can. You know what I mean? That they tend to try to do that. So.
Yeah.
Best action adventure game. Astrobot won this. to Prince of Persia, which I own, but I have yet to play. Because it's
I
like
just realized Pizza got herself a white Miami girl. She did. Dude, I feel like such a city kid, like in this town. It feels so. I feel so out of place, like all the fucking time. And I'm not even from like the city. I'm like from
Not
like
really.
the suburbs.
I was kind of like in your general area when I was there. It's like
Yeah,
you
it's
weren't
very
like
suburban.
you weren't in like downtown Miami with all the classic, skyscrapers and beach
Yeah.
condos and stuff like that. That's not where you were.
No,
Oh.
I wasn't very much like peak suburbia. Like
Mhm.
there's like cookie cutter houses, like for like squares upon squares of land,
Yep.
right? Like, and like even then, it feels completely different. Like being here, like I feel like a city kid. Like it feels so strange to me.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to. That's for sure. So Astrobot won. Its competition was Prince of Persia, Silent Hill, Star Wars Outlaws. That's a pity nomination.
Yep.
And then Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. I think that out of these, Astrobot is the easy winner here. This is an easy win for Astrobot. Let's see here. Best role-playing game. This is a stacked lineup here. Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, and Metaphor ReFantazio. Which one? I don't know. I fell out of love with Dragon's Dogma 2. I never fit.
Same. I
Final
didn't
Fantasy.
finish it, but I hated it. It made me hate it more when I finished it.
Honestly, all three of
I
these
wouldn't
that I have
give it a-
highlighted, I like.
I've never played the Metaphor ReFantazio, so actually I might have actually given it to Shadow of the Erd Tree, just because I know I've played it, and it's as much as I fucking hate it. Actually, honestly, no, I
A
take it
lot of
back.
people hate it.
I take it back. It's not a fucking RPG anymore in Shadow of the Erd Tree. It's a fucking it's an item collection game, and you get more powerful when you collect the items. It's basically Metroidvania at that point. Like,
Yeah.
fuck it. Fucking hate that game. It's like God of War. You go through it and you collect like the special items that give you more power, and then you progress. Like, fuck off. I hate that game. It's not an RPG.
And nobody
That
gives a
DLC is not an RPG.
Nobody gives a shit about the story of Dragon's Dogma either. And like I said before, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, as much as I loved it, a lot of people didn't really like it because of how much it changed and the multiverse bullshit. Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, great game, not as good as Like a Dragon the first. So I could see ReFantazio taking this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fighting game. Tekken 8 wins this. We have multiverses. Man, this got nominated and fucking Mortal Kombat 1 didn't. That's how bad Mortal Kombat 1 was.
That's funny.
Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. Okay. Grand Blue Fantasy is actually like a baller fucking fighting game.
Yeah.
And then Dragon Ball, which I think was the main contender here.
I was actually surprised about Dragon Ball, because while Dragon Ball is like fun, I wouldn't consider it like a serious fighting game.
I would consider it a fighting game.
I mean, yes, but I guess like I don't know, like when I think about a fighting game, I think about the like left side versus right side, like you know.
Yeah, but you
I
say
don't know
fighting
about
game,
Dragon Ball.
a game like Dragon Ball doesn't come to mind.
Yeah, because I don't know, it's more of like an action game in a way. Because like yes, it's a fighting game, it's about fighting, literally, right? Like as far as like a literal thing, right? But if that's your definition of fighting game, then every game's a fighting game, right? Fucking Call of Duty's a gunfighting game.
Should call it a dueling game, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. The thing with Dragon Ball is that it's like I don't know. It feels weird calling it a fighting game in the same place as stuff like Tekken or Grand Blue, right?
Yeah.
Like Marvel vs. Capcom.
Mhm.
Because it's not nothing's balanced. It's not a game based on like skill really as much more so like fun games to kind of play. And like all the characters are extremely unbalanced. Like because they're all meant to be like at their power lore.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So like in a way, it's more like an anime simulator than a fighting game. Because that's actually like
hang on.
power scaling characters in the anime rather than. Oh wait.
You're roboing. Hang on.
Oh.
Thank you for telling me, NDA. Tell me right away.
Yeah.
The moment she starts, you're good now. The moment she starts to robot, let me know, chat.
Yep. But in a way, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is more of like an anime simulator than a fighting game. Because again, like the characters are not balanced to, each other, right? Like they're not meant to be balanced for the sake of competition. They're balanced to their power scaling in lore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like the game is not about like having like a super like balanced experience between all the characters so that no matter who you play, like everything's balanced and you can be competitive and blah 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 blah. Like it's very much like, hey, just here's these characters, have fun.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can beat this guy as this guy just for fun. Right? Like it's not the same, if that makes any sense. It's very, very different to games like Tekken or Grand Blue Fantasy.
Yeah,
Where,
it
like,
doesn't
obviously, like,
fit the mold of a fighting game at all.
Yeah, like in those games, the actual like in lore power scaling doesn't matter. You can beat anybody as anybody, right? But like you literally cannot go in and play fucking what's it? And then again, it's one of those things like if you're good enough, you can beat people that are like playing like a stronger character, right? If you're good enough and they're shit enough, right? But like the concept of like both these people are good at the game, right? And one guy is winning while playing like a shitty character versus the guy that's like playing using like the meta characters, like that's just not gonna happen.
You're a Game Grumps fan, right? You like
Me?
Game
Yeah,
Grumps? Do you remember there was an episode where they played this robot fighting game, and one of the characters that you can unlock was called Big Zam, and he like took up like the entire screen, and it was like basically like an insta win kind of character, and like the whole time like Aaron was like choosing all the different characters, and then Danny would be like, I'm gonna try Big Zam. He was like,
I don't remember that.
oh my god, it's one of the funniest fucking episodes. I'll have to watch it sometime. It's so fucking funny. But that's what this reminds me of. It's like super unbalanced, essentially, because it's like the fun is in the imbalance of it.
The fun is the fact that the characters are literally balanced to lore.
Exactly. It's
right?
not
So
like
it doesn't feel like a fighting game. It feels like an action game, a PvP action.
Exactly. Like that makes more sense actually. But I guess let's be real. The fighting games category is pretty fucking lean this year. So I could see why they like kind of hedged it in there. And it's like, what else are they gonna nominate Dragon Ball into? I guess I don't know. Okay.
Action game. The literal next one.
Ugh. But the thing is, it's like when I think action game, I don't think Dragon Ball Sparking Zero either.
Well, do you think Call of Duty? You think shooter?
Well, Call of Duty, I
see
think
what I'm
shooter.
saying?
Yeah. God, it's
Like Call of Duty is also a game that people mostly play for the PvP, the same way they would with something like Sparking Zero.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know, man.
You know?
I heard that this Black Ops 6 game is actually really good though. Like the story, like the single player experience
Really?
for it was actually really good.
I
Yeah.
might have to go play that then.
That's what I've heard, actually, is that they actually did a really banger job with the single player story. I don't know. Has anybody in chat played the new Call of Duty this year? Because that's what I've heard. Is that
I historically have liked Call of Duty story modes, especially like the Modern Warfare's, and not so much the Black Ops usually. Actually, I did like the which one was it? It was the Cold War, Black Ops Cold War. That one I did like. I liked a lot.
Yeah, I actually think that Call of Duty does a better job in the single player parts of it than people give it credit for. I feel like, there are worse entries than others. I mean, Modern Warfare as a trilogy is fantastic. Like Modern Warfare 2 is just like phenomenal storytelling, and I'm so glad that they didn't cuck out on the no Russian mission as well. But this is a stacked lineup too. Black Myth, Call of Duty, Helldivers, Stellar Blade. Glad to see Stellar Blade get that nomination again, and Warhammer 40K.
Wait, what?
I'm just listing off. I said I'm glad to see Stellar Nod get the nod here again. Get the nod here as well. I didn't expect Stellar Blade to win anything. I thought that the one category they had a chance was music. I felt like, but I'm glad to see them getting nominated in several categories. So, but I could see why Black Myth Wukong wins this. I could totally see that. Innovation in accessibility. This is okay. I'm gonna be real here. When it comes to accessibility, this is like the one thing that Ubisoft is actually consistently really good at. They do a fantastic job with making their games like accessible to disabled people. They really do, and that's really fucking cool.
Ubisoft
Like
PlayStation, both tend to do pretty good. Those things.
So and seeing an Ubisoft game win this is is cool. I guess. Is that what this category is? Wait a minute. I think it is. That's what it is. It's like all the different options they have for just like color blindness, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember when I played Last of Us 2, I took a moment to look through all the options they had for accessibility. Because like it was one of those where like, hey, like if you have a disability, like check out these options, right? And I was like, you know what, I'm curious. Because I'd never seen that many accessibility options in a video game. Beyond like, hey, do you have like some like, color blindness? Here's colorblind option, because it's really just changing colors, putting a filter over the game, right? But I'd never seen so many accessibility options the way that Last of Us 2 had before. And so I went through all of them, and I was like, holy fuck, this is actually
cool.
Like, crazy. They came up with like a system that will literally tell you, it will audibly tell you what's in the game as you're looking around. Which is fucking phenomenal.
It's really cool. Yeah, I
think it's fucking cool. I think it's fucking like awesome, because like it opens up like the game to a lot of people that previously couldn't play it, right?
Yeah.
And, like there's people that have disabilities, right? That will still play it as is, but some people with disabilities just don't allow you to do that at all. You just can't. Like,
Yeah, and it's like the thing is like these developers, they're kind of limited to the software side, but like there have been a lot of innovations on the hardware side too to allow like disabled people to play. Like what's like I've seen like Elon Musk's Neuralink like control like a video game, like literally with his mind.
I remember like people like showing like after all that people were like showing videos of like people with like missing hands and shit playing just fine with the controller. It's like, yeah, that's fine, right? But like we're talking about people that can't fucking see.
Yeah, give the controller to someone
and then they'll show you like a video of some like and then like they'll show you like a video of like some guy playing a blindfold. It's like, yeah, but that's when like practice the game for fucking hours. Not everyone that wants not every person that's blind wants to turn into a fucking challenge runner. They just want to enjoy the fucking game for fun.
Exactly.
And I always feel like more options is just generally a good thing.
I agree.
Giving people options.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like the disability stuff. Like,
yeah,
I have zero issues with anything related to like finding out ways to get people with various unique disabilities to be able to play a game. I think it's freaking cool. All right, best family game. Astrobot wins there. Princess Peach Showtime. Super Mario. You expect this is like where Nintendo is going to be all over it. The Plucky Squire. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Like I feel like Princess Peach Showtime just kind of came and went. I don't know.
I didn't even hear about it.
But I could see Astrobot winning this as well.
I think it's. First off, I want to say, I think Astrobot deserves it. Second off, I want to say, it was really fucking cool to listen to the guy who was there for Team Asobi talking about Astrobot give a nod to Nintendo. Like, without saying Nintendo, they didn't say their name. But it was really cool, like listening to them, like basically give a nod to them, be like, yeah, I'm not gonna say who it is because I don't think I can. I don't think I'm allowed for reasons. But we all know who I'm talking about, and like he kind of like, like he paid his respects, right? To like, like
despite the fact that
inspired him.
Yeah, despite the fact that Nintendo is kind of like a fucking shitty company now, they're still really good at what they do. And they do family games like to the T.
But yeah, he was paying respect to being like.
I mean,
like,
I actually have this article queued up. We're not going to go over it, but Pal World did remove the Pal Sphere summons from the game.
Yeah.
They got rid of the mechanic, you know. So it's like Nintendo is a shit litigious company now that I don't like, but they make really good family games, and family games don't care about shit like this, or people who want to play with, moms and dads who want to play with their sons and daughters. They don't give a shit about this kind of stuff. So yeah. Best sim/strategy games: Age of Mythology Retold, Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, Manor Lords, and Unicorn Overlord. I have not played any of these except for Manor Lords.
Oh. You know what I just got like an imagining of? Can you imagine if like people like on the right that were like anti like woke shit started doing the same shit the left does and being like, sorry Billy, sorry son, you can't play Pokemon. You can't play Mario Bros because Nintendo's a bad company. Can you imagine?
Do I have to imagine it? I feel like I don't have to.
Do you think people do that?
Oh God, yeah.
I haven't heard of it happening yet, so that's why I'm like.
I bet you it does happen though.
Yeah, you think so?
I just don't think it's as high as a profile thing right now. We'll see. I mean, the pendulum is swinging and the purity spirals are happening pretty fast, so I can absolutely see it becoming more prominent in the near future.
They do that in the anime community? Really?
Oh God, a lot of anime communities are toxic as fuck, man. Call of Duty has done a great job in helping the retarded play their games. Okay, good. Black Ops was good. Yeah. Black Ops 2 used to run colorblind mode for better map icon colors. Oh, that's a hack.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, Kelvin.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people you'd be surprised actually manage to have kids.
I agree with India. I do see it being that India. I really, really do.
Yeah, and I hate it too.
It's just like.
So Frostpunk 2 wins this. I don't really have it. I don't know. I think I own this. I never played it though. I really want to play Age of Mythology Retold though. I've seen the footage of that. It's like a remaster/remake of Age of Mythology, and I would like to play that at some point. But Manor Lords is good though. Best sports racing game. Who gives a shit? Best esports game.
I love how, like, when he was reading them, he was like, F124, EA Sports FC25, NBA 2K25, Topspin 2K25, WE 2K24. Aha, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows. It's all the same fucking dribble
It's the
every
same
time.
game every fucking time. Best esports game. League of Legends wins this one. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the fuck? Valorant? Dota 2 and Counter-Strike 2. Sure. I can see why League of Legends wins, because League of Legends, despite all of the memes and the toxicity among the community, it's still easily the biggest and most popular esports game out there. And it's a blowout. Like, best esports athlete. Actually, Faker is the only person I know of in this list. You know who Faker is? He's like the best League of Legends player.
I would say all I know about him is Erika has told me he's the best League of Legends player. That's all I know about him.
Yeah, and he's the one they made like that $500
Billy
skin.
Gaming.
Yeah. Billy Gaming, League of Legends. Oh, this is Teams, Gen G, League of Legends. Not I don't know. I don't know.
Billy Gaming? Do they have a team?
I don't know.
Billy just has a team?
I don't know what Billy Gaming is.
Billy is a fucking streaming site. It's like an Asian streaming site. It's Chinese, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I guess they do, and I guess they got nominated, but they lost. But
Chinese?
But of course, yeah, League of Legends win this. I mean,
it's somewhere over there.
That's the thing. Like, you can hate on League of Legends all you want. it's by far and away the most profitable and biggest, you know, esports game out there to this day. Like, and it's like not even fucking close. So it's like it's gonna sweep like all the time. So Dota 2 is better. You can't deny. I never played Dota 2. I never played League of Legends, so I couldn't tell you.
I have played Dota, and I've done.
It's just not as big as
tutorial for League.
Wait, say it again.
But I have played Dota. I've done part of the tutorial for League because you can't just play League. It's like you have to do like a weird shitty tutorial.
I have done the tutorial for League actually.
I did part of it and then I got sick of it. I didn't even finish it. But I have played Dota because Dota just kind of lets you just jump in and play. And I played it with Arch on stream and I did really good. I bullied Kibbs for like an hour.
He deserves it. He always deserves
Fucking Arch spent like an hour or so teaching me how to play one character, and I was like, okay. And then I just played that character for like a few hours to practice, and then I proceeded to crush Kibbs for like a couple hours straight. Because I learned how to play one really easy character really well, really quickly. And that was all I did. I just went around just hunting Kibbs. I kind of feel bad for Kibbs because Kibbs did not have a good time, and it was 99% my fault.
Bully Kibbs. Always bully Kibbs.
No, Kibbs is a good lad.
I know. He works hard. Best game direction. This is another stack category, actually. Astrobot wins it.
No, Tomway, that way. Go away. I love you, Tomway, but you can't go behind my computer. Sorry.
Best game direction, Astrobot wins it. This is a pretty stacked category. Final Fantasy VII, Metaphor, Elden Ring, Black Myth, Balatro, and Astrobot. That's stacked. But Astrobot was just destined to sweep this year. It really was.
Yeah, dude. I was really surprised that it won. Even then, though. Like, as much as, like, how do I put this? I feel like Astrobot is a very cute family game, right?
Mhm.
There's a lot of, like, good vibes behind that game, right? The CEO of Baldur's Gate gave, like, a speech before he announced the winner.
Oh yeah, I watched it. I was on stream with you.
Yeah, and it was a very, very good speech.
Yeah.
I really liked that speech, and I think that speech was like very much like a pointed jab at the games industry.
Oh god, yeah. It wasn't like
Can we play
it
that?
was a jab.
Can
It
we
was
play that?
it was a right hook. It like yeah, we can bring it up real
Can we
quick.
watch that?
Yeah, we can bring
But,
it. It's yeah, let me bring it up.
As much as I do think that Black Myth Wukong should have won, I do think that Balatro, out of all those games, I think Balatro and Astrobot both really embody what he was saying.
Here it is. Let me bring it up on stream. Okay, here you go.
I realize you guys have been sitting
Send
here for
link.
over 3 hours, but I still have some
Send
time
link.
credits.
Got
from
that
last
9
year,
head up
actually,
here with that hairline.
So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The oracle told me that the game of the year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit.
Everyone's clapping.
And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were
Hold on a
driven by
second.
idealism.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, notice everyone clapped on the how you treat your devs part, but then everyone is silent for the rest of it because
Yeah.
they know that they've not been. They're like, oh my god, yeah, the devs! And they're like, oh.
Yeah, treating devs good is good, but you know, all the other.
Yeah, and
but
then for all the rest of it, they just kind of stayed
Yeah,
quiet.
it's like you
'Cause
mean
they know.
we should put the art and passion above business.
Yeah.
And wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect. That if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned.
Just ask Sean Murray.
But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now...
Okay, that's his speech. But, yeah, I mean, it sounded like he was directly calling out, like, Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Like, everything you do is antithetical to good game making. But you're right, like, they only applaud during the, like, treat devs good, but they didn't applaud during, like, you know...
The rest of it. Because
during,
they know.
yeah.
They know that they're guilty of all the things that he said.
Yep. They know that,
They know that
he's
they
calling
aren't-
them out.
Yeah. It's like
That's
children getting lectured. They like the part where they're like, no, they have like a hooky kind of wave in their face, but then the rest of it, you know, it's like, oh,
But,
look down.
yeah, so Astrobot wins Game of the Year. Fine, I guess. I wanted to go to the Black Myth Wukong, personally. Even though I liked Final Fantasy VII Rebirth more, I feel like the gamers as a demographic liked Black Myth better than anything this year.
Yeah.
So,
Not only that, Final Fantasy is really one of those things where it's like the people that like Final Fantasy play it, and the people that never grew up with Final Fantasy don't care about it. I don't care about it.
yeah, the thing is like, after I beat it, I haven't picked it up since I beat it the first time. It doesn't actually have,
That's
like...
fine.
Yeah.
That doesn't make a game bad. Like I've been fucking like talking about how like I fucking have been hating playing Nier Automata again. It's not because Nier Automata is a bad game. It's just I've already played it.
But
A lot of single player games don't have that kind of replayability, especially when like their story revolves around like very specific moments that you have to kind of feel in the moment.
I just noticed these
That
have the
first
exact
time.
same lists of games.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they literally are. Yeah.
But yeah, those are your Game Awards. Sure, we'll see what the Game Awards end up being for the Side Scrollers podcast's The Real Game Awards. We shall see. I'm actually on the voting committee for that. So
Wait, for what?
well, you know, Craig over at Side Scrollers,
Yeah.
he initiated a project like early this year called the Real Game Awards, which is entirely voted on by players. Like, all the categories are decided upon and nominated by and voted on by gamers, by the people, basically.
Okay.
So it's basically like player's choice, but like the entire award show is player's choice for all the different categories and stuff like that. And that's supposed
Oh
to
boy,
be
I'm going to fucking kill you! Get out! Out! Out!
I actually need to get in there and put my votes in, because I'm actually on the vote. I actually have a ticket to go there physically. I need to like actually get back in and pay attention to that and see if I can actually go. We'll see. But we shall see what the Real Game Awards end up being. But the thing is, it's like, I have zero problems with another Games Award show coming up. You know, competition helps. And it'll probably be a bit cringe, but so was Jeff Keeley's Game Awards for like the first 6-7 years. You know, I mean, honestly, actually, this was the first Game Awards show that I've seen that didn't have like a tooth-shattering moment of cringe. You know what I mean?
It's a good boy. Can't stay mad at him. Boy.
This wasn't an awful show, I don't think, actually.
I'm just curious and blind.
We did get a lot of announcements. We can just blow through these real quick. This one...
I actually am super into that.
This
I'm
Naughty Dog
super
thing?
into that game. Yeah.
Intergalactic?
I'm actually excited for that.
I don't know. The only thing that really drew me in was the 80s aesthetic. I hate the look of the main character, and I hate Neil Druckmann. But I like 80, like I love like the retro 80s aesthetic, because the whole idea of it's like an alternate timeline where we like figured out like intergalactic travel like back in the 70s and 80s.
That's cool.
Which is a cool idea. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical because Naughty Dog isn't the company that it used to be.
Subscription?
Set 10,000 years in the future. Bounty Hunter ends up stranded on Simperia, a distant planet whose communication with the outside universe went dark hundreds of years ago. Jordan will have to use all of her skills of wisdom. She hopes to be the first person over 600 years to leave its orbit. And this is the game. This game, it's gotten ratioed on YouTube. The comments are turned off on the trailer because the main character is like, let's be real, this is like an actual legitimate example of like uglification.
Yeah, I mean, show the video again. Show it to me. Show me the trailer. Just give it your head. Totally like the video.
But like,
I can't fucking do shit though.
Like when I first
full
saw
screen
this,
it. Lower the volume and full screen it. There you go.
here's a good look at. I thought I literally this looks like a man. I'm sorry, this just looks like a man.
Yeah.
Like this doesn't look like a woman at all.
It looks like an Asian guy with movies.
Yeah, this looks awful.
Has movies, even though he's skinny.
Yeah, this looks fucking awful. But the thing is, you take this out. You take this character.
They really like giving their characters ugly, like.
Oh, it's
ugly
awful.
forearm tattoos.
But this is the thing, like, people don't want to play this. People don't want to play this. You know what I mean? Like, normies don't want to play this.
Something good.
That voice looks like it's misplaced.
She has really broad shoulders.
It's awful. It looks so off-putting.
Like, she really just looks like a twink.
And the thing is that the actress that plays her is actually, like, really cute.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, Villain actually just sent you something. Just take a look at it real quick. The actress who's playing this is based on. Huh?
Wait, did you tag me in something on Twitter?
No, Villain did.
No, I know, but he said he tagged me.
Oh. Might be in Discord.
What the fuck does that mean? That's what I'm saying. Like where?
I don't know. Villain, you need to tell her where.
Oh, in What the Fuck podcast. Hold on. I see
Okay, there you go.
No, never mind. I don't know.
Twitter?
Twitter, okay.
You said Twitter. But the actress that this is based on doesn't look bad at all. She's actually like super cute.
Yeah, her face is really pretty. The character in the game does not look like her at all.
At all. Like what? Why? What are they doing?
She's also like a bald dark-skinned lady, right? But her face is pretty.
Yeah. Like. And she doesn't have shoulders like a fucking refrigerator either.
Yeah, the woman it's based off is a pretty woman with a bald head. This character is a man with a bald head.
Yeah, this character looks awful. But everything else about this trailer, I dig the aesthetic. If you just take this thing out, I even don't mind Camille Ningiani up here.
This one guy in the reply is like, wait, that was supposed to be Taddy Gabrielle?
Yeah, it's wild.
He clearly is. He is clearly desperate. And so am I, so...
But you get the idea. It's just this is a man. This is a man.
To be fair, Teddy Gabrielle in that picture that you tagged me in, Valen is wearing a fuck ton of makeup. Like she's wearing a whole ass like fabricated face. If you told me this is what she looks like underneath all that makeup, I'd believe you. If it was like, oh yeah, we just got her scanned, we scanned her face, this is what she looks like under her makeup, I'd be like, makes sense.
Well, the thing is, honestly though, let's say that this is like an actual faithful representation of the actress. Sorry, but they should have picked a better looking actress. Gamers don't want to play frumpy looking characters like this.
Well, it's just that. Like, it's not they should have picked a better actress. They should have fucking put some makeup on her face.
Or make the act. God forbid you go the other way and give a not classically attractive real life actress a glow up in the game. God forbid. You know what I mean? Yeah. But this is like the big like wokeification, for lack of a better word, trailer.
The like sides of her head are the same. She has equally like flat sides of the temple.
Mm-hmm. Because this was the other one that people are talking about.
I really like this one. I think she's gorgeous.
I agree. I don't know if she's gorgeous. I don't know if gorgeous is the word.
I think she's pretty.
But I think she's pretty too. I don't mind this at all, and I think that the whole anti-woke discourse loses its ground by going after Siri in this trailer. Because number one, this is just a CGI trailer, and we don't even know
What she look like in the game.
if this is exactly what she's going to look like in the game. Exactly.
She's probably gonna look like that in the game.
Probably not. Probably not.
I know. I'm saying no. Pause. I'm saying she probably is, and this is probably what. Well, again, yeah, you're right. This is a CGI trailer. But the point I'm saying is they're probably gonna have their cutscenes look like this.
Oh yeah. That doesn't look
like this.
This doesn't look bad at all.
Dude, she's pretty. She has a nice, normal facial structure.
Mm-hmm.
Like she has a round chin. It's not like a, she's a round face.
It's not square.
Right. Yes, her nose is a little like European, but that makes sense.
She looks like a Viking lady, like a pretty Viking lady.
She looks perfectly fine.
Yeah,
dude.
I don't
She's
think this
really
looks bad at
pretty.
all. The thing is like when you have this to compare it to.
Yeah, like
the uglification.
Well, that's the thing. Even outside of the comparison, right? Because the thing, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, like like they're making such shit that it makes average women look, gorgeous." It's like, well, that's the thing. Average women are pretty. I think this is prettier than the average woman. I think like this is.
Even with the scar, the scar
really
is
nice.
the scar is
nice.
It's a facial cum gutter. Come on.
But she's also always had a scar. It's not a new thing.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
an old scar.
She looks like she fit in Poland. Yeah, she does. She totally looks like she fit in Poland. Like,
dude, absolutely. She looks European. Like she looks fine.
Yeah.
You chose her.
She looks pretty.
Like you have to go out of your
Look
way
at
to
that.
find.
Hold on, go back.
you
Look at that picture. Like after she turns like that. Oh, dude, she's so pretty. She looks obviously like that. Like her like looking down angle isn't great, but she's pretty. She's pretty. Like that doesn't look amazing at every angle.
That's the thing. Like
She's pretty.
you have to go out of your way to find like a screen, like a pause where she looks bad. You have to like really dig for it. She doesn't look bad at all. The thing is, it's like if you want to criticize this, there's two vectors you can criticize this. One, you're not playing as Geralt, which that's going to be
a good thing.
The thing is, it's like
I'm sorry, but that's a good thing. Here's the thing: if they fucking like dug Geralt back out after the ending from like the last game,
Blood and Wine, yeah, it would completely.
People would have criticized it way more.
Blood and Wine was so fucking good. It was such a perfect send off to Geralt that if they brought him back, it would just erase that amazing content. Is what it would do. That's all it would do.
It would erase the value of it. It would have been like when they brought him back.
We all knew that Ciri was. Oh yeah, that when they brought him back, it's like it lessened his death. Like, come on. But like everybody knew that this was coming. That Ciri was coming. The honestly though, the main vector that I think is legitimate criticism is like the whole trial of the grasses thing, because that is very much lore breaking. To me, that's like, I think that's a legitimate criticism.
What is it? What's the issue with it?
Well, women literally in the lore, women can't do it.
Okay.
That's literally the lore. So, and she apparently does it. And it's just like, well, you're just breaking the lore then. You're breaking the lore. It's like, it's kind of a blatant lore violation there.
If they're having her do the trial of the grasses, then yeah,
that's a problem. And I think that's a legitimate criticism. But all the other stuff.
We can't do it.
But like.
Oh, pause. What's the reason why women can't do it?
Oh, they just they can't survive the mutagens or whatever.
But why? Is it just that most women are weak and they can't survive it?
I don't know the exact reason why, actually.
That's the thing, right? Like that why kind of matters. And you have to remember, Ciri isn't just a girl.
Yeah, she's a daughter of the something or other with the somethings. She's a special daughter of something magical thingy. I can't remember what it's called. Was it genetics? I can't remember exactly. Yeah, and Geralt dies in the books, for God's sake. Yes, he does. Him and Yennefer get killed in the middle of the street. Yeah,
It's biology, but what is it? Is it like specifically like, yes, you have 2 X chromosomes? Perish. Like what? How? I think the specifics of how it works is kind of important, and I think you have to account for whether or not someone could say, yeah, but Ciri's special. Does that make her kind of Mary Sue? Yeah, but it's kind of what she's always been. She's literally special. That's part of her lore. That's her story. That's who she is. She has the fucking, what is it, the Elder Blood or whatever?
Something like that. I can't, man, I am not good with Witcher lore. I'm sorry.
It's been a while. And I'm not gonna remember
me too. I am not up on my Witcher lore.
If you ask me Dark Souls lore, which I have read into tons of, right now on the spot, I tell you I don't remember. If you ask me Destiny 1 lore, which I was straight up one of those people that would sit down and just read through lore. I have 2 Destiny 1 lore books, physical lore books, on my shelf. I knew that shit the back of my hand. I tell you I don't remember because I just don't remember things. She's basically a goddess. Goddesses? Wait, what?
A goddess.
Problem with Ciri, the books is more powerful than the Witchers. She's a lady of something. She's basically a goddess in the books.
Yeah, she's like a special daughter of some ancient magical order or something like that. I can't.
That's what I'm saying, right? If she's already special, then fucking whatever. She's not just a girl, clearly.
And maybe
right?
that's what made that.
Powers, right?
Yeah.
Maybe would allow her to survive the trial, whatever. Boom, there's your
or maybe she, because the thing is it doesn't show her doing the trials of this. I think it was through interviews with the developers that they said that she's basically went through the trials. She also did it older, trials are only ever done to young people as well.
That's true too. She's also an adult.
Because while kids are going through puberty, their bodies are basically at their peak ability to adapt to the mutagens, essentially, so they have to go through it in their teenagers years. So there's all these biological reasons or whatever that but again, Ciri is magic, so maybe there's
it's a nerf they turned her into a real Witcher, Lama.
Who knows what they're gonna do? I don't know, but the thing is, I'm not writing this game off at all by anything I saw in this trailer. I'm not. I'm actually very curious and interested in this game.
Same.
So, what else we got? Night Rain, which is the co-op Elden Ring game.
This was pretty cool.
Software. I'm not gonna sit here and watch all the trailers because I don't want to be here too much longer.
So from what I've heard, this game is actually it's supposed to be a roguelite.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too, which is actually pretty cool. I actually really do you remember was it Ragnarok? I think in both the new God of War.
So cool. There's fucking wall climbing? What the fuck? Hey, look how fast they're running.
I was gonna say they're zooming.
Yes, baby? Go back a second. That looked weird. Go back. Like, look at that character. Hold on. Not this bit, but after this bit. Good night, baby! Mwah. This bit here.
That little charge
That
pump
looked
that he
like Sekiro.
does.
A little bit. That looked like Sekiro parries.
The Cerberus dog-looking thing.
That's
That's
such a
fucking
cool
cool. That looks like actually Cerberus. That's cool.
Oh, then it splits into 3 dogs. It's fucking awesome.
That's awesome.
That bitch got a bird head. Did you see that?
That's rich.
Yeah, she sure has a bird head. And she's like, wait, go back, go back, go back. Look at her. She has feathered arms and a bird head.
Oh yeah, look at it. It's just
Yeah,
straight up
she doesn't
eagle
have
lady.
a bird. She just has a bird head. Yeah, she has feathers. And she has like wings.
Hell yeah, there's furries in this game. Let's go.
Look at it in the fucking close up again. You can see her arms. No, no, not just hit play and then pause. Wait, after the smoke clears.
It's hard to. You
Oh,
can't
never mind.
get it without the.
It's right before the smoke clears. You have
Yeah.
to see it. Never mind.
So yeah, it's like a multiplayer Elden Ring roguelike kind of game, which I think that could be fun. Let's see what else we got. Eco, the Shadow of the Colossus director, has teased a new game. Borderlands 4. I don't really care about Borderlands anymore, honestly. Okami is back. That's fucking cool. I really like the first one. They talk about a game with like absolutely beautiful art direction. Okami is top level. Like, this is fucking gorgeous. Just
It's
as
nice
a...
to actually see the fucking trailer rather than seeing it on a screen behind a band.
So yeah, getting another Okami game. That's cool. Sequel. They don't even have a name for it yet.
Yeah, it's just Okami sequel.
We have Shadow Labyrinth, which is like the weird Pac-Man roguelite.
I think it's cool. I might play it. I don't think it's my style. I usually prefer more like either gothic
Yeah.
or like medieval stuff.
Oh, Jazz is in chat. Yeah, Okami looks great. I'm really looking forward to like the
Hey,
first
Jazz.
the first one, like the art style and the visual appeal of the first one, like it blew me away when I first saw it. It was so beautiful and so unique. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, this one, I don't know. We'll see. It seems kind of gimmicky, but we'll see. Outer Worlds 2, sure. Virtua Fighter 6, there's a resurrected fighting game franchise.
Yeah, that surprised me.
Yeah, that's fucking cool, and it's it's RGG as well, which is great. I eat up anything by RGG. I kind of simp for them. So, Split Fiction, which is gonna
I thought was really cool. You know it's gonna be fun.
This is gonna take like the VTuber streamer sphere by storm. This is gonna be.
By the way, what? I also love what the fucking guy said about it. Can you play the trailer?
Yeah, sure.
Does the trailer include him talking?
It doesn't. I don't think. No, it doesn't.
Hold on, just
it
go
doesn't.
like halfway into it. No. It's obviously not gonna include him at the. Hold on, play.
I am playing. What the fuck? Are you there? Hello?
Oh, you're back. You're back.
God.
You're back. Hello?
God damn it!
Can you hear me?
Fucking internet! I swear to God.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Can
can
you
hear
me?
you. I can hear
Test,
you.
Test. Okay.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, I could hear you the whole time, but you couldn't hear me, so that's why I didn't know.
God damn it! I'm so
Whether you
fucking
can
sick
hear
of this
me.
internet, man. Okay, let me go to the middle.
Yeah. What I was saying was that he was. Yeah, see, he's talking about it as part of the trailer. I think it's somewhere near the end where he's talking about
Anyway,
Hold on.
let's not
After this
talk about
here.
that level for now. And as always, with the
It
Friends
is
Pass,
here.
you only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Hazel is
Nice.
about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
Hell yeah.
Yep, no loot boxes, no microtransactions, no bullshit. You just get the game.
Yeah, dude, this game is gonna. Dude, this game looks like so much fun. I want to co-op it. I want to co-op it with you, with Jazz. I want to play the shit out of this.
He named the 2 characters after his daughters. I think that's so cute.
Oh, that's awesome.
So cute.
We got a return of Onimusha, which is another. There's a lot of like franchise resurrections during these awards.
I was surprised by that.
Seeing the name Onimusha again, it's like holy fuck. That's like, what was that, like a Dreamcast era? Something like that.
Yeah. Do you remember what I was talking about? I was like, is this that new game that's coming out? It kind of looks like it, but I'm not sure. And then it was like Onimusha. I was like, huh?
Wow. Yeah. Like what the fuck?
Huh?
Sonic Racing. This actually looks fun. I will play this. I'm a sucker for arcade racers. Shit like Need for Speed and stuff like that. I'm not so much. I don't really like the racing sims like Gran Turismo and stuff like that. But like arcade racers, I'm there for.
I'm excited for Mafia.
Yeah, Mafia looks cool. It's a very linear story as well.
I'm worried.
It's not like a big
the last
open.
One sucked.
Yeah.
But I'm hopeful.
But it's a linear story too. It's not like a giant open world game.
Good.
Which is, thank you. That's good. It never should have been a big open world game. It should have been a linear narrative driven game. But
I
honestly,
think having a little world was nice. I did enjoy it.
The fact I'm also really interested because this takes place in like old Sicily, which is a very unique place that we haven't really seen. And so it's like it's a unique setting that gamers haven't seen before, which I'm also really excited about. So
I feel like the horses, like the old cars.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 1920-ish Sicily.
Yeah.
I'm into this. It almost kind of gives me Indiana Jones vibes.
A little bit.
Just aesthetically. But
I love me a good Mafia story.
oh yeah, I love mafia drama. Are you kidding me? Well, I like Yakuza games so much. So yeah, we got Mafia: The Old Country. We got a new Turok, which
that caught us so by surprise. We're like Turok,
and I was like,
too.
I called it on stream too.
You called it.
I name dropped Turok. I don't know how and it turned out to be Turok. I was like,
I really thought this was the new arc.
Yeah.
And then they did the fucking weird shoot change thing, and I was like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You were like, is this Turok? And then I was like, no, it can't be. And then it was Turok. We're like, huh?
I could not believe that too. And then we got some Helldivers, extra stuff. Okay. Ninja Gaiden, like old school Ninja Gaiden, which this was the other side of like the Last Faith to me. They just get right to gameplay. This is this old school Ninja Gaiden. It's going to be hard as fuck. I'm going to hate and love this game. This actually looks hard just watching it.
This reminds me of Strider in a way.
Strider?
And just from watching it, it seems kind of rhythmic, which makes me think it's gonna feel to me less hard than like the 3D Ninja Gaiden games, because those games to me were fucking impossible.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, dude. The Ninja Gaiden side-scroller games, like the OG Ninja Gaidens, were like impossibly difficult. Like the newer ones, like the 3D ones that they made for like the PS3. They were difficult. Don't get me wrong, but they were like possible.
I'm saying that to me, this looks more doable than the 3D ones. I tried to play the 3D ones. I tried to play I think it was Sigma. And
really?
I couldn't play it, dude. I
Dude,
was like,
I got really good at the Ninja Gaiden 3D ones. Like Ninja Gaiden 1
No.
and Sigma 2. Like, I got really good at
They were
those.
for me, dog. I sucked at them. I was like, dude, this combat sucks. It's unsatisfying. I hate this. No
Really? I fucking love the
Yeah.
combat. Wow.
No, I hate them.
Yes,
This
this
to
is
me
true.
looks more appealing.
Ninja
I
Gaiden.
think I would have.
Yeah.
I think I would have better luck playing this. Like this, like it's rhythmic, which is stuff I'm good at. I'm pretty good at like rhythmic stuff.
Okay. No, I got really
Like,
good at the
just
combat in
watching
Sigma
it,
2.
like,
I
you were
loved
saying
it.
it looks hard to me. Like I was watching, I was like, no, this looks like a like you just kind of get the flow and then you do the thing.
We shall see. It looks like fun though. It looks challenging as fuck,
Yeah,
but it
I'll
looks
probably
like
pick it up.
fun. Ninja Gaiden is the side story of Dead or Alive. True. This is true. 5 is coming to Tekken 8, whatever. Thick as Thieves announced. Okay. This could be maybe a multiplayer, a fun thing to stream together, but in the collective. Slay the Spire 2, sure. Dying Light the Beast. Core Keeper devs reveal new game Kiora. Okay.
Dude, that's it's straight up looks like Terraria.
Yeah, it does. This looks exactly like Terraria.
It's the music in Terraria. Listen to the music. That's like Terraria music.
This looks cute as hell. This looks really cozy. Do you know the way?
But yeah, it's not made by Terraria.
It's not.
Nope,
It just
it's
looks
different
exactly
depth.
like it.
It's straight up like it looks exactly like Terraria. And the music is Terraria-esque. I thought for sure it was a Terraria like sequel, but it's
Oh.
not.
This.
This is the game I'm talking about. Did you watch this? Did you
No,
go
I
back and
haven't.
watch
I
this?
haven't watched this yet.
Bro.
I wanted to wait for the stream.
Bro.
We still need
You
to.
like- wait,
we
what?
still need to play Abductor or whatever it's called.
Absolver. We do.
Absolver. Okay. Oh, that was a beautiful slide tackle.
Dude, I think this game is going to completely screw over FIFA.
Dude, this looks
I think
fun.
I think if they can get some like real mainstream like views on this,
Ooh, that was clean.
yeah, I think, dude, I'm telling you, if they can get some like
Is there like an
something
RPG
views on
system?
this,
Or is
so,
it?
so I have a theory. Pause. So I have a theory that this game will have similar mechanics to Absolver, and will involve you basically giving your character different moves that they can use. To try to
Okay.
basically juke out.
Like bicycle kicks and all kinds of stuff like that, or juking moves. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, and this is my theory. I'm probably gonna be completely wrong, but if I'm right, I told you so. But my theory is it's gonna be kind of like Absolver, where you have different types of moves that counter each other, but instead it'll be moves for trying to keep the ball and moves for trying to take the ball.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That-
Or trying to like shoot
that-
on goal or stuff like that as well.
Yeah. And so that's my theory.
If this has that kind of a thing, I'm gonna eat this thing up.
I also suspect it's gonna be completely multiplayer, and it's gonna be like a 5-player versus 5-player, not like.
Well, that's
you know,
what it
5 versus
said.
5.
It's, did it say
that?
that?
Did it say that?
It said.
Did it? It
hang
might
on.
have. I think it didn't say 5-player versus 5-player.
I think it did at some point. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. Wait, right there.
Yeah. 5 versus 5.
5 versus. Well, that doesn't say multiplayer though.
Where's the thing? Yeah, exactly. It's like that
Hmm.
could just mean like, oh, the teams are 5 versus 5 instead of like a normal
Yeah.
like soccer. Right, where it's a lot more players than that.
It's very
Right? Like
arcadey.
yeah, at first I thought it'd be like you swap between characters while you're playing, right? Like whoever you pass it to, you swap to that person. The way that it is when you play like something like FIFA.
Uh huh.
So again, that wasn't like an immediate thought when I watched this trailer, but something I thought about after the fact. was it's probably gonna be straight up online, completely 5-player versus 5-player.
Okay.
The way that like Absolver was like mostly online. Most people you fought with other players online, aside from
Okay.
like some bosses and stuff.
I mean, I'm gonna try it out no matter what form it ends up taking, because that studio, like Sifu, it blew me away, and like that one game made me fall in love with that studio. I was like, hell yeah, dude! Like they're doing like revolutionary things over there with like the way they figured out how to do like precise controls on characters and stuff like that. It's really fucking cool.
When are we gonna play Absolver?
Whenever you want.
We should set up a day to play Absolver.
Okay.
We should set it up right now.
I want to watch this. Hang on.
I think we should play it when you come back.
That fuel our lives.
So this is a like an anime racing game. It looks like.
Yeah.
Which I'm into.
Enough when death lurks around every turn. When fear and destruction.
It looks like Midnight Club. It's like anime Midnight Club. Which is like, yes, give me more of that.
Join my tournament. Find out once and for all what it takes to defy death. Show me the strength of your will.
Some like Speed Racer car foo in there.
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Dreamer.
I'm fucking here for it.
Looks awesome.
It's more than a year away, but I'm here for it.
What's it gonna be on?
Steam, everything.
Oh, I hear real life cops. I thought they were the fucking trailer.
But it's not coming till 2026, so you know, don't hold your breath.
Wait, what platforms? Oh, PlayStation,
All of them.
Xbox, everything.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah. Except for Nintendo. Fucking Nintendo. This I'm excited for.
And then the first Berserker, Kazan.
It's released on again? They give it a release date. March 27th. Oh. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this trailer was fucking badass.
No, Kazan, you're too hot to die. Come back.
Shaolin Soccer the game villain says, yeah, dude, Shaolin Soccer is a great movie, by the way.
And your 50 sexy slay to die. Get distance. It looks so cool. I mean, you just don't know the trailer. But like the gameplay itself is fucking awesome as well.
Yeah.
It's just, like everything shown. It's so like this is a Berserker, right? Like it very much feels like this is a Berserker. You can see in the way he's like bah, bah, bah. You know,
Yeah.
he's like stabbing all the time. Like it feels
The brutality of it is like appropriate. And this guy just fucking bonks him. That's a cool shot.
Yeah.
Him running towards the camera from the distance like that looks fucking great.
And he loses.
And then he gets. Got cocky. Sound design is cool too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming soon.
Have you seen the gameplay for this?
No.
Look it up.
Okay. Hang on. I'll just go here. First Berserker on game.
It's right there, the autocomplete.
This. Ooh, she's
so
pretty. Is this still gameplay? Here we go. This is gameplay.
It's really wielding an axe and a sword. You could think about the scale together.
Why does this remind me of Stellar Blade combat?
I was gonna say it reminds me of Neo.
Yeah, Neo too.
The way that he walks like left and right while holding like the weapon, and the way that he like the camera zooms in for like the third person like ranged attacks. Like look at the movement. Reminds me of like when you aim the guns and like Neo, like it very much feels like Neo.
Okay.
And like the dashes, right? It's supposed to like roll. You get the after image if you dash like with good timing.
Okay. Other new character.
Look at this dude. The spear.
Actually, you know what this kind of reminds me of now? It's God of War. It's a little bit faster than God of War, though.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know. It's only reminding me of good things, which is good.
Yeah.
Like, I see Neo, I see Stellar Blade, I see God of War, and all those things are good, so... Uh-oh. He got.
The only thing I don't like is just the sheer amount of visual effects.
Yeah, it's a little overwhelming.
Like all the little particle effects, like I don't need this much of it. I don't need little like sparkle effects every time I swing my fucking
Yeah,
weapon.
just give me the blood. All I need is the blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm down for it. Yeah, very nice.
The neural God of War new ones. The old God of Wars didn't play like this at all.
Yeah, the new ones. Yeah, the art style is a little bit more anime than I thought it'd be too. Yeah.
Reminds you of BDO?
I don't mind it though.
Online. What?
BDO
Sekiro
combat.
Dude, Sekiro?
Sekiro just yeah. It's like a virus.
Like Sekiro. Yeah, dude, it is a virus at this point. Like, please stop it. Stop it. Stop.
Yeah.
Tired.
The only other thing that they announced, but that I don't know why they left this out of this list.
They don't understand. I feel like Sekiro is like the second coming of people adding Souls-like mechanics into games poorly.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
Where,
Every system's gonna have a shitty parry mechanic.
The shitty parry mechanic that is not based on rhythm the way the Sekiro is, and it feels like shit every time, dude. It's based entirely on visual feedback, but they make the game really fast, which makes it like really difficult to like get used to for like because you have to master every weapon individually rather than getting used to like the rhythm of parrying for the game.
That's a game that you need to backseat me on, Sekiro, because remember I've been saying for over a year now how that was like my Achilles heel of Souls-like games.
Yeah.
And I feel like I can do it now. You're gonna have to backseat me on that. Anyway, this one, I don't know why they left this off the list, but the RGG announced a new IP. It's called Project Century, which is obviously like a code name right now. A new action game set in 1915. But look at this fucking gallery, man. I love the aesthetic of this stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, you know, end of the Maeda restoration? Is that what it's called? Like right at the end of that. So you have like old world and new world kind of just juxtaposed against each other. But I am digging the shit out of this aesthetic. This looks awesome. So yeah, they got they just announced a whole new IP that they're so now they've got they're cooking on the next Yakuza game. They got the pirate, you know, Yakuza Pirate in Hawaii, starring Goro, coming out in February. God, February is such a stacked month next year. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And then they got Virtua Fighter 6 that they're cooking on, and now this new IP as well. So they got a lot of pots on the stove right now. But I will eat up anything by RGG. Meiji, thank you, Villain. Meiji Restoration. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be eating this up when it eventually gets a real name and release date and all that kind of stuff. But I think that's all the stuff that I wanted to talk about tonight. Anything on your mind?
No.
I think we've covered it pretty extensively here. So, and we've been going on for a long fucking time. It's been 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
I think it's about time we get the hell out of here. So,
We blend an hour and a half longer than we blended.
yeah, I know. I swear to God, I'm never going to get good at figuring out how to make this show like a reasonable time. But anyway, you know how? Actually, I do know how. Is I get another host and we do, and I'll for a different day, and I do it more than once a week. That's how I get them down to a reasonable time. But that's not going to happen anytime soon, I don't think, because I don't have the funding or the time for it. But maybe that'll be a goal for next year, is to expand the show into 2 days a week with a second host, and then that way, because the idea is that, you know, I want to tailor the show to be like what interests the two of us, and it'd be nice to get like another show or a twice a week thing with somebody with different interests. You know what I mean? Keep it fresh for the audience and stuff like that. So maybe that'll be a goal for next year. But until then, I hope you all had a good time. What do you got going on next week, Rosa?
Tomorrow, but I think we do more short. I think at the start of the week, we didn't finish planning last week. Out last week. So I might do a planning stream. I was watching them about setting up like schedule times when I stream for her to also schedule things for her to do. Because since she's talking about work, she's been having a hard time managing every time. That's something that I want to do.
Yeah.
It's like when I first started doing I also had a hard time getting myself like I do all of these things in way.
Yeah, it's easier to stick to a schedule when other people dictate it to you.
Yeah. I mean, I can do it myself, but still. Yeah. I do it called her structure. Like she's used to having her structure be around the job. But right now she has one and the things that she wants to get, I don't want to get.
Hang on for 5 seconds. Okay. Thank you, NDA. The chat's eyes are bleeding, so we need to get out of here quick. Tomorrow, you're gonna do that planning stream tomorrow.
Yep.
And if you want to know what, and then I am going to be doing. I think I'm gonna do another Indiana Jones stream tomorrow. And we got the Home Alone 1 and 2 watch along tomorrow as well. So look out for that. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. All right. Thanks for hanging out, chat. This was, I think, the longest one to date. So thanks for sticking in there. Don't let your eyes bleed too much. And I'll see you all on the next one.
Love yous. Bye. Don't forget to go fuck yourselves.
The watch is yours, chat. Take care.